just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of Nouns. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE!
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके, स्टार्ट कर सके, because जवाब
썬더도 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 썬더를 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia qualifiers. We are here with Asia West. Yes, we've got 2 streams happening simultaneously right now. They've already started over for Asia East, but we've got Asia West. My name is Danelie, and of course joining me is the wonderful Husskkiee. Husskkiee, I know you're excited. We haven't seen any of the games yet.
Yeah, we've seen the results, but we haven't seen how they got to where they are, and I think that's very, very interesting. But we were able to have a bit of an appetizer, right? Watching one of the West series that happened just now, and the 2-0, I think that sets a decent precedent coming into APAC West. But I do feel like we, as the APAC Westerners, will have our own
The
flavor.
Westerners. I guess we could sort of divide ourselves, east to west. That's sort of a good way to start. Speaking of starting though, we are going to be moving on with the show because I know you guys are so excited to see the games and we are just as well. But before that though, for formality's sake, we do want to remind all of you what's sort of happening with the WCS slots for all the regions, not just UCS, but for Asia, the WCS qualifiers. So as of now, we are going to be seeing 4 teams from Japan going to World. Korea will have 2 teams. Asia Pacific East will have 3 slots. Asia Pacific West will also have 3 slots. And then finally, India is going to be sending 2 teams to Worlds. Now, even though we have all of these slots for the regions, only the champions for each region, I believe, will get a travel award. So
Absolutely.
The rest of the teams will have to fund their own journeys to Worlds. But I mean, to see so many Asian teams going to Yokohama this year, I'm really excited to see how we're going to do against the rest of the world.
I can already envision, right? The crowd will be amazing. It is the birthplace of Pokemon. After all, that's where it all culminates to the best Pokemon Unite actions under one roof. But this is how the teams will have to get there. We have the April qualifiers, which is happening right now, and afterwards we have May and the last chance qualifiers in June. So all three of these qualifiers combined will give us 8 teams that proceeds to the Pokemon Unite regional playoffs, with the top 3 teams out of the 8 will head to WCS.
Yeah, so unfortunately we only have a limited number of slots for the regional playoffs. So the teams are going to have to do their absolute best in these upcoming qualifiers to even have a chance at making their journey to the World Championship Series in Yokohama. So very, very exciting. The format for today, however, is going to be pretty standard across the board when it comes to qualifiers. We're running a double elimination format for the teams. The first 2 to win 2 games means you're going to be proceeding through your bracket. Now, the tournament that we're currently in right now, we are with the remaining top 8 teams in the region. And unfortunately, we can't let all 8 teams through.
Yeah, and we only will have to look at the top 3 to qualify for regional playoffs, right?
Yes.
The rest can come back in May. But from where we are starting in a bit, we actually are left with 6 teams. 2 teams have been eliminated. We'll get to the bracket in just a little bit. But after what we saw behind the scenes, I would say it's very, very exciting to see where these teams are and how the matchups is. But for those who are not familiar, and for formality's sake, we're going to let you know how the match rules are going to be. Classic 10-minute match time in the 5v5 tournament mode. We will be playing on the Sky Runes in the draft pick format. No use or level limits for held items. Teams cannot pick Zacian or Lapras for the April tournament, and Pokemon Boost emblems are all prohibited.
Yeah, now there is one additional ban for the tournament, and it is actually for Blastoise. Now, the Pokemon itself is actually not banned, but one moveset for Blastoise is unfortunately banned due to a weird interaction with the Pokemon. So teams are not allowed to run Rapid Spin and Water Spout on Blastoise. You're allowed to pick alternate moves with Rapid Spin or Water Spout, but you cannot have those 2 moves together in one game.
And I think from what we've seen, even in the Western regions, almost completely eliminates Blastoise from the roster, right? But I think it's partially a good thing as well. We get to see how these teams adjust to it. Maybe we'll see a lot more Pokemon getting picked up in the defender role. At least from what we saw from EUIC, the picks that to replace Blastoise have been very, very varied from one team to another.
I mean, I want to see some Goodra. You know, I know it doesn't function the same, but I think a lot of people are really excited to see Goodra potentially making its way into the competitive scene. Now, for anyone that is new to the competitive side of Pokemon Unite, we have currently implemented the draft mode. This has only started at the beginning of this year, so if you were playing or following Unite last year, this wasn't available. What's going to happen is both teams will be allowed to ban a Pokemon of their choice. This Pokemon will not be picked by either side, so even if you ban it, you cannot pick that Pokemon. After that, both teams will take turns picking their Pokemon, and once they've selected their full roster, at the end we will have something called a preparation phase where the teams are allowed to swap amongst each other the selected Pokemon. Now, this is important because some people are thinking like, wait a minute, why does this matter? It matters because you can actually throw your opponents off and make them think, oh, this person is normally going to be in the central area, but we're going to change their mid Pokemon.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of, surprise gotcha picks in the last moments that has won teams very crucial games. But of course, aside from heading to the regional qualifiers and getting to Worlds, the teams are also fighting for a prize pool. And I think it's a really good incentive for these teams to do the best. You talked about this, I think, yesterday during our rehearsal, that they can use these prize pool to fund their future ventures. And this is what the teams are going to get. 5th place gets 750 USD, 4th place gets 1,000, 3rd place gets 3,000, 2nd place gets 3,750, and the winner of the qualifier will get $7,500.
Yeah, I think especially when you're trying to play in the competitive scene, any kind of funding for your team is so crucial, whether it be funding flight tickets, whether it be funding into better equipment. Maybe you want to invest into something to help the team be better, even coaches. I think a lot of teams, they don't really realize how important it is to have someone there to help give you a different perspective of the tournament overall. Now, speaking of tournament, here is the current tournament bracket. And yes, I know some of you are going to be a little bit confused here, but trust us in the process. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to cover all of the games, but we are going to be able to cover what currently remains in the bracket. Now, Husskkiee, we had to say goodbye to 2 teams already because we started the day with 8 teams, who unfortunately has been eliminated from the competition.
Well, unfortunately, Game and RGM will have been eliminated from the April tournament, so we hope to see them again in next month in the May qualifiers. But there's a caveat for this format, right? All the series will be played in a best of 3, but when we get to the grand finals, there's a chance we get the grand finals bracket reset. And now that only happens if the team that comes into the grand finals from the lower finals wins that first best of 3. But if they don't, if the team from the upper bracket final wins that best of 3, we end it immediately.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a wacky one, a wacky game today, a wacky day, because we kind of have been following the teams in their games this morning, and we have seen a lot of teams exchanging games. It hasn't been top heavy. We haven't been seeing these 100% win rates across a whole bunch of teams. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen for today. But before that, though, we do want to remind all of our trainers at home that we have Challenge Day coming right up. It's on May 6th, which is going to be on that Saturday. So if you want to sort of dabble in the competitive scene, maybe give it a try and see if it's your thing. Give it a go. It's free to enter. All the games are going to be best of 1. You'll be playing in a Swiss-style format. You'll play up to 4 rounds. It's going to be held in 2 supported languages, which is Japanese and English. And then there are individual entries. So you can go in as a single. You can even go in as a duo and a trio. It's totally up to you if you want to play as a team or solo. But there are going to be 2 sessions on the day. On the right side, as you can see, there will be an AM session where Japanese and English players will play together, and then a separate PM session where it will be Japanese only and English only games. So if you're keen to give it a shot, give it a shot. I mean, you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, just enjoy Pokemon Unite with everyone else out there that shares the same passion. And just a little note at the end, all the timings that you saw on screen just now follows the Japanese Standard Time, JST. So for those who are, for example, living in Malaysia and Singapore, that's 1 hour behind us. So do your calculations and make sure that you don't miss it.
Or, considering you all have phones, you can put in the Japanese time zone on your phone.
That works.
Thank
you.
Sometimes you
know
can do some
that.
crazy stuff. But speaking of crazy, not too crazy, we are going to be introducing our teams for our first best of 3 of the day. And yes, it's going to be the lower bracket matches. So unfortunately, we're only going to be able to see one of these teams go through, and one team is going to be going home, and we'll have to prep for next month. So introducing our first best of 3 of the day, it's going to be RRQ going up against EVOS Leviathan.
Oh, this is an interesting one, right? Because prior to this series, RRQ actually went up against Team MYS in the upper bracket, and they got knocked down with a 1-2 score. EVOS Leviathan also, I believe, lost a 1-2 in the upper bracket. Here they are, and by the end of this, one of this team will have to prep for next month. But for RRQ, for those who are familiar with these people, they are the X-Team Rise from Indonesia. So you have Eeyore, Zoe, Necro, Illuna, and XQ.
Yeah, and then on the side of EVOS Leviathan, we have Kuro, Ginky, Trixie, Rev, and Husskkiee. Now, the thing is, I think a lot of people are going to be like, who's EVOS Leviathan? Because this is a team that's gotten acquired. If you are not familiar with the Indonesian scene, EVOS is a really big org over there. And from what we have heard about this team, apparently this is a group of really strong upcoming Pokemon trainers. And so to see them playing against Rise in the lower bracket, I think this is going to be such a fire series because we're basically looking at the best of the best in Indonesia right now.
Yeah, and for EVOS Leviathan, they are running this lower bracket gauntlet, right? Because they did lose their very first upper bracket match against Zephyrate Gaming. So they have been in the lower bracket since the very beginning. They were able to win their very first series just now against, I think, Game, and they were the team that knocked out Game, in fact. So now against RRQ, it's going to be a tall mountain to climb. RRQ, 4th place team in the recent ACL that we had. A lot of expectations for RRQ, but for EVOS Leviathan, if they are anything that we have heard from the win, I'm expecting them to put up a good fight.
Look, I have high expectations for this matchup, right? Because essentially we are pretty close to the end of the qualifiers just for April, Husskkiee, right? So we're looking at really the best teams in the region for this month alone. So EVOS, I kind of have expectations for them, because they made it this far so far, and they were able to take their wins. If they can take out Rise, RRQ, that's a big statement going into the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and we have seen upsets across the world, right? When you look at the region of Japan, T2 is no longer in the qualifiers for April.
That was so shocking.
Which is crazy. And even when we looked at yesterday's qualifiers for APAC West, we have teams like No Lucario, who had a 100% win rate yesterday and today in the group stage earlier on. But they are actually in the lower bracket right now. They will be coming up on broadcast in the next series. So upsets are definitely not uncommon.
They're not uncommon. And I mean, sometimes it's good to have a bit of an upset because you need to light that fire to really push you through those tournaments, because it's comfort. It's good in its own way because you're going to play in a style that you're comfortable with, but also comfort can lead to complacency, right? You are not going to take everything seriously. You'll think like, oh, it's fine. And that safety net for a lot of teams can be a bit dangerous because you unfortunately will overstep your bounds, you won't push yourself to the limit. And so for these teams here, you kind of have to play your hearts out because ultimately, yes, there's a prize pool, but you want top 3.
You want top 3.
You have to make top 3.
So we had this theory behind the scenes where we talked about if the teams don't qualify for April and May, there is this cheeky way to maximize, income, but we won't discuss it. You get the reference. We won't.
I never said anything.
We won't discuss it further on broadcast. But
it's
of course,
not we. It's you. Okay?
Me. I won't do it.
I'm disassociated. I don't actually have no idea what you're talking
about. But realistically, you don't want to kind of not make it for 2 months and then try your best in the last chance qualifiers, right? Because that would be the most stacked qualifiers of all.
It's very risky as well to play like that if you really think about it. So it's like, okay, you play through all the qualifiers, but if you're not trying to aim for top 3, then I mean, ultimately, what is the goal? I mean, it's good scrims. I guess that's a good thing, right? Competitive practice, especially for some of the newer teams, is so important because playing scrims off broadcast and then playing scrims that are being broadcast give a completely different atmosphere because there are people watching you, there are expectations, and so sometimes it throws off the really green trainers, right? People that are very new to that experience. The older trainers that have sort of been there, done that, they don't care.
Yeah.
It's really for the new people that are up and coming into that scene. But I'm really excited for this upcoming matchup, really.
Me too. And honestly, when you have newer teams and players, the best part of it is that you already have information of the more experienced teams, right? Speaking about experienced team, let's take a look at some numbers from RRQ themselves. These guys have been around for a very, very long time, and when you look at the numbers, it is massive, just
Huge.
I don't even, so we have more than 1 million damage taken, 620,000 plus for recovery, almost 1 million damage dealt overall. But when you look at the frequently used Pokemons from the qualifiers itself, and just to give a bit of context, we only record the details if they play, I believe, at least 4 games overall. So we have Buzzwole and Espeon sharing 16% pick rate, for Eldegoss and Slowbro, we got 12% picked, and for Glaceon, they picked it in 8% of the games. So I know we are looking at double Buzzwole. We will get that clarified in a bit.
Yes,
but unless Buzzwole was picked so much that it had to show up twice.
Well, I mean, EU IC had a lot of Buzzwole, so I'm not surprised that some of that influence is seeping into the Asia region as well, right? Because obviously the teams are going to be looking at other regions to look at inspiration for new drafting styles, and maybe to find an understanding like, okay, this Pokemon hasn't been played, but it's being picked here. Why are teams picking it? Why is it so successful? Why is it so popular? What's this niche that they've found out that we haven't? So for me, I still have a very big question mark for Buzzwole, because I think this Pokemon is in such a weird place right now, and people are still trying to understand like what's the whole idea behind this Pokemon to begin with, because he's not a hyper carry. He's a big, I think a bully if you really think about it, right? He like throws people around. He's like, I don't like you, can go over there. You don't get to choose where you play. Buzzwole chooses where you play.
Absolutely. And we've seen it a lot in AOIC, but we saw a couple of those games even in ACL itself, but those games all ended in losses for Buzzwole, right? So overall, it's just not as popular. But when we go into the draft, the first thing I want to see is the defenders, the support, because when you look at EUIC as a reference, they play an incredible amount of comfies, an unhealthy amount of comfies.
Unhealthy.
But for us, we play a lot of like Clefable and Blissey. No shade to EUIC. I enjoyed the games through and throughout, but I want to see the difference, right? Clefable and Trevenant banned out.
Interesting. I'm surprised. I've never heard the term an unhealthy number of comfies before, so it's really interesting. But very, very standard picks across the board so far. Not the Dragonite, but the Slowbro, right? I think Slowbro has been such a staple throughout the Asia region because of the survivability, the utility on whether you choose Scald or Surf, and of course, the Unite, right?
Yes.
That Unite, arguably and easily arguably, is still one of the best Unites in the game. You lock down that one Pokemon, there's no way to cancel it. And we got a Comfey in this game here, Husskkiee, and it's going to be on the side of on EVOS. And they're going to pair it with the Urshifu.
Yeah.
This is such a deadly combination. And Husskkiee, I know you love the Urshifu.
I do.
I'm going to ask you here, okay, how bad is it to see that you're going up against a Comfey Urshifu?
I wouldn't say it's very, very bad. I think when you have a Buzzwole on the side of EVOS Leviathan, on RRQ, excuse me, it is kind of a minor solution to deal with the Urshifu. My bigger question is, what is this Urshifu going to go for, right? Are we going to see the single strike Urshifu in this game? I think it's not too bad of an option, honestly.
Is this really going to be an Absol game on the side of RRQ? That is a very interesting choice. And I don't think we've really seen Eeyore run it. Okay, Glaceon.
Yeah, that makes so much more sense.
Yes, I was going to say, Glaceon has been a staple for this man, even going back to ACL. It was like the final week of the Southeast Asia qualifiers, and then all throughout the finals, this man has been playing so much Glaceon, and I'm not surprised to see it here. So we got a double EV composition on the side of RRQ. They have some frontline here with Necro on that Buzzwole and Eluna on the Wigglytuff. On the side of EVOS though, okay, so ultimately what is going to be the goal here? Because clearly I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on both Rev and Ginky to actually get in there and remove the evolutions.
That's what I'm thinking as well, right? For XQ and Eeyore, you have this backline isn't very protected as well. Your only super durable mon is probably Necro on the Buzzwole, but aside from that, you don't have much ways to keep an Urshifu that has a Comfey attached to it from hitting that backline. Same with the Scissor.
I mean, they have the Wigglytuff Unite, the bonus shields to give them a moment to try and wiggle their way out of the grasp of a water bear. But is it really enough? Because again, these are very small, fragile Pokemon. So here's the question. Who's going to be the one to try and take the tempo of the game? Is it going to be RRQ? Is it going to be EVOS? Because I think the lanes in this game are going to be so important, right?
Yeah. I'm looking at EVOS Leviathan, honestly, to have a faster pacing in the lanes. When you look at the battle items that they have, both the Urshifu and the Sizzle have that full heal. And then you have the Comfy on top of it, right? He has multiple choices that he can attach to when they want to dive that backline. Overall, I'm not surprised with RQ's draft because they are very comfortable with the Elder Gods. Zoe has been playing a lot of that even back in the ACL. I'm just worried, like, how are they going to stave off EVOS, especially if EVOS gets a hit.
Well, we are going to jump into the game right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be EVOS Leviathan going up against RRQ in the lower bracket match. It's a best of 3. Loser of the series is unfortunately going to be eliminated from the tournament and will have to try again next month. The winner, though, will continue on and play the next round in that lower bracket. So it's really do or die for both of these Indonesian teams. And if I'm not mistaken, I think these may be the 2 sole remaining representatives for Indonesia right now.
I think so too. This lower bracket has already felt like close to the lower bracket finals, right? Because it is so stacked.
It's like the Indonesian finals, right?
Yeah, when we look at the gauntlet, it is crazy some of the teams that are here. And it doesn't really feel nice to, say RRQ or EVOS are going to get knocked out because they don't feel like they should be here. But this is the reality. And so far, RRQ just, well, EVOS feeling more comfortable just going for the standard start. You're waiting for the Urshifu to hit 5, get the evolution, and maybe then we'll see the Comfy stick to it.
Yep, so we didn't see any central area invades for either side. So both Glaceon and Urshifu were able to get those early game levels and get their evolutions. I think that's the important thing for both these teams. And we have a rotation in that bottom lane, and Illuna being jumped on here by the Water Bear, but that's not going to be enough. And actually, Rev gets taken down by Husskkiee. The power of the Espeon. If you miss that knockout, the Espeon is going to bite back.
Yeah, and actually even went for the eject button side shock. That one didn't connect, but it would have done heavy damage overall. And just like that, RRQ now gets to go for the central area invade. You cut the resources off of this Urshifu, who is going to try, but when you have a Wigglytuff in that area and the Elder Gods to pair with it, even an Urshifu couldn't do it. He's under level, he needs experience.
Yeah, it's too sustainable, right? And you're also going into that Icy Wind Glaceon. You've got the little dash, you've also got the big burst of damage that's going to be coming through. So it was a very risky maneuver. I am glad that they didn't try and go in too deep for this, right? Some teams would feel pressured to have to make those moves, but for EVOS, they're keeping themselves cool, calm, collected, trying to get those levels. But here's the thing, though, you can keep cool, but RRQ, they don't want to keep cool. They want to turn up the heat and they want to get going, Husskkiee.
Yeah, they need to try with this 3-man collapse. Up top, Necro should be fine. 2 berries available, but for EVOS, get a couple of scores.
Oh, we got a backstab, Husskkiee.
RRQ comes in and tries to take the fight immediately. KO is already coming through on the Scyther, and it really doesn't feel like Rev could do much. This guy needs to go absolutely massive. Doesn't have the Comfy with him, unfortunately, and just like that, RRQ overpowers EVOS Leviathan, and they all fall one by one. The serve to get Trixie out of it. Comfy trying his best, but it is just insufficient. Genki returns just in time, but RRQ just absolutely slams him into the dirt. Fantastic start for this squad.
Not the best position there, unfortunately, for EVOS. Now, they didn't have the Comfy on the Urshifu because he actually backed up and switched on over to Delphox to get him healed back up, but they did not expect that big backstab to be coming in from RRQ. And so to be heavily punished like that, they're going to have to rethink their decisions going into these fights because the head-on collisions are just not working.
They're gonna try though. Espeon Unite move already used as well. Eject buttons forward!
Whoa.
And it's actually the Espeon that steals the objective away. Necro now just hits the backline. And it's 4 KOs in a row for RRQ. Husskkiee, he's gonna be the 5th. No one to attach to. RRQ gets the early wipe.
They get the early wipe, they even get the Regice as well, so the experience doesn't even go in the way of EVOS. I don't know how RRQ are doing it, but their execution and decision-making in these fights have been so pivotal for their lead right now, right? Looking at the scores, we're looking at a score of 209 to 64, and I don't think RRQ is going to be stopping anytime soon. They just keep going and going.
When your Urshifu is the same level as a Wigglytuff, you are in big trouble, right? The Scyther is only just hit level 9, and I think one of the biggest turning point for RRQ winning that top lane fight was just the Slowbro was level 4. It didn't even have serve for that fight until the tail end of it. Now RQ, they're just gonna try to crash this Reggie Lecky into the second goal post. Necro just doing mad work in the backline. It feels like even Rev, even with the Unite move, he's trying his best. Those rapid Kung Fu Yip Man strikes doesn't work out. Necro just puts his head in the dirt once more. RRQ getting this gate crash.
Wow.
The second goal zone is gone.
Your Necro is just on fire this game. Like, nobody on the side of EVOS is allowed to move. I mean, I saw the Slowbro. He's just getting punted all over the place. He's not even allowed to move. It's like, you are not allowed to play this game. Go home, sir. I mean, this comp from RRQ, I mean, they mean serious business, and they're using the momentum as well, right? This is the pivotal point for this lineup. You're running with evolutions. Level 4 onwards, it's your time to strike. You are at your strongest. EVOS, unfortunately, were not really able to hit their timing. They still have a lot of their big unites, but I don't think one fight is really going to fix their issues. They have to figure out, what are we doing wrong going into these fights? Because so far it seems like RRQ are the ones deciding when, where, and how it's happening.
And it is a big problem when your Urshifu gets the max stacks on the Unite move and still doesn't get a solo KO. That's where you know you're in big problem. As an Urshifu connoisseur, looking at this state of the game right now, I feel really bad, honestly. There's nothing that Rev could do. And Necro, well, he just kidnapped this Delphox. He even tries to go for second, the eject button, getting no one. Doesn't matter though, they stop any sort of score attempt from EVOS.
I think it's really going to have to come down to that Rayquaza flip here for EVOS, because this game is just such a struggle for them. I mean, they're even getting invaded as well, so the buffs are not even guaranteed for this team. So either you hope that RRQ make a big mistake. Oh, that's a comfy. That's not a Pokemon that you want to be losing there. And an Urshifu as well. Yep, it's 2 for 1. Free KOs and free points as well now. Slowbro's there with the surf, but look how quickly he loses his health. This is not something you're used to when you have a Slowbro on your team. So Psychic Solari gets used as well. Delphox even going to be popping off the Unite as well, but is this going to be enough for them to fight into RRQ? I don't think it will. They are sent reeling, but I don't know if this is going to be a trap. Husskkiee actually getting taken down, so a lot of the firepower is removed there from RRQ, but Necro going ham, again locking down another Pokemon. Slowbro is out of the picture. No frontliner outside of that Urshifu going to be going in with that Comfey, but I think Rev, he regrets his decision, and he goes down with Husskkiee.
Just a bit of an overheat moment from EVOS Leviathan.
I think they got too heated. Like, they got very excited when they got that KO on Husskkiee.
But yeah, honestly, I think Trixie did a great job as well, right? On a Slowbro that was severely under level, he actually survived the entire ordeal. That allowed Rev to get the KO. Now less than a minute until Rayquaza spawns. My biggest concern is, will Trixie get that slow beat up online in time for Rayquaza? Because he had to use it for that defense just now, and that only netted him 1 KO.
Yeah, I think they might be able to get it in time. We'll just have to try and get a couple of KOs from those wild Pokemon to speed that up a little bit. But yeah, as long as you're not using your Unite moves at 2 minutes 30, you should have it ready for that Rayquaza fight. But my concern here is that they're going to be knocked out, and with 30 seconds to go, I think the Slowbro is going to be out of the picture. Trixie just walks away, forgets anything happened, you know, it's okay. Reggie Rock in the bottom lane, but Necro actually getting caught here. Oh, even having to use the Unite though. Wigglytuff, that's not going to be there for the Rayquaza fight. They're trying to go for the full commitment, but look at the side there. He thought that was a free KO, but instead gets KO'd himself. And actually, look at that. Wigglytuff actually going in with the surf at such low health. It's a 1-for-1 for both of these teams.
At the end of the day, it's still good news for RRQ, right? They can now wait for the respawn and keep EVOS Leviathan out for Rayquaza. I think if you're EVOS right now, you really feel the pinch, like you need to make something happen, get a pick off or rush down Rayquaza, but it's not easy. X2 is around. Those side shocks, they hurt a ton. And then you have Necro, who can easily kidnap one of your attackers. I
think Necro's positioning in this fight is going to be so key. If you can get a key Pokemon, lock them down, and help set up for both Glaceon and Espeon, you can just set up for a delete button. So we'll have to see who he decides to nab, but Glaceon is actually going to be sticking back to try and recharge that Unite Gorge, because unfortunately Glaceon does not have it. So Eeyore is not available for the fight, but they're going to start without him anyway, and it looks like they almost get the kill onto that Slowbro, but Trixie heals it back up, and actually RRQ, I think they messed up because the Glaceon's not here.
Yeah, Necro tries to hit the backline, but ended up losing the rest of his team. He's going to go in this 1-versus-1 against Rev. Rev forcing him away. EVOS, they have a chance, but Glaceon is now in this battle, and you still have Husskkiee around. So EVOS Leviathan, they still can't be comfortable just yet. They won't go though. Rev bringing their Rayquaza, chipping the health away alongside this Comfy on top of him. Kuro jumps forward. The serve can't save him. Kuro goes down. Now there's a big problem for Evil's Leviathan. They have lost the Delphox and RRQ. They're just gonna take control of Rayquaza right now.
And look at this, Necro is actually going to go for a back cap because no one is in position for this. Whereas on the side of RRQ, they're going to try to get the steal. Espeon, the king of secures. Necro gets a free hundo, and I think that just might be it. I mean, look at this. Urshifu staying still. He's like, all right, guys, time for a team talk. I'm stepping away from my device. We got to fix this.
They do have to. The entire game, they were not... There was no instance that Evil's Leviathan was a hit, and that's kind of what you want to achieve when you have this Urshifu Comfy and Scyther draft. But RRQ did a great job. I would say huge props to Necro on this Buzz roll. We are definitely going to see more of this Pokemon.
I on for Necro, definitely.
Overall, honestly, right?
Look, here's the thing. I mean, we had an interview session with RRQ last tournament for ACL, and we asked them, are there any teams outside of Asia that you actually look up to for inspiration? And they said Talibobo Believers.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not surprised that Buzzwole actually ended up being a Pokemon that they eventually picked up, right? Because we saw not just Talibobo, but a lot of European teams actually really experiment with this Pokemon.
Yeah, and Talibobo Believers just won the AOS Cup yesterday.
So for them to add Buzzwole to their lineup, and I have to say, Necro played it beautifully. He was doing such a good job at just disrupting EVOS non-stop. He was either catching those very squishy Pokemon and helping to set up for his team, and then if he wasn't doing that, he was throwing Trixie around. He's like, you're not allowed to play the game. Go home. Leave.
So slow, bro. This Pokemon is already really slow, I guess, and then you get grabbed, thrown around like a ragdoll by Necro. That's one of the first dangerous mosquitoes I've seen. Finally living up to its name.
I mean, if you see the size of this one, I don't think it's a small deal. It's a pretty big deal. But I think a lot of people looking at this game expected a lot of things from RRQ. I mean, this is a team that has proven themselves to be one of the strongest teams in Asia. And to see them come out of this best of 3 looking like this in game number 1, it makes you wonder, does EVOS have what it takes to take that game number 2? Because again, we've heard things about EVOS Leviathan. You know, it's a group of upcoming players within the region, but are they good enough to to basically go head-to-head against the best of your region?
And when you look at how RRQ won this game 1, you have to also wonder how tough it is in the upper bracket, right? This was a team that got sent down.
The competition stacked, Husskkiee.
They got sent down, by Team MYS, and they came in game 1 and completely smashed EVOS Leviathan. And that really just sets a very good precedent of how competitive and how tight this qualifier is. And this is just the first one.
It's just the first one. Yeah, we've still got 2 more after this. And then, of course, if EVOS are able to qualify for the regionals, then you've got another tournament.
Oh, yes.
So there's a lot of competition happening. But let's sort of walk through that previous game, because clearly there was if you look at the draft for EVOS, like there was a clear picture with this team. You get your Scyther, you get your Urshifu, you send them in, you've got the Scyther to dive the back lines, you've got Urshifu to zone the mid lines, and you got your Delphox as your range DPS.
Yeah.
But they were never able to play the game that they wanted. They were always having RRQ be the instigators and set the fight how they wanted it.
And I think early on, I was keeping tracks of where Husskkiee was going with this comfy. Ideally, you want Rev to hit 5 as fast as possible. You get the Surging Strike, and then you try to just demolish one lane and get the early advantage.
Yeah.
But the first 2 to 3 minutes, the comfy was actually sticking to the Scyther. So it feels like a bit of that power spike for the Urshifu was taken away. And by the time he went on that Urshifu, it was a bit too late. RRQ got the lead.
Yeah, I think in a lot of cases, like, it kind of also makes sense that you want to make sure Scyther is protected in his lane too. Because if you put Comfy with Urshifu in the central area, you're leaving that one Pokemon alone, rather exposed, especially with the Pokemon he had to go up against, right? So, like, yes, I think it's understandable. I'm wondering, was it a laning issue or is this a composition issue? Because I kind of feel like the comp, it made some sense. It was just execution wasn't really there for the team, right? Like, they had to make the fights happen on their terms. rather than have RRQ be the ones to just start everything all the time.
If yes, they have to be the one that makes the first move, right? The
Yeah.
Slowbro who even took Surf as well, Surf and Amnesia. You have all these hindrances from your
The
team.
hindrance, the sustain as well, because
Yeah.
you want the Slowbro to be in the fights for as long as possible.
Yeah, but he's the one getting thrown around, right? Which is very, very unfortunate. It's a bit sad because we didn't get to see much of the Delphox as well. It feels like Kurov wasn't able to make too much of an impact.
Necro.
Because of Necro.
Necro was the issue. Like, clearly, we saw, I think the one time that Delphox did stick their head out into the fight, Necro was like, I got you, boo, and he just grabs them, flips around, and it's like, oh, sorry, you're gone. See you later. So this was just, it was a tough game. I think that's probably the best way to really put it here for EVOS. It was a tough game. They just weren't able to make the game happen on their terms. And I think in the next game, maybe they kind of go for a draft that has more ease of execution. Because I feel like with what they had, they needed a lot of things to go right for it to really be a great lineup.
I think that we can also kind of look at the Scyther, right? When you have two Pokemons, like you point out early on, Danny, that the Comfy wants to attach himself on. It's either the Urshifu or the Scyther. It feels like you are splitting the attention of this one support who wants to be dedicated to a Pokemon, right? And
Yeah.
maybe if they can swap out one of it for something else that's a bit more self-sustainable, then perhaps it would lessen the burden for EVOS in the early stage as well.
I'm just thinking maybe they can consider a different support option because yes, Comfy is...
Clefable.
It's Clefable.
Clefable.
Comfy's a great enabler, right? Like I think that's the ultimate goal for that Comfy. You're enabling the partner that you are currently attached to just do things that they wouldn't normally be able to do. You've got the sustain, you've got the magical leaf as well for the extra disables. So if you're going for a different support that can still give you the sustain, but provide other utilities that might be able to benefit your team in other ways. Clefable, for example, is an ideal option. I mean, there was still Blissey available in the pool as well, if that was another Pokemon that you wanted to consider. But I think Eldegoss actually would have been a pretty good one if it wasn't on the side of RRQ.
But even if RQ picked it, I think they picked it in the first two picks,
first
right?
phase.
You can still go Clefable,
Well,
right?
the thing is, like so EVOS first picked Slowbro.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that they have to think about. Like in the first pick, is Slowbro a Pokemon that is really worth first picking?
I think at this point, at this stage where Blastoise feels a bit less relevant, I think what Slowbro also... Slowbro feels like you're more on top of the priority list right now that Blastoise isn't really there. I guess that's what prompted EVOS to take Slowbro first. We also had Trevenant banned out for Game 1, and I think that's kind of the train of thought. But
Yeah.
let's take a look at Eeyore's info card. Obviously, we didn't get to see the Scizor, but he was on that Glaceon. 40% of a pick rate throughout yesterday up to this point, and overall just a very solid player. I mean, he had a fantastic Game 1.
I'm so sad that we're not seeing his Dodrio being picked up as one of his more frequently used Pokemon, because he made his debut in ACL with that Dodrio. Scyther's fine. You know, Scyther's a great Pokemon too. And Glaceon, we've seen this man play so much Glaceon, it's not funny. So, I mean, to be fair though, his Glaceon has a proven track record. And I don't know how he does it, because there are so many moments where I've seen him play this Glaceon be able to dodge fights that a normal person wouldn't be able to. It's always this positioning of his when he's using the Icy Wind. He's never been in a place where he's overstepped his bounds. He's always coordinating with the team. And I mean, we do have some insider information for RRQ. Like, the team doesn't rely on a single shot caller. The entire team contributes when it comes to the team discussions during the game. So to have that level of communication as well, it really benefits the team overall when you are trying to make these big fights happen.
I think they also took a bit of inspiration from how Team NYS does their short call, right? It's of a collective effort. Well, we talk a bit about Eeyore, but we also have to take a look at his counterpart from the other end of the aisle, from EVOS Leviathan. This one is going to be Kurov. Again, most played Pokemon is Delphox, but unfortunately in Game 1, even the Delphox felt like she couldn't do much.
I think going forward, they're either going to have to consider a couple things here for the Delphox. Do you pick the Delphox knowing that Buzzwole is available or is going to fit nicely in the enemy draft? Because we saw, especially for Necro, if Necro's Pokemon is already locked in, maybe it will be an easier time here for Kurov to have that freedom of movement. to really do what he needs to do. Venusaur is a bit surprising for me because we hardly see this Pokemon picked up at all. A lot of the ranged attackers for teams have been opting for Mew, right? Because Mew has the mobility, you can swap between a multitude of moves. And even to a certain degree, we've seen some of the top attackers in the region, not just this region, but over on the other side, Cramorant being a really popular choice.
And I think we only saw Venusaur from the side of like the Japan region, right? Like T2 is one of the good examples in the recent ACL that picks a lot of Venusaur and primarily goes for Solar Beam. But that's pretty much it. I was doing some theory crafting yesterday with our friends over on the APAC East broadcast. So if a team has Buzzwole, do you think that Machamp is a good response to it?
Well, I guess it depends on what the role is for your team. Like, are you picking the Machamp exclusively for the Buzzwole? Because I think unless that Buzzwole is such a big issue for your team, it doesn't make sense to pick a Pokemon to completely hard counter it. I think one of the best cases where you do that kind of thing is, for example, Blastoise. We saw that Pokemon erupt in popularity all of a sudden, and then Machamp and Buzzwole ended up being the solutions for the Pokemon because it's like, oh, you want to go Rapid Spin Water Spout? Nah. Flip you out of the Rapid Spin. Try again tomorrow.
For this time, Trevenant goes through, and maybe Evo Leviathan would consider that. They actually still go for the Slowbro, which is...
It's a great Pokemon.
It's a great Pokemon overall.
There's nothing wrong with Slowbro. I think in that last game, Trixie did take a while to level up. So I think if you can consider trying to speed up Trixie's evolution so that he's able to provide the actual support for his team as a proper Slowbro, then we could be looking at a different game. Speaking of different games, we are seeing a switch in Pokemon here because we have Trevenant and Urshifu on the side of RRQ, which means the Buzzwole was available in the pool, and it's going to be EVOS to snatch up the Buzzwole for themselves, whilst at the same time keeping with that Comfey.
Now you have a Comfey with a Buzzwole. I think it's completely fine. Right now, you not only have someone that can cut to the back lines, and you have great sustain with the Comfey. But for EVOS, or for RRQ, they will stick with the Eldegoss again. It's just Zoe's, one of Zoe's favorite. The Wigglytuff also comes out. For EVOS Leviathan, I do think the Dojo isn't too bad of an option, honestly. I'm gonna lock it in for Rev.
Okay, so Dodrio for the side of EVOS, and it's going to be the Sylveon on the side of RRQ.
Glaceon,
I don't think we've seen Axew play Sylveon. Yeah, Glaceon would make more sense, but no, it's going to be the Sylveon. All right, interesting choice. One of the more mobile evolutions. We don't know if it's going to be the Hyper Voice or if it's going to be Mystical Fire. If it's Hyper Voice, you don't really have too much aside from Zoe to benefit off of the special defense reduction, but we'll have to see what really happens here because Sylveon is a very sustainable evolution. I think out of all the evolutions, it's the most sustainable. It's got a lot of mobility, lots of lifesteal, so it can survive those really big fights. I'm just curious, you're going up against a Dodrio. This was the last pick for EVOS. I'm looking at RRQ's lineup, and they don't really have the best comp to chase a Dodrio.
Yeah, they don't. The only one that really has the mobility is the Urshifu, right? But you have a lot of other Pokemon you need to deal with. Again, the Slowbro, Slow Beam will always be a problem. But now they have more ways to deal with the Sylveon if they get their hands on XQ. And just to rehash the earlier point you made about Trixie leveling up slow, that was one of the primary reasons they lost the first team fight in the top half, right?
Yeah, because he was a Slowpoke.
Yeah, he was level 3 when his whole team was trying to survive. He was level 3, and I think if he can hit that normal pace, you get the surf as early as possible, it will work great against what RRQ has.
Yeah, I think it's just getting that assurance of your levels, because if you're getting denied experience, it really sets you back in the laning stage if you're playing a Pokemon that does evolve. But I do believe the game has begun, so let's jump into game number 2 here between EVOS Leviathan and RRQ. Are we going to be seeing a 1-1 and a game 3, or is it going to be a 2-0 win here for RRQ? Let's find out as both teams start the match. And looks like we're going to be seeing a little bit of sharing in the central lane here for RRQ. So they're going to be splitting up that experience between the EV and the Kupfu. This is the thing, when you're running these two Pokemon on RRQ, I love the fact that they are ensuring that they're hitting these levels as soon as possible, right? EV just needs level 4 to evolve into Sylveon. Kupfu, a rather unhelpful Pokemon until it hits that level 5. I think unhelpful is like an understatement for how hard it is. But I love that they share this because they're making their lanes strong, right? And they understand from that last game, strong lanes ruined EVOS.
And it's not like EVOS can punish those lanes as well, right? In any manner, even though you have this Buzzwole Comfy up against a Trevenant will be very, very fine on its own anyways. But good news is Trixie, he's hitting his levels earlier, way faster, this time opting for the Scald instead of the Surf. For the extra bit of damage in these fights, RRQ, they would want to stick together because you have the Elder Gods and the Wigglytuff, and Scald works just fine.
Yep, so down bottom we see both Pokemon fully evolved on the side of RRQ, whereas in that top lane we have Eeyore actually rotating to the central area for EVOS, or is he making a big flipperoo here? I think they're looking to backstab, but I see a Slowbro there, and even the Sylveon is there as well, trying to go into Trixie. We're not going to really watch that fight there, onto the goal zone, but 4 Pokemon are here on the side of RRQ just to bully poor Trixie on the Slowbro. He just wants to play the game.
And I thought that Rev is going to help out with the Comfy on this Dodrio, but actually decided to go for the Invade on that RRQ's jungle. I think Necro even got the buff for himself, so at the end of the day, this Invade didn't view much returns. RRQ now just taking away EVOS' own jungle. This central fight is going to be very, very crucial for EVOS themselves. Genki's still level 5 with this Buzzwole.
Yeah, still level 5, but the team was able to win that central lane Pokemon take, right? They took all the Swablues and Altaria. RRQ a little bit late to the battle, but hang on a minute. They're going to try and chase down the Dodrio. Not going to be caught with the sleep, luckily, with that boosted attack. Instead, going to turn around. It's a tri-attack Dodrio as well. And I think in this game in particular, this was a really great choice for Red, because if you're going Drill Peck into Urshifu, Trevenant, and Wigglytuff, you're not gonna have a good time.
He'll have nap time. Most of the time.
Maybe Pokemon Center time as well.
It's crazy that 3 minutes. This could be the last 7 minutes for EVOS, right? But again, this way better start. 7-minute mark. And Rev, obviously, as a Dodrio, you want those objectives as much as possible. They have good ways to secure objectives as well with this Mew on Kurov. You have the Skull on the Slowbro. A lot of that damage from EVOS Leviathan. Both teams gathering on this Reggie.
Oh, it's a full 5-on-5 here, Husskkiee, so it looks like it's going to be a pretty big battle, but who starts this fight? That's the big question that we're looking to. And Husskkiee is really far forward, actually being caught with the telekinesis on this Slowbro. It's not amnesia, but doesn't really matter though. 1-for-1. Big surf from that Mew, but no, Kurov actually able to get out of there, but he's being chased by Husskkiee. He gets clipped from the Hyper Voice.
And Trixie, he does have enough damage, but not sufficient to get the rest of the KO. Rev tries to steal it with the try. He gets it!
Oh my
EVOS
gosh.
Leviathan finding a great lifeline, and now the rest of the team are back. Genki does use the eject button forward, couldn't get the uppercut. But nonetheless, EVOS making it out of there with something at least.
They got the experience. I think that's the most important thing, because if RRQ gets it, that's a big injection of experience. They're going to get big levels, and we saw what happened last game. That team snowballs and it doesn't stop. And so this game now much closer compared to that last game. I think we're seeing EVOS fight back in this game number 2, and they are still soul searching for game number 3, and it's looking pretty good, Husskkiee.
And this is also a Horn Leech on the
Surf?
Trevenant as well. Kurov, very far forward, gets put to sleep, unable to get away, and just grab that berry in time. RRQ will take that opportunity to score a couple of points instead, and it seems like EVOS, they might want to get a couple of fights going. XQ, list of target, but they can't take him out. RRQ keeping the Sylveon alive.
Wow, they even used the Flowering Fields as well to guarantee Dodrio gets out of that safely. So they're not going to have that Comfy Unite going into that top fight. But thankfully, they will still have that Dodrio. But you can see both teams are sort of stuck in this stalemate now. Neither team feeling very confident going into that Regieleki. So as we see Eeyore on the right side of the map, just trying to get that experience and level up where he can. He is nearby, the Speed Flux is available, and he is going to start and rejoin his team in that top lane. So it's a 4v4 here, Husskkiee, but who's going to be starting the battle? It's going to be the Wigglytuff, gets a double sleep in. Dazzling King clips onto Chu, but no KOs as of yet. Big Solar Beam, they're coming in from the Mew. They pull back Eluna, but the Unite gets pulled. The shielding is there. Is there going to be enough? Does EVOS have the damage? It looks like they do. Eeyore gets taken out of the pit. picture. Big Shield still available here for RRQ, but EVOS are fighting back. Their goal pad is actually the reason why they're able to survive. The shielding was the sustain EVOS needed. RRQ just stuck around too long.
And Kurov as well, right? Game 1, he didn't get to do much, but his Mew serves have been bold but incredibly effective. Ginky wants to try to Necro, but this is a very deadly Trevenant. Just 1-2 punch this Mew back to the Pokemon Center. The Horn Leash as well, keeping him topped up. RRQ should be able to easily secure this Regice unless the Slowbro somehow takes it. Though I don't see it happening, RRQ get that objective.
Yeah, so the Regice, I mean, it's an easy take. I have to say, the build for the Slowbro this game has made a big change for the team, right? We're so used to seeing Amnesia picked up as that second ability, but it's telekinesis. The fact that you're able to grab somebody, pull them towards you, and give that opening for your team to get that sudden KO, or even just to burst them down till they're at a relatively low health range. Yeah. You have to be so careful if you're RRQ. Imagine it's Sylveon. Imagine it's going to be the Eldegoss. These two Pokemon, very squishy. They get pulled in, caught in, burst down. You're going to be at a numbers disadvantage.
And it also slightly discourages RRQ from having this Urshifu run at EVOS, right? Even the Wigglytuff, Illuna has gotten pulled multiple times. EVOS, though, they want to crash this bot side and they're able to break that goal. RRQ will do the same top, is overcapping by an extra 23 points. Overall, RRQ slightly in the lead.
Yeah, game is still relatively close. And another thing to note as well, actually, is that RRQ somehow, even though they didn't really win a lot of those bottom objectives, they are ahead in terms of levels. They have been efficiently farming all of those wild Pokemon, trying to keep their experience and levels ahead of EVOS. And I don't blame them, because EVOS, this game, feel hard-pressed to constantly engage into RRQ, and that means they're also not really finding time to get those wild Pokemon and to knock them out and to get that experience.
And I think RRQ has also been invading EVOS a lot, right? This
stealing away their Pokemon.
This Urshifu has invaded since the very beginning, and that's why he's keeping out in terms of levels with Rev on this dojo. They're both level 13, Sylveon as well. You know, you compare that to the Mew, Sylveon is already ahead, so RRQ will have that advantage when we hit that Rayquaza.
Yeah. Well, Rayquaza is going to be on the field in 10 seconds. What's the late game goal here for both teams? Because obviously for EVOS, they have that Dodrio available to backcap if they would like to. He's also going to be there for the fights if he needs to, but what's the play here for RRQ? Is it just to get the Rayquaza?
I feel like RRQ would feel a bit more hard-pressed to get Rayquaza, right? Because you have no one to catch the Dodrio. You can always score those clutch
coming
points.
From the top.
To be on the flank, let's try attack pokes. Try to whittle down that Urshifu a little bit. EVOS might want to pull the trigger. Ginky gets put to sleep, and now EVOS, while RRQ pulls everything on, and Ginky goes for the kidnap, but instantly the Unite move from XQ keeping him in the fight. And now the Buzzwole is going to do the same, but unfortunately they just do not have enough sustain. The Dojo from the back grab, really trying to keep his team going, but RRQ have already gotten 2 KOs. No Slowbro, no Buzzwole. It's just the damage dealers from the side of EVOS.
And we've got a backcap coming in from the Sylveon, who's going to that top lane. 2 seconds for the Slowbro to come back onto the field, but I think it'll be too late. Yeah, that's going to be 100 points. So RRQ sitting on 310 compared to the 191 on the side of EVOS. We've got a minute to go here, Husskkiee. The game isn't over as of yet. If they can rip this Rayquaza, it'll be huge. Urshifu going to score as well. Look at this Trevenant though, Necro. It's a 2v1, but he's totally fine.
There's no one to stop this Urshifu. He's going to get a fat 98 points as well. This could be the game, the breaking point for EVOS. They now would definitely need to get this Rayquaza.
Desperation.
And now RRQ comes in to take the fight, puts Kinky to bed, and back to the Pokemon Center instantly. Rev doesn't have much points left in him, and even if he puts all of that in the goal, it will not be enough. I think RRQ have done it, Danny.
I think they might have as well, unless they can somehow just put in over 100 points. I think it's over 110 at least to be safe here, but 21 seconds to go. There's Husskkiee there on that Sylveon, ready to defend that goal zone. And look at that, the Trevenant just gunning for that central goal zone on the purple side. And EVOS, they see the tree. They're going to deny him that score, but does it really matter though? Because I think RRQ looks like they're going to convincingly take this series 2-0.
Expected nothing less from a squad like RRQ, but to do it in such fashion, it's really telling of how experienced this team is. And that means EVOS Leviathan have come to the end of their journey for the APAC qualifiers. We'll have to see them for May, hopefully. But it was a tough series overall. You're up against the best team from Indonesia.
it really, I think that's really what it came down to, Husskkiee, right? You're going up against the best of the best just from Indonesia.
Yeah.
And even if they get past RRQ, they've got to get past everybody else.
Yeah, there's no Lucario who is going to play up next in the lower
Lucario,
bracket.
there's MYS that you have to
MYS.
deal with, and then there's so many good teams playing today. And it's unfortunate, again, to see another team eliminated. But I am excited for EVOS. I hope that we're going to be seeing this team again next month during the qualifiers for May, because they have a lot of potential. I really do think this team has a lot of potential. Maybe look at today's games, and not just today, even yesterday and all the qualifier games. Just sort of rewind the clock, see where your team had some problems, work it out, and try again.
And I think the format for qualifying to WCS is also very good, right? You have multiple batches. So if EVOS, they don't make it in April, when they come back in May, at least some of the top hitters will have already qualified. Then it gives a lot more chances to newer teams and teams that didn't make it in April. So I'm pretty sure that EVOS Leviathan will come back stronger. But for now, this has been not just a tough series, but it's also a series where they show us two different variations of how they play the game.
Yeah, and I do like the changes that they made going into game number 2, because they identified the issue in game 1, which was their lanes were not guaranteed to succeed. We saw the fact that the Slowbro was still level 3 during the first major team fight.
Oh, yeah?
He wasn't able to contribute. And then during all the fights as well, they were so under-equipped to deal with RRQ because of that level disadvantage, that they didn't really have any opportunity to make a comeback happen. If they were going up against another team that was maybe less experienced in RRQ and made mistakes that they could have capitalized on, sure, they can come back off of the comeback experience. But it's RRQ. They're not going to give you mistakes. They're not going to give you those opportunities. You have to make your opportunities then.
The silver lining is that game 2 was so much closer than game 1, right? You know, EVOS Leviathan put up more of a fight. You know, they were able to kind of fix some of those issues from game 1 when you see this Dodrill and Comfy. Rev was really trying to get his team ahead when they were getting pummeled.
It was a hard game.
And it was a really hard game for him. And Kurov had some really good moments as well. Those big serve. And the only thing that was lacking a bit from EVOS Leviathan was those follow-ups, honestly.
Yeah, I do agree with the follow-up, right? Like, the Dodrio pick at the same time, I feel like if you knew the game was going to go this way, I think they would have rethought that pick as well. Because at the same time, I didn't really feel the effects of the Dodrio. He wasn't really pressuring RRQ's goal zones. He wasn't forcing Pokemon back. He wasn't coming in from the backlines and sniping all the squishies. He was just there with the Comfy, right? So it was a really hard game as well for him, because he's trying to find those openings to try and get those pops. He just never could.
This is where I will make this very far stretch theory crafting. I think Drill Pack would have done slightly better than try attack.
I mean, we kind of explained it was a bit dangerous.
We
to go Drill Pack.
But
sure.
UIC would have done it.
If it's okay, fine. I agree.
I've had a lot of dosage of UIC yesterday. It takes a while to get it out of my system.
Well, I think it's for a lot of us, I think it was very overwhelming, right?
It was.
So many games. But now we're back in Asia, and we've got a completely different meta going on over here. What's going to happen next, really? I mean, at this point, firstly, to EVOS, I hope we see these guys next month, but at least for now, we're guaranteed to see RRQ again for another round. This team is not safe because they're still in the lower bracket.
They're not in top 3 yet.
They're not top 3,
Yeah,
right?
they have to reach at least the lower bracket finals.
Exactly. For anyone that might have just come into the broadcast and you're confused on, like, what do you mean by top 3? The qualifiers, there is prize pool involved for the top 5, but the most important thing here is that if you secure top 3 here, you are going to be getting an invitation straight to the regional finals, which is where the teams are going to play for a spot at the World Championships in Japan. So as you see on the bottom here, the lower bracket round 2, we saw RRQ take out EVOS Leviathan 2-0, which means RRQ will proceed to the next stage, which is the lower bracket semis, and their opponent is either going to be No Lucario or KRT, which I believe is going to be the game that we're going to look at next.
Yeah, we will take a look at them, and No Lucario is another team that everyone is familiar with. They made it to London last year, and they had the best performance in the qualifiers leading up to this point. Never dropping a single game until they went up against Xerific Gaming, where they lost 1-2, and here they are in the lower bracket at risk of elimination.
I'm just trying to remember, because I was looking at the brackets. I saw MYS drop a game to somebody, and I have a feeling it was actually Xerif as well.
It could be, right? Like MYS overall they had a couple of full series, right? When they went up against RRQ, it was also a full best of 3.
I think it may have been. I could be wrong, but I do remember MYS at least. There was a team that did beat them. I was shocked, firstly, when I saw the brackets, because I was like, okay, no Lucarios should have 100% win record. MYS should, Rise probably should as well. And it was only no Lucario who had the 100%. Everyone else was like 75%, 87%, which means they at least lost once to someone in their bracket. And I was like, oh, and it wasn't like they lost to no Lucario. They were losing to teams that I had never heard of before. So it was eye-opening to see how volatile the region is overall. Now, let's take a look at this next upcoming series here, Husskkiee. It's No Lucario versus KRT.
Yeah, and for No Lucario, they don't need much introduction, but we'll do it anyways. Ice, KST, Wraith, Def, and Solo now at risk of elimination up against KRT, which is a team that also got to this stage by 2-0ing their previous opponent, which was RGM.
So on the side of KRT, we have Moose, Resorti, Lapu, Lapu, Chekoto. I can't do this. Sade Pokea and Lanakia.
Yes.
Interesting.
You did a good job.
Did I? I think I did a terrible job. I am so sorry if you're rewatching this broadcast, KRT. If I got your name wrong, you can let me know on Twitter. Send me a DM. Tell me how to say your name. I'll get it right next time, I promise. I'm doing my best here, but this is going to be our next matchup. It's a best of 3 yet again, and just like our previous series, loser of this series is unfortunately going to be knocked out of the tournament, and they're going to have to try again next month. But the winner will have to play RRQ. So regardless, it's a tough game coming up next.
Yeah, the gauntlet doesn't get any easier. And
it doesn't.
And we also, also for the next lower bracket round, we won't be broadcasting it, right? So whoever goes up against RRQ, it's going to happen simultaneously with the upper bracket semi, so that is going to be very, very interesting as well. But let's take a look at No Lucario stats first. Again, just the damage dealt, damage taken, recovery. We have talked about this for all the teams before. Just the average numbers for their recovery, just 138,000 recovery points. So a lot of sustain on No Lucario's side. But for the most picked Pokemon, again, you see Buzzwole, you see Espeon, the Elder Goss, Slowbro, the Glaceon.
Yeah, I think we're going to be taking a look at some of these stats. I do want to remind everybody as well, because I think some people might be confused from last year, because it's been such a long time since London. So if you tuned into the World Championships last year at London, okay, if you're looking at No Lucario, you're like, who are these guys? These guys played at London under the name Orangutan. So if you remember the name Orangutan, this is the exact same team. I don't believe there have been any roster changes, or at least off the top of my head, there hasn't been. So I'm actually excited to see these guys, because I'm a fan of rosters sticking together.
Oh, yes.
Because it means you're spending more time working on yourself as a team. You spend a lot of time together, which means you're going to memorize and learn each other's perks. Yeah. And being able to understand your teammates deeply, it's really, really important when it comes to team communication.
A lot of the teams we saw at ACL are still together, right? Like MYS had the same roster. Yep. Rise became RRQ. Orangutan picked up the recent high 5. So, they're still together. But yeah, we have the updated frequently used Pokemon. So no Buzzwole. We see the Trevenant, the Hoopa, and the Urshifu. We have double Trevenant, but don't worry, we'll bring a Lumberjack. We'll get rid of one in a bit.
Yep. So it's just one Trevenant. There's another Pokemon that's supposed to take that spot, but let's ignore that. That doesn't really matter. But I think this is a good representation of the team overall. Again, they're playing. So one of the Trevenants is supposed to be Glaceon. There we go.
There it is.
Fixed. So
wow. Wow, good guess, Daddy.
Thank you. Yes, I guessed it. Definitely didn't have somebody tell me what it was. But again, No Lucario are running a lot of the strong meta Pokemon, right? They're running Urshifu, they're running Trevenant, they're running both Glaceon and Espeon, the two more popular evolutions right now. But I think the really cool one is Hoopa, right?
Oh, yes.
Hoopa is in Asia at least, it hasn't been a hot topic. Like, not everybody is picking up Hooper, but the teams that are able to play that Hooper, I think they have a competitive edge because you're allowed to play so many styles with that Hooper. It's not like your standard support that, like an Eldegoss, for example. You need to stay with your team, you need to heal with them, you provide utility. Hooper can damage and support at the same time. You've got the hyperspace hole for teleportations and heals. He can actually pull out the rings unbound to do damage himself and provide a global teleport for your team. I still feel, even though Hooper isn't super big in the meta for Asia right now, he is just so strong. And I would love more teams to explore and really utilize this Pokemon.
I agree. I've only remember seeing 2 teams, at least the pack leaders in APAC that plays the Hooper. Right? MYS and RRQ are the 2 teams that have played Hooper before. Aside from that, I think teams are just more comfortable with your Slowbro, Trevenant, your Clefable, and all of that. But I do want to start understanding why the rise of popularity in Eldegoss and Comfey, because I still am expecting to see a lot more the Clefable and Blissey from what we saw at ACL, but that's not the case right now.
So, from my understanding for the supports, right, so Clefable and Blissey are considered your defensive supports. They're there for heals, they're there to support your teammates, and in some cases enable them depending on your skill build. But when you have Eldegoss, okay, there's a reason why people call this Pokemon Elder-God at times, and it's because it's able to dish out so much damage while it's healing as well. It's not uncommon for Eldergosses to run X attack as their usable move, because while it's healing with the Pollen Puff, you can sit there and basic attack. Its boosted attack is useful because it provides the slow. It's also going to damage at the same time, and you're able to pull out some attacker damage numbers as a support. So not only are you going to be healing and supporting your allies, but you're also off DPS in certain situations. I do believe the draft is ready. We're going to jump into it as soon as we can. But yes, Eldegoss, I think, in some regards, is underrated by some teams. I love how you were just like thinking about it.
I was soaking all the information.
Were you? I don't know if there was like too much. I'm sorry if there was too much.
I don't play enough Eldegoss. I'm more of a mime guy.
It's okay. I think, okay, so Eldegoss does really synergize, in my opinion, with a lot of your melee, like your melee DPS, your all-rounders, because the healing move also damages in an AoE radius, so it's able to provide that healing and also provide extra damage for your all-rounder. But we'll have to see if it even gets picked up, because Comfey
there it is
going straight on the side of KRT. Now, the bans ended up being 2 defenders. It was the Slowbro as well as the Trevenant. But the one thing that I found pretty interesting was the first pick Venusaur on the side of KRT.
And this does feel like we might see the pedal dance Venusaur that wants to get in your face, right? When you have the Comfey sticking to it. But if they have a Buzzword and Dodrio, that is a lot of just in-your-face potential from KRT.
Well, on the side of No Lucario, they're going to be swapping over to this Espeon, this Urshifu, and the Blissey. Now, I have seen No Lucario play a lot of Blissey, and I think at Worlds last year they played a lot of Hooper. So they have a deep understanding of these 2 Pokemon because they were so meta back then. And we're seeing a Greninja pick for Wraith on No Lucario. This is a Pokemon he's very good at.
And a Lucario for No Lucario.
Yes, because there's definitely no Lucario.
I call hypocrisy.
Right? I didn't say anything. I think they were there to just sort of like trick people, you know. And there's no Lucario here. But Lucario was also another Pokemon that was so popular last year. So for them to have a comfort pick in that in the list. I literally said almost no Lucario. Don't.
They have a Lucario in no Lucario.
But here's the thing. I'm kind of confused because you're running Urshifu and Lucario, and in some regards these Pokemon more or less function the same way, right? You got Power Up Punch for secure on the Lucario, you've got Wicked Blow that does the same thing, albeit better. So I want to see what's the play here, like what are the goals for No Lucario with the Urshifu and the Lucario? Like what's Solo going to do? What's Wraith going to do? How they sort of fit in and provide that support for Dev, who's going to be their real late game carry.
Do you reckon that there's a chance we see Solo just go for Media Mash just so you get that pushback? There are certain Pokemons on the side of KRT that want to be up close and personal.
Well, okay, here's the thing. I think in this game, it's going to be Solar Beam Venusaur because you don't really have any other ranged attackers for KRT. So your front liner is really going to be that Wigglytuff and the Buzzwole.
Very, very interesting.
I'm
That's
just
something. That's what I like. I just all these. We did like some discussions prior to this. We were talking about what Pokemon we'd see. I don't think Lucario and Greninja are on the list.
Greninja definitely not, but I think it's more popular for the old school players. The game's begun, so let's jump into game number 1 here for the
Old school
lower
players.
bracket best of 3. I don't use the term old school very lightly, okay? Because these guys played remote stadium for so long last year, right? I'm actually really happy to see No Lucario come back into the main stage, at least for Asia. And I do hope, at least a lot of us hope, that this team does proceed. But if KRT can beat them fair and square, that means they're a better team overall.
This is the team that, you know, had a flawless journey up to this point, right?
Yes.
So it's not like they got the wins because they had an easier bracket or anything. They had to go through the same gauntlet as everyone else, and they just came out stronger, which means that teams are starting to figure out how No Lucario functions. Maybe it could be how how teams have maybe found ways to deal with these unorthodox picks that they have.
Maybe. Well, we'll have to see what happens first because we are unfortunately going to have to wait a moment. Again, apologies to all of our viewers for that pause. I do believe we're running into a bit of a technical issue here. Now, once we get more information, we'll let you know what's happening, but I do believe we are actually looking at an unpause here. So no tech issue, or maybe there is a tech issue. Hang on, we're just taking a quick look at what's happening in the game. I think we are unfortunately going to, yes, we are running into a tech problem. Yeah. So again, we'll give you some updates in just a second, but I do believe we're going to be going for a game remake. So apologies to all of our viewers, you're going to have to stick with us for a little bit, but that's fine because I think we have a lot to talk about of this game.
I think most of the draft would still be the same. Maybe we might not see Lucario because it doesn't gel well with the team name, but we'll give you guys an update. Overall, from what we saw from KRT, I think it's a very standard composition, right? What they have, aside from only having that one range attacker, which is the Venusaur.
Yeah, we are getting an update right now from the game, so we are going to be going for a remake here. There was one Pokemon that was misselected, and I do believe it was the Lucario on the side of No Lucario, which now makes sense. So Husskkiee, there's no hypocrisy. That was not supposed to be picked.
Yeah, because there was hypocrisy, they had to get rid of Lucario. So we don't see Lucario in the game. Well, but the Greninja sticks.
The Greninja was not a mistake. The Greninja was definitely supposed to be picked, but we are going to go for a quick remake. So again, apologies to all of our viewers, but we are going to go for a remake. I do believe everything else should be exactly the same. It was just the Lucario pick that was the issue.
So just now we were talking about how Venusaur is probably going to go Solar Beam as the only ranged attacker. Do you think that the Dojo is going to take out a bit of that poking role with the Tri-Attack as well?
Looking at the lineup that they were going up against, I feel like Drill Peck is actually viable in this game, right? Because there's not too much AoE that you're so concerned about. So it kind of depends on what the role of the Dodrio is in this game. Like, is he supposed to also act as setup? Because if you're picking Drill Peck on your Dodrio, you can act as setup for the team. You can be there to potentially just lock somebody in the wall with the stuns. Are you having to play this role to be set up? And can you do it safely without being put to sleep, without being stunned, without being burst, without being caught with the telekinesis? Because Slowbro was banned. So you don't have to worry about that slow beam.
And there's no Wigglytuff because they pick Wigglytuff for themselves.
Yeah.
They also have a Comfy, right?
So they have guaranteed the safety of the Dodrio. So I think both skill trees are open for discussion. It might also depend on how the game goes. Like, what do they need in that moment?
And I think, you know, for KRT, it feels like a composition that they would want to play a bit faster when you have this Buzzwole. At least when we saw the lane assignments early on, it was the Buzzwole and the Comfy sticking together. You just want to have that strong opening. But I am a bit worried about how No Lucario is going to play those lanes, because it feels like individually the lanes on KRT are easier to pull off.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, I think it depends. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong here. It might be lane Greninja, and it might be central area Urshifu. I'm not 100% sure if Wraith is going to be heading into the central area for the team. but we'll have to check that out. Because I think, again, you need to guarantee the lanes. Because Greninja is a central laner. He's okay, but he's not the best Pokemon for rotations. Urshifu, I think, would be the preferred option. But then again, we also don't know what that final pick was going to be, right? It wasn't supposed to be the Lucario. So maybe that final pick is actually going to be the central laner. But the issue if you do that is that, well, now you got Kubfu and a Greninja in lane. And both of those Pokemon are really not that great at laning.
And who is going to fill in the gap in the central lane? I don't see anyone doing that. I do agree. I think maybe the Urshifu is the best option.
Pretty sure it's Urshifu in this game.
What are they lacking? Another support?
No,
They're
they
good
had
in
a
front
support.
line.
They had Comfey. I guess they didn't have the defender.
Comfy was his KRT. Comfy and Wigglytuff are in KRT.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's Blissey.
I think they have Blissey, right?
Yeah, it was. I think it's Was it NT that picked the Blissey? I think it was
is.
NT.
Blissey, Urshifu, Greninja. I don't remember the fourth one.
You don't remember the Pokemon? Wow. Okay, good question. Yes, now you're making me pull up a blank. Yeah, so I remember there was the Blissey, there was the Greninja, there was Urshifu, there was the Lucario, and the first pick was it Trevenant? Oh no, Trevenant was banned.
Right?
Trevenant was banned, Slowbro was banned.
What could they have gone for? Buzzwole was picked.
Now you're putting me on the spot.
I'm as... We'll figure it out in a bit. I'm looking through the list, but I'm pulling up a blank also.
It's
Don't
okay.
remember.
It's fine. But the thing is, like, we don't have this information in front of us anymore.
No, we don't.
We are almost ready to jump into this game once again. So to all of the trainers watching the stream, thank you so much for your patience. We just had a bit of an issue, but we are just about ready to jump into this game. So thank you for joining us, for watching the games here on the APAC West stream. If you want to follow APAC East, then there is another stream with our good friends over there. So if you want to watch those games, that should also be very exciting. They're an hour ahead, so they'll be deeper into their brackets. We're only in the second. Is it quarters, I guess?
Well, in the
kind of like
second lower bracket. Second round lower bracket.
Technically, ours is like kind of quarter-ish.
Sort of. We're in top 6.
Top 6,
We're in top 6.
There we go.
We're left with, we just eliminated one team, which was Evo's Leviathan, so now we are left with 5.
Overall, we've eliminated 3 though, right? Because we started the day with 8 teams and 3 of them are gone.
Yes.
And we're going to be saying goodbye to another team, which again, as a spectator, it kind of hurts to see these teams go because it means their journeys for this month have ended and they're going to have to reset for next month. But the good news, at least, is that the draft is completed, or at least the draft has been remade. So once we're ready to jump into that, we'll switch on over and we should be able to jump right into that game. But I'm really keen, like, what was that final pick supposed to be?
Me too. But the one good thing that comes out of, Blastoise not being as viable is that we're seeing teams getting a lot more creative with the Pokemon that they pick, the compositions that shows up. There was a lot of demands to see Dodrio back in ACL, but we only saw it in the group stage once. We thought like Pokemon like Comfy also didn't show up as much, let alone like Buzzwole. But now all these Pokemons, especially when both sides get to ban a proper Pokemon.
Espeon, there we go. That was the Pokemon, the first one.
There it is. So Comfy, Venusaur is going to be the same. The order doesn't matter. They will still get to swap it at the preparation phase.
Yeah, it was just the last phase for no Lucario.
Yeah.
So the Greninja would be locked in for Wraith, and then we need to see what that last Pokemon is going to be picked up by Dev. And I don't know if KRT will be allowed to remake their final Pokemon from this. So Wigglytuff, Machamp. Hang on, are both of them? There's the Greninja.
So it's
okay.
Greninja Wigglytuff.
That makes sense because now you've got a proper front line to work with. Because you were asking what was that final Pokemon going to be, right? And so I think
it's
Wigglytuff.
actually the Wigglytuff, right? Which earlier on was selected by KRT. So I think both teams they swap one pick, right? So Fable for KRT. I think overall it's a bit fine. You do lose that sleep, but you have this incredible sustain in the game with the Moonlight and the Comfy as well sticking on to you.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens here for these teams. Who's going to be the instigator for the battles, right? Who's going to start the fights? Who's going to be the ones to try and take control of that momentum? Because we know Lucario is a formidable team, but for KRT to make it this far as well, I mean, they are equally threatening, but are they on the same level as a representative for Worlds last year?
And KRT early on I remember you were asking which team took like a game from Team MYS. Aside from RQ,
Was it KRT?
It was actually KRT. So they lost to MYS 1-2. So they had to play. This is the entire lower bracket run for KRT as well.
Wow.
They lost 1-2 to MYS. They knocked out RGM, and right now here they are against No Lucario.
Wow.
Which is crazy, right? They actually did take a game off of Team MYS. The expectations has just gone up a bit.
I love how yours is just like, it was here, but now it's up here. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the game in general. And are we going to get a full 3 games? Because we started the day with a 2-0. I'm always going to be a big fan of both teams being able to take a game off of each other. So for me, game 3 situation is always going to be a good one. But is it an earned one? And we're going to find out now because game 1 is finally ready for No Lucario versus KRT. Again, thank you to all the trainers that have come in with us. And it's going to be a mid Greninja for Lucario. So Cupfu going to be walking into that top lane, and we'll have to see what we're going to be able to, well, what Wraith can really do on that Greninja, right? Because is he going to be contested by KRT? There's no central area invade, so at least he's going to have that first minute on his own.
And when you have a Blissey by your side, I think it also mitigates that threat of the Buzzwole early on anyways. But before level 5, Buzzwole should be fine. Ice taking a lot of that early damage, solo as well. So this bottom path, off to a great start for KRT.
Yeah, really great start. Very aggressive movement coming in from No Lucario. The fact that they actually had the Jigglypuff in such an aggressive position, but had the eject button, so luckily Ice not getting knocked out early. But this is a pretty fire matchup for this bottom lane.
A lot of early skirmishes, top side as well. This Buzzwole getting the initial KO on the Urshifu. That is the best possible scenario. KSD also getting the 1-2 from this Buzzwole. No one could stop him. Comfy paying off. Yeah,
apologies for that. I said Wraith was on the Greninja. It's actually Dev, so Wraith was on the Greninja. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, this is the thing that you really need to worry about, because if you're putting that Greninja in the central area and you have Cupfu in the top lane, these are not the best laners. Which was why I thought originally, like, okay, maybe it's Urshifu, because at least you hit the level 5, you are useful to your team. Whereas a Greninja, you can't really do too much until you hit that level 8.
And now the Kung Fu has to move to the bottom side, right? Just to get experience, because this big mosquito is taking everything. And KSD is just hanging on by a thread. Both teams trading 1-for-1 down bottom. But most importantly is that No Lucario was able to get rid of the Dojo at least.
Yeah, it's going to be Dark Urshifu as well. So Wicked Blow now on the table. Big secure ability on the side of No Lucario. And Buzzwole jumping right on top of No Lucario. Going to try and turn around here with Wraith, but I think he's starting to regret his decision. A Comfy with a Buzzwole. They're still going in pretty deep. The sleep is not going to be enough. It kicks in too late. Ice. He was trying to save his teammate, but oh god, this Buzzwole combo with the Comfy is looking terrifying.
And it's escalating faster than anticipated, right? Off of that 2 KOs on that top side, now this Buzzwole is out of control. No one from No Lucario can deal with it, and they will need to come in multiple members. Even then, it would take a monumentous effort. KSD, you show up like that. I don't think it's a good idea for Blissey to do so. He will keep himself in the game, but this Buzzwole continues to be a menace.
Again, it's just this 3 versus 2 matchup in the bottom lane. They actually are able to connect onto that Fable. They will get that knockout, so a little bit more experience, but it just goes to show how tough the top lane is. Like, No Lucario is saying, like, okay, guys, we need to full commit bottom because we just cannot touch that Buzzwole.
And it's a pedal dance. Venusaur as well, right? Ivysaur form, right? We expected it to be a Solar Beam, but it really seems like KRT wants to be in the face of No Lucario. They finally lost the Buzzwole, but KRT wants to secure the Regirock and gets stolen away by the Espeon. As always, in Pokemon Unite fashion, Espeon is just better in taking objectives away, and KRT just losing members left, right, and center. Solo barely hang on by a thread, even uses the Unite move because why not? No Lucario winning the first big fight.
This was... Okay, so here's the reason why I was a little bit hesitant to see this very close melee composition come out from KRT. And it's fights like that. They need to be so close to No Lucario to really do any damage to them. And if you're running Pedal Dance, you've got no one that can actually catch the backlines with any long-range moves, which is why I thought Solar Beam was going to be a move on the table, right? Because you already have your frontliners, you can dish out damage from the back that's also long range, maybe clip the Espeon in the process as well. And so without the long range move, it's very difficult. They're going to catch the Dodrio on the side of KRT, and they're trying to actually continue this fight and successfully knock out a secondary Pokemon. We still have the Buzzwole here. Venusaur coming in with that Pedal Dance, and Buzzwole a little bit too tanky for No Lucario to deal with. They steal away the Citrus Berry, and it looks like the Blissey is going to go back to bed as well.
And the Urshifu. The Venusaur was able to run him down, so KRT getting good response in and not only breaking this goal, but even able to overcap a little bit. Kind of messed up Resorties. A dunk could have got an extra 15, but nonetheless, KRT breaks that first goal zone, gets that 5-point advantage. At least you kind of cushion the earlier mishap in the Reggie.
Yeah, I think the game is still definitely in both teams' corners. It's not either Lucario or KRT having this big advantage off of each other. It really just comes down to the execution when these fights do eventually break out. And with this Regieleki, it's going to keep some of Lucario's attention in the top lane, meaning the rest of the teams can all rotate towards that bottom lane. And in 5 seconds, we're going to be seeing the basement Reggie spawn in. And I'm really curious, which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the ones to provide the beneficial buff, or is it just going to be a heal? And look at the Psychic Solar being used. Reggie Steel is going to be on the table for these teams, so a attack buff for whoever is able to get the secure. And we saw last time Espeon getting it for No Lucario. Unless they get rid of Solo, I really don't see KRT being able to get this objective, because again, Wicked Blow also going to be on the table. They actually got the Unite there onto the Venusaur. They weren't able to really follow up with this, because look at this. What? We see the Buzzwole diving into the backlines. They got 2 so far, both supports down on No Lucario, and they're continuing on Espeon off the table, and they're going to finish off another one as well. KRT, that was the fight they needed.
And I just want to say, the Buzzwole did it without the Comfy as well. Comfy was with the Venusaur the entire time, and you have a Buzzwole that just went straight to the back and got 2 crucial KOs. Before that, I wanted to also mention this. The fact that KRT needed to be in the face of No Lucario makes Espeon's job slightly easier. You are guaranteed to land these side shocks, but KRT getting a big lead. That first goal zone up top finally broken, but they did lose the Greninja in the process.
Yeah, it's a bit painful to see a Greninja go down for just a tier 1 goal zone. Right?
And it's for two points.
For 2 points. I mean, they wanted to break it, because you can see up top, 15 seconds, we're going to see Regieleki up on the field, and if you remove the speed flux, that's going to really slow down the reinforcement power on the side of KRT, because No Lucario also have lost their top tier 1 goal zone. So I think for them to make that sacrifice, clearly they want to make sure that they have the advantage, or at least they tie up the reinforcements. Unite actually being used on the Buzzwole, deleted by the Urshifu. But look at this, the backline got dope again. Espeon, Wigglytuff, Blissey down on the side of No Lucario. It's going to be down to the 2 big damage dealers on the purple side, and they are able to hold the fort for the team, because it's just the supports left for KRT.
Both teams training 3 Pokemons each, but this Venusaur and Comfy is starting to really be a bit of a menace. If the Buzzwole isn't doing the diving, the Venusaur is doing it. He is running in like a freight train. But at least for No Lucario, they get the Regieleki for themselves. Will force a bit of that response from KRT, and No Lucario can divert a bit more of the attention towards that first goal zone in the bottom side. I don't think they will have time to get the last Reggie. Rayquaza is going to be spawning in just 25 seconds.
Yeah, but they actually let the Regieleki go in that top goal zone. So that's going to be happening, but no one in position for No Lucario to actually capitalize on it. And the fact that No Lucario as well are leaving that bottom tier 1 goal zone open, they want a back cap.
Yeah.
You don't do that unless you're looking to maximize your points when this 2-minute mark is about to begin. Registeel is up, and look at this Venusaur, a little bit too far from the team. Clefable is there with the Moonlight healing, and he will get the Giga Drain off as well. But hang on, Wraith! And Wraith almost got caught though, incredibly low, was able to back up. Oh, that's a very scary fight. You cannot afford to lose this early on.
So much sustain from KRT. This Venusaur,
he's a big boy.
Yeah, if Wraith doesn't somehow take him out of the fight, KRT, they are just gonna stay in there forever. Ice is gonna walk in, instantly just gonna get punted away like a football.
Solar!
KRT just runs straight in. Can they get rid of this Venusaur? The Buzzwole straight to the back, but Venusaur is already gone. The Comfy now sticking onto a separate member, but it seems like KRT might not be able to hold the fort. This Buzzwole punting the Blissey away, but loses his spot in the fight. KRT, they need to steal this now.
They're going to try and rip it, but Dodrio is going to be there in time. But can he get that last hit? It's going to come down to that
They're trying to
Dodrio.
sleep him.
They're going to try and sleep him, try and delay it. They've stopped hitting the Rayquaza.
They got
and
it!
they got the steal! KRT getting it right from under No Lucario's nose, but no moves. He's lost his shielding, being chased by the Greninja, but the supports stay on KRT. They don't care. They have the point advantage anyway. So for No Lucario to make this comeback happen, you need to beat KRT and to score. And look at that. Satepo, he's ready. He's got his support there, though. It's going to be a 2v1 Buzzball versus Urshifu and the Greninja. They almost took him down. They have taken him down, but here comes the big bad Venusaur. One score is going to be happening.
It's so
For
close.
80 points. They
They're
almost
gonna
have it.
back
They need more points, but no one's in the bottom lane.
The Clefable is going to go for back cap.
This, I don't know if it's going to be enough though, Husskkiee. 490 to 401.
I think they've done it.
They may have had a KRT. They don't have any more points. 506.
And No Lucario just outmaneuvered KRT. I think that one of the biggest plays was Death getting rid of the dojo. This three-headed creature had 50 big points in his pouches, but just could not dunk it. And No Lucario, despite losing Rayquaza, despite being behind the entire game, takes game one, steals it from KRT.
I wonder if they regret scoring in that central goal.
Oh yeah, I think
Because they already had the point advantage, right? But
Yeah.
they needed to have bodies on the goal zone to make sure that No Lucario couldn't score.
I felt like it definitely was. I do wonder what the communication was, because this Clefable, we initially saw him at the bottom path, right, the second goalpost, but he disappeared and went for the score. And just like you say, Danny, did it open up for No Lucario to get 3 points in? It's a very fatal mistake at the very end.
Oh my gosh. I'm just thinking, did KRT in this situation think that they were behind?
Shouldn't be, right?
I don't think so.
It was a weird. It was also pretty interesting how they delegated their members, because so they lost the dojo. The Boswell couldn't hold off against two members on the top side, but you had the Comfy stick to the Venusaur, which only leaves the Clefable on the bottom side, but the Clefable went for the score. So it was
Yeah.
bit of
Oh
a
my goodness.
weird decision making towards the very end.
Yeah, because there were so many points.
They were leading
Oh,
by
no,
100.
Yeah, I mean, No Lucario were not scoring like 6 pointers, right? They were scoring 40s, meaning they were scoring 20 points. And that takes a while to charge up. It's not an instant score. So the fact that they were able to just get those points in to begin with, and I wonder, for me as well, you know, if you had someone in that top lane with the Buzzwole and he wasn't taken down.
Clefable, right?
Yeah, if Clefable was up there, then they would have actually prevented those goals from going in as well.
Yeah, and
Oh my goodness.
minor lapse in judgment for KRT, but aside from that, you know, last 45 seconds, I think KRT played a great game with a composition that, you know, we discussed a bit of how the weaknesses are going to be, especially when there's no solar beam, but they actually put it up pretty fine. You know, they had this Venusaur who was kind of the second Buzzwole to a certain extent. If the Buzzwole wasn't doing the diving, the Venusaur and Comfy were the ones that did it.
Yeah,
It's
it was.
just
That was definitely their late game powerhouse.
Yeah.
You know, your Comfy Venusaur pedal dance combination, because he was so strong. The only reason this Pokemon went down in that central area fight was because everyone was caught in a choke point. And No Lucario, they've got a lot of moves that they can throw into that choke point, right? Because KRT, they're all melee, they're all short range.
Yeah, and you have all the Wigglytuff sleep, and you have just the Greninja just doing a lot of damage as well. And you can't really reach him. There were certain big fights where KRT was just a bit slower to the party, get caught, and either that or they got caught with the Wigglytuff sleep. But
this was the
this
fight.
is the big one, right? Venusaur, a bit of an overdrive, went straight in and got caught.
Yeah, and actually another big thing as well was the fact that they weren't able to get that knockout. The Blissey Bliss Assist landed on everybody. And Bliss Assist, if you get hit by that, it hurts. It knocks you up. You're not able to move. And again, in that choke point, they've got so many things that they could throw in there.
Yeah, we had a one-punch Urshifu that also had a great time. Just a wicked punch on all 5 mons. You love to see that.
Yeah, that game was crazy.
It was.
We really thought, at least I thought it was going to be KRT to take the game, but the fact that they lost it to No Lucario, it must be an absolutely devastating game
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see what's going to happen for Game 2 because they clearly showed that they can compete against No Lucario. This team isn't invincible.
They definitely need a bit of that reset, right? Because I think losing a game like this, it really does hurt a bit extra when you have control of the game from the get-go.
Dude, it's not a bit extra.
Okay, elimination is on the line. It hurts a lot.
Your tournament life is on the line.
It could be the last 10 minutes.
I mean, we could be looking at the last game this next round. So unless they can really pick it up going into game number 2, you know, this might be their last chance for this qualifier. So at this point, I'm praying for game number 3 because I do think there's these two teams, they're equally skilled. You can see the skill gap between the two teams being very small.
Yeah.
They understand the limits of their Pokemon. They also understand the inner workings of their opponent's Pokemon, meaning that, okay, because they have Espeon, for example, I know that I'm not allowed to go through this particular area. I need to go through the back. I need to jump right on top of it. I think in particular, Buzzwole displayed a lot of that when we came to the Reggie fights in the bottom lane, right? Because we always saw him, he would just go straight to the back. He was like, I don't care about your front line. I'm going to go right in there. I'm going to get rid of your Espeon because that Pokemon is causing us the most issues right now.
And it also made life a bit hard for the Blissey at certain times. Every time Blissey walks up, he just gets kicked back by the Buzzwole. These interactions that I think makes KRT a very formidable team overall because they are playing a composition that we don't see often and has very explicit weaknesses, but they still were able to work with those weaknesses.
Yeah, definitely, because not every game is going to be picture perfect. You're not going to be able to guess, oh, they picked these Pokemon, this game is going to go like this. Every game of Pokemon Unite is different. It depends on how you execute your lanes, how you execute those first rotations, and your planning going into that mid-game as well, because it doesn't end at the lanes, it doesn't end at the mid-game. You know, it's a constantly evolving game.
And overall, I think it was a great game, one, because both teams have their own flares, especially for No Lucario, debuting the Greninja at least for the qualifiers on broadcast.
And it worked,
Actually, it worked, I would say, pretty fine.
Okay, so my issues with the Greninja this game was that the Pokemon worked, right? Like in this situation, it worked. But the early game could have been so much better if they had a different Pokemon, right? Because we saw they really struggled in their first top lane rotation. Cubfu was punished, got KO'd early, meaning that they weren't able to evolve as quick as possible. Greninja was there, and because they didn't get the KOs, they weren't able to get any bonus experience. Like, you really want to snowball if you're going for that Greninja central area. But let's take a look at depth stats here really quick, Husskkiee, as this man, he's got a 33% pick rate on both Glaceon and Urshifu.
Give him a few more games, we would probably replace one of that with the Greninja. Maybe. But overall, you know, it's just a game where I do agree with you. They had to sack a bit of that early advantage, but again, the recovery from No Lucario was great, right? They were playing from behind for a majority of these games, and those team fights have went in KRT's favor when it mattered the most. They even lost the Rayquaza, but the Greninja was the one that really gave the team a lot more space to work with. He was the one that took out the dojo at the end.
Yeah, well, I actually think as well, but the fact that they got Greninja, and it was both Greninja and Urshifu going up against that Buzzwole on the goal zone. Not many Pokemon can shred a Buzzwole that quickly in the late game. So, you know, in that case, you definitely want a Greninja.
Only if you want to shred a Buzzwole.
Yeah, you want to rip the Buzzwole. I mean, that Pokemon is such a nuisance until the late game.
It makes sense, right? Frog eats mosquito.
But it's the other way around in the early game.
That is true.
All right, we're going to take a look at the stats here on the other side here. We're going to take a look at moves from KRT. So he's been playing a lot of Espeon, to the point where he's played Espeon in half of his games. And if he's not playing Espeon, he's playing other Pokemon such as Dodrio.
Half of the games in the qualifiers. Again, for context, we only take a look at the stats if they play like more than 4 games on a single Pokemon, right? So this guy has at least played 8 games and 4 of them are on Espeon.
Yep.
Overall, Espeon, we would probably keep seeing it. And it's also a Pokemon that not much teams would ban out because you have so many other options.
Yes. I mean, depending on how you want to play the game as well, it really depends. Like, very rarely you ban Espeon because it's like, oh, you got rid of Espeon. I can pick Slowbro, there's Urshifu, there's Hooper, there's Trevenant, there's so many other Pokemon that are probably more impactful that you want to be getting rid of. Which is why we're seeing a lot of Trevenant hate right now, because that Pokemon is a menace.
We have seen a lot of Trevenant hate for a long time.
And maybe he's going to be banned in the next game, because he was banned, I think, in the last game.
Last game he was banned.
So
him and Slowbro, right? Both
defenders. I mean, probably the most sustainable defenders in the meta for Southeast Asia right now. But let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got 15 seconds to go before we see these teams pick their Pokemon for game number 2. But right now, no Lucario with a 1-game advantage. All they need to do is take 1 game to secure their position for the next stage of the bracket. Whereas for KRT, to stay in the tournament, they have to win 2 games back-to-back. And, you know, we said that you shouldn't really be banning Espeon. No Lucario, get rid of it, and they pick up the tree because they got first pick priority.
And Slowbro banned by KRT. Venusaur Comfy, just a standard for KRT.
Please.
You've been wanting to see the Gudra, right?
Not just me. A lot of people have been wanting to see Gudra because I think right now it has a bit of an identity crisis because people don't know what this Pokemon's role is really supposed to be because it's classified as a defender, but it kind of plays like an all-rounder.
Guess we won't see it this time.
No, they made me sad.
And whoever wins this series, well, if no Lucario wins this series, they will have to be take on RRQ later on, who's 100% going to be watching this game overall. Still the same picks, except for the Wigglytuff. This time it goes over to KRT.
Yeah, I think it's a great deny. Like, they had to get rid of the Wigglytuff. It just works too well with what no Lucario had. It's a frontliner, and if you didn't know, Sing as well reduces defensive stats, which means you're dealing more damage to the enemy team.
Which makes a lot of sense. If you're sleeping, you're more vulnerable.
Yes, but we do have a new addition to
love the
no
Mamoswine.
Lucario. Yes, yeah. Mamoswine and Delphox. Delphox in this game is going to be huge because, firstly, Delphox is amazing as an anti-healer. So that's going to really put a bit of a pinch into both Lana and Restort because the fact that, you know, it's Comfy and Venusaur. You're running Petal Dance and you also want to run Giga Drain. You're going to be reducing the amount of healing onto that Venusaur overall.
You think that this would prompt the switch to Solar Beam and just have the Comfy with maybe the Buzzwole or the Dodrio?
I don't. So in this situation, I feel like they've sort of stuck themselves into that Petal Dance. But then again, because you're up against a Mamoswine, if Ice goes for Ice Fang, he can just pick you up.
Yeah.
And you can't move. So maybe you have to pivot over to Solar Beam. But I'm not a big fan of Comfy on Dodrio. Because I don't really, like, personally, I feel like you don't really get enough value out of that combination because you're not allowing Dodrio to really go ham. Like, he's still going to be on the outside of the fights, meaning Floral Healing is not going to benefit the Dodrio. It's just the Magical Leaf. So it might have to be the Buzzwole as a permanent duo.
Especially the early to mid stage, it has always been the Buzzwole that is getting all these crucial pickups, right? The Comfy, and even in game 1, Buzzwole was taken out after he got a couple of trades in, simply because the Comfy was with the Venusaur. I think that this bit of switch, when your Venusaur goes for Solar Beam, I think you won't need the Comfy as much. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Game 2 of this lower bracket, best of 3. If no Lucario wins this one, KRT will have to wait 1 more month to come back.
Yes, and I don't think anybody wants to wait 1 more month to try and qualify for the Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series. That's going to be in Yokohama, Japan this year. It's going to be happening later this year. So if you haven't already, mark your calendars down because that's going to be an amazing series to watch because we want to watch the best of the best playing Pokemon UNITE. But so far, lanes are looking pretty good here for no Lucario in that bottom lane. Mamoswine, or at least this little... Swinub, yes. He is such an annoying Pokemon. I love Mamoswine because of the boosted freeze. That is so deadly for some of the squishies. But if you get taken out by a Doduo, that's not great. And that's some free experience to lose. A slight misstep there.
And the Swinub is one of the few defenders that deals just ridiculous damage in the early stage, right?
Yes.
Even before the evolution into Pearl Swine, but they did get an initial KO for the Urshifu down in the bottom side. No Lucario can go for this Pinsir as well. All these Pokemons are low, so this Surging Strike, this is what I love about Urshifu. This is why I played Urshifu with that Surging Strike, the 1-2 triple KO. No Lucario getting a couple more points in.
Yeah, a bit of a swap up from last game, right? Because last game it was the Wicked Blow, right? Single strike Urshifu. So just to see this, the lack of control on KRT this early on means that this guy can just go absolutely ham. Just goes in, dives the backline, does so much damage. And I think this is where Moose really needs to step it up for the central laner here of the KRT, because you cannot let the Water Bear just go ham in your backlines.
And at the same time, No Lucario already has anti-healing with the Delphox. When Urshifu gets Liquidation, I think he already got it at level 7, it also takes that defense already. So a lot of resistance reduction, but not in this case. This case, he is reduced to Pokemon Center Pokemon. A pile.
A pile on the floor.
Yeah, No Lucario in that late game, they will have a lot of resistance reduction. I think that's gonna also, you know, something that KRT needs to worry about if they want to run straight at No Lucario.
Yeah, I do think that's actually a really great point to bring up. Now we are at the 7.5 minute mark here, Husskkiee, so we are going to have to get ready to take these objectives very soon. But look at this though, Moves with the rotation, trying to chase after that Blissey, will connect onto it, so that's going to be no more sustain for the Trevenant. Now the Woodhammer, unfortunately the second hit doesn't land, so I think that should be a knockout, or at least Buzzwole still trying to fight him with the help of the Kung Fei. But
so
look at
tanky.
this, Solo's literally soloing 2v1. That just goes to show how crazy this combination is.
Yeah, and he has the pain split, so if you want to stick onto him, he's gonna get his health back.
Oh, the
Can't say the
freeze!
same for the Dojo. It just charges into 4 Pokemon of No
Too
Lucario.
deep. Yeah, too deep. If you want to make that kind of play, you really needed the Kung Fei to be with you. So very, very risky play. I feel like KRT are pressured to make these risky plays happen. But look at this though, looks like Solo finally going to go down. Thank you to Lana with the Pedal Dance. So yeah, it's going to be Pedal Dance again on the Venusaur. I feel like this is probably better because they're not going for Drill Peck on moves, right? He's gone for Tri Attack. So you already have that the ranged Zona for the team. But now we have to see, can Lana sustain himself through that Delphox in the late game?
And it's a decent trade. No KRT at least get the Regieleki, so you will buy some space for yourself. They might also run into Urshifu, who is holding onto that 40, but they haven't broken that first goal zone on the bot side just
Oh,
yet.
but they're all converging mid, Husskkiee.
There's gonna be a fight. Dev caught out
The
with the
sleeve.
sleeve. He's gonna take the nap for a while, but this Water Bear now is gonna pop that Unite move and go for the 1-2 punch and gets an instant big crit on the Dojo, and he's still going.
Oh my
He
God.
is still dishing out that output, and there's now no one to stop him. This Water Bear with the Liquidation and the Surging Strike. Too big of a threat, and 4 go down on KRT.
That is the power of a Bliss-assisted Urshifu. You get that out, he does so much damage, and he just shredded KRT in that central fight. It was, what, 3v2?
Yep.
Eventually it became 3v1 because he was just doing everything by himself. Insane. KRT needs to be very wary of that combination. You cannot afford to let Ice connect to that Urshifu with the Unite move. It's far too deadly after seeing that happen.
This is a perfect Urshifu game. Both of my favorite mons are on No Lucario's side. You know, I have the Trevenant and the Urshifu, but this Urshifu is snowballing incredibly fast.
Yeah.
Level 11, just now we saw the power of that Unite move. He will get it in just a minute or two, but I don't think KRT can run up to him right now. If the Dojo shows up, Def is just going to shred him.
They don't have the best lockdown for the Urshifu, right? Their only consistent lockdown is actually going to be the Buzzwole. We actually see
Right
the
to the
Phantom
back.
Fireworks, and yeah, they're trying to go into the back when they're going to go deeper. Is this going to be it for KRT? The Delphox out of the picture, but they can't really get rid of anybody else. They caught the Buzzwole. He's actually going to throw a Pokemon back at the Trevenant, but he's
still
healing
there.
too much. He does go down though, 1-for-1. Both teams still fighting 4v4. Ice about to go down on the Mamoswine. He will be out of the picture. Just not enough healing coming in from Ice on that Blissey, but Delphox is now back and ready to start throwing out some of those fireballs, but they have to be careful of that Venusaur. He's still healthy. The Pedal Dance is ready to go, but Dev actually wanting to start the Red Ice himself. The team for KRT, though, trying to go and poison himself on the right-hand side. They catch out the Venusaur. He's out!
The Unite move just takes him out. I think KRT once more overextending, and No Lucario just takes advantage of that. The freeze also used on the Wigglytuff. Ice basically keeping KRT away from the Regice, and No Lucario taking that objectives for themselves. It might be a backup attempt from this dojo. He's going to go for the invade, try to get a bit of the XP left, but good cancel from the pedal dance. They keep this goalpost alive, and now the Unite move from Kia also used as well. They have this Wigglytuff desperately trying to put the members of No Lucario to sleep, but the comfy Venusaur is a big threat. KRT stopping the big move from No Lucario. Can't say the same for Musto. Do not challenge the bear like that.
I don't know if this is a great idea, Husskkiee. Firstly, the Dodrio suddenly gets taken out, and now again, this Venusaur too deep, which means Comfey might go down. Resorti's trying to get out of it with the Magical Leaf. Will latch on to that Buzzwole. It's going to be 2v4. It's a bit risky here. They do manage to punch out that Urshifu. This fight has happened for so long, and no one's been able to take the main objective.
And No Lucario able to get a couple of points in on that top side as well, so they will have this minor lead. But KRT, they are just hovering on this bottom part of the map. No Lucario, they're getting so much space.
And they're farming, right? Like, they're just farming. Whereas for KOT, they just want to try and break that goal zone. And unfortunately, it's been impossible up until this point. Dodrio is scoring. Yeah, Urshifu was there. Dev going to try and cause some issues. Again, just eliminates that three-headed bird. And actually managed to connect a wood hammer. Delphox is here as well. There's just too much damage on No Lucario.
It's so hard to deal with this Urshifu. The liquidation always gives you that shield, and you reduce the cooldown with your hits as well. So he has almost permanent shielding on this Urshifu, and not to mention, we saw how long it took for KRT to get the KO on this Trevenant without the passive, let alone when his Pain Split and passive triggers at the same time. It's a 3-point difference between these two teams. Final stretch happening in 15 seconds. I think KRT now, they're really feeling the pressure.
Yeah, now unfortunately the bottom Reggie is going to take too long to spawn. I just don't think anyone is in a position to rip this. So it's going to be left untouched. 5 seconds until Rayquaza is on the field. And look at this though, it's going to be a 40-pointer. Big overdunk on the side of No Lucario now. There is no Blissey, but Lana's still there and healthy on that Venusaur. So No Lucario yet again being the instigators of these fights. And they're also going to try and rip into this Rayquaza, which means KRT are now forced to engage into them.
They need to do it quick, but I don't know how can they manage that though. You have this Mamoswine who has the Unite move available, and he's zoning the rest of KRT away solo. Finally having that passive triggered, but Dev, he's just having a great time. Slowly
coming in from the other side.
To help out Rayquaza. Dev getting caught out from this flame of KRT, but Dev again! This Water Bear is way too much of a problem. It's going to be a wipe for No Lucario. This game pretty much secured with that one team wipe. I mean, who needs Lucario when you have Urshifu?
This is the better Lucario.
He is.
Oh my goodness. Again, KRT is just... This team, you can see how hard they try to eliminate the Urshifu, because from them, he is the biggest threat. He's the one that they struggle to lock down. They can't burst him down easily. They almost had it, but Ice, these Bliss assists, not only saving him, but turning him and evolving him into an even bigger problem than before with the attack boost.
It's like a mega evolution.
I know, right? It's like mega evolution on the spot. You thought you could get me, now think again.
And this is one of those scenarios where Urshifu, if he gets that great start, right, level 5 from that very first jungle clear, he shows up to a lane, he gets 3 knockouts, that's more than enough to put him ahead. And he has such an early level 7 as well. That liquidation was so strong that KRT couldn't do with it. And early on, we did talk about how we have a lot of resistance reduction from No Lucario, right? Especially with that liquidation, and the KRT just had no way to deal with it. This series, done and dusted. No Lucario continues the run in this gauntlet. Next up, it's going to be RRQ.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be such an exciting series, Husskkiee.
We don't get to watch it though, Danny.
Well, okay, so technically you can still watch it, but okay, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Oh goodness, but we are going to be watching that game on stream for anyone that's curious. So No Lucario, as Husskkiee said, is going to go up against RRQ, and the sad thing is only one of them is going to go through.
Oh yes.
And one of them is going to have to just go home, think, and I guess at this point just train, get ready for the next tournament.
It's crazy how the team, they had to play just a huge amount of games.
Yeah.
And No Lucario, again, is the team that ranked first out of all the teams that we had. And there's a chance that we either see them continue or we see RRQ move on.
Yeah.
We're going to lose one of our Titans by the end of next series, which is crazy.
I hate to see it because I like both of these teams. You know, I think we all know these teams up until this point. No Lucario is our OG, not underdogs. They're like the OG old guard.
They're
There
the
we
old
go.
guard.
They're the old guard of the Unite scene for APAC. And then you have RRQ, who, in my opinion, are the new guard. The RRQ did play last year, but they didn't play as this team.
Oh,
they were
yes.
all of them on separate teams. So for them to come together and to be this strong and to be able to compete with MYS at the ACL and even take games off of them as well, I really want to know how close the skill gap is between RRQ and No Lucario, because we are reaching the apex of this region now.
Yeah, and we're now down to just 4 teams. Whoever wins the next lower bracket series guarantees the slot into regional.
Yes.
That is the craziest part. So it's either No Lucario or RRQ.
I hate to think someone has to go home.
It's top 4, right? Like we have reached kind of like the echelon of APAC West Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah.
In like what, a span of 2 hours?
Pretty much.
Well, for us it's 2 hours, but for them it has been an arduous 2 days, and it hasn't ended yet.
I don't envy them at all, to be honest, because it is a grueling process playing these qualifiers. It's not a case of just like waking up one day and you're just playing Pokemon Unite. There's so much more that goes into competition prep than just turning up and being there.
And it's 3 different formats, right? They had to play Swiss, they had to play round robins,
Yep.
and now they had to play double elimination.
Yes.
So many different forces to consider. But
And losing at any of them
Yeah.
can get you out of the competition. So the teams that have made it this far, they have won the games that they needed to win.
And when KRT looks back at their journey, you know, prepping for next month's qualifier, I think they can definitely be proud of themselves, right? It's not easy to go up against a team like No Lucario, who has almost a near perfect record and again has been here since the very beginning. KRT put up pretty good fights overall. They just need a bit more of that push to perhaps come back stronger next time.
Yeah, if anything, I really like this team,
I
right?
do, me too.
You can see that there's a lot of really good coordination. Their drafting style is definitely different from what we're used to seeing within the region, but they made it work.
They
You know,
did.
they really showed us the power in particular, you know, that Venusaur Comfey combo. And even their handling of Buzzwole was fantastic as well. You know, I thought Necro looked great on this Pokemon. It's like, it's not just Necro. there are a lot of people that have really mastered this Pokemon in such a short period of time. Because Buzzwole, this isn't a Pokemon that came up in the last like 1 or 2 weeks. It was more like 3 days. Can you imagine the amount of practice you'd have to put in to feel comfortable playing on a completely brand new Pokemon? It's not new to the game, but it's new to the meta.
Yeah, it's when it came out, no one really knew where to put Buzzwole, right? It always feels like there's better options for Buzzwole. So it's great to see some of these picks finally show up after so long. But we've seen how teams deal with Buzzwole and we've seen how teams use Buzzwole. Now we get a better picture of where this Pokemon fits. We also will take a look at the updated bracket after earlier series. No Lucario with the 2-0 over KRT, which means that KRT have been eliminated from the April's qualifiers. We're down to top 4. For the upper finals, we have Xerific Gaming against Team MYS. That's going to be coming up next. Very, very exciting. And happening concurrently, it's going to be the lower semi-finals. RRQ against No Lucario. Loser waits for next month.
unfortunate. Yeah.
Winner qualifies for regionals. Lower semi-finals has the highest stakes out of all the series we have, honestly.
Yeah, the highest stakes because they've got some of the biggest names within the region. Now, not to say that Xerific Gaming isn't a team to look out for. Like, clearly for them to beat No Lucario, that's a statement in itself. And now for them to play up against Team MYS, and if they can beat Team MYS,
Oh boy.
that's going to really shake up the bracket.
And we will get to witness that firsthand if that happens. But
Yeah.
good news for Team MYS and Xerific Gaming fans, right? Because these two teams have already locked in top 3.
Yes.
They've already locked in regionals. Now it's more for a bit of that bragging rights and a bit of that extra money by the end of their journey.
Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken as well, I could be wrong, I will double check with production after this, but it's also going to possibly impact your seeding going into the regionals. And seeding, for anyone that doesn't know, is super important in these tournaments because it determines your potential matchups in upcoming tournaments. And generally speaking, if you're the top seed, you're going to get the better matches.
Oh yeah.
Not better as in you get the harder opponents, but you get a smoother journey. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Well, with that being said, it has been heartbreaking 2 best of 3s. We had to say goodbye to 2 teams, but the gauntlet doesn't end here. We still have more teams to take care of. But before that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, more Pokemon Unite action resumes at the APAC West qualifiers for April. See you in a bit. This Venusaur, the Buzzwole straight to the back, but Venusaur has already gone to Comfy, now sticking onto a separate member, but it seems like KRT might not be able to hold the fort. This Buzzwole punting the Blizzy away.
Oh my gosh!
But
Can he get that last hit? It's going to come down to that
They're trying to sleep him.
They're going to try and sleep him, try and delay it. They've stopped hitting the Rayquaza.
They got
and
it!
they got the steal! KRT! Getting to this year. So if you haven't already, mark your calendars down, because that's going to be an amazing series to watch. Because we want to watch the best of the best playing Pokemon Unite.
An initial KO for the Urshifu down in the bottom side. No Lucario can go for this Pinsir as well. All these Pokemon are low, so this Surging Strike, this is what I love about Urshifu. This is why Fox, when Urshifu gets Liquidation, I think he already got it at level 7, it also takes that defense already. So a lot of resistance reduction, but not in this case. This case, he is but this Water Bear now is going to pop that Unite move and go for the 1-2 punch and gets an instant big crit on the dojo, and he's still going. He is still dishing out that output, and there's now no one to stop him. This Water Bear with the Liquidation and the Surging Strike. Too big of a threat, and 4 go down.
They're going to go into the back when they're going to go deeper. Is this going to be it for KRT? The Delphox is out of the picture, but they can't really get rid of anybody else. They caught the Buzzwole. He's actually going to throw a Pokemon back at the Trevenant, but he's healing too much. He does go down though, 1-for-1. Both teams still fighting 4v4. Ice about to go down on the Mamoswine. He will be out of the picture. Just not enough healing coming in from Ice.
Rayquaza, Dev getting caught out from this flame of KRT, but Dev again! This Water Bear is way too much of a problem. It's gonna be a wipe for no Lucario. This game, I mean, who needs Lucario when you have Urshifu?
This is the better Lucario.
He is.
Oh my goodness. Again, KRT. It's just this.
Series done and dusted. No Lucario continues to run in this gauntlet. Next up, it's gonna be RRQ.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be such an exciting story about, because if you're putting that Greninja in the central area and you have Cupfu in the top lane, these are not the best laners, which was why I thought originally, like, okay, maybe it's Urshifu, because at least you hit the level 5, you are useful to your...
Just to get experience, because this big mosquito is taking everything. KSD is just hanging on by a thread. But it really seems like KRT wants to be in the face of no Lucario. They finally lost the Buzzwole, but KRT wants to secure the Regirock and gets stolen away by the Espeon, as always. And KRT just losing members left, right, and center. Solo barely hanging on by a thread. Even uses the Unite move because why not? No Lucario wing.
To actually continue this fight and successfully knock out a secondary Pokemon, we still have the Buzzwole here. Venusaur coming in with that Petal Dance, and Buzzwole a little bit too tanky for no Lucario to deal with. They steal away the Citrus Berry, and it looks like as well.
And the Urshifu. The Venusaur was able to run him down, so KRT getting good response in, and not only breaking this goal, but even able to overcap a little bit. Kind of messed up.
Puts down on no Lucario, and then continuing on Espeon off the table, and they're going to finish off another one as well. KRT, that was the fight they need. Actually being used on the Buzzwole, deleted by the Urshifu. But look at this, the backline got dope again. Espeon, Wigglytuff, Blissey, down on the side of no Lucario. It's going to be down to the two.
Suddenly just getting punted away like a football. KRT just runs straight in. Can they get rid of this Venusaur? The Buzzwole straight to the back, but Venusaur has already gone to Comfy, now sticking onto a separate member, but it seems like KRT might not be able to hold the fort. This Buzzwole punting the Blizzy away.
Oh my gosh! Can he get that last hit? It's going to come down to that Dojo. They're going to try and sleep him, try and delay it. They've stopped hitting the Rayquaza. They got the steal! KRT! Getting to this year. So if you haven't already, mark your calendars down, because that's going to be an amazing series to watch. Because we want to watch the best of the best playing Pokemon Unite.
An initial KO for the Urshifu down in the bottom side. No Lucario can go for this Pinsir as well. All these Pokemon are low, so this Surging Strike, this is what I love about Urshifu. This is why Fox, when Urshifu gets Liquidation, I think he already got it at level 7, it also takes that defense already. So a lot of resistance reduction, but not in this case. This case, he is but this Water Bear now is going to pop that Unite move and go for the 1-2 punch and gets an instant big crit on the dojo, and he's still going. He is still dishing out that output, and there's now no one to stop him. This Water Bear with the liquidation and the surging strike. Too big of a threat, and 4 go down.
They're going to go into the back when they're going to go deeper. Is this going to be it for KRT? The double box out of the picture, but they can't really get rid of anybody else. They caught the Buzzwole. He's actually going to throw a Pokemon back at the Trevor, but he's healing too much. He does go down though, 1-for-1. Both teams still fighting 4v4. Ice about to go down on the Mammoth Swine. He will be out of the picture. Just not enough healing coming in from Ice.
Rayquaza, Dev getting caught out from this flame of KRT, but Dev again! This Water Bear is way too much of a problem. It's gonna be a wipe for no Lucario. This game, I mean, who needs Lucario when you have Urshifu?
This is the better Lucario.
He is.
Oh my goodness. Again, KRT is just this.
Series done and dusted. No Lucario continues the run in this gauntlet. Next up, it's gonna be RRQ.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be such an exciting story about, because if you're putting that Greninja in the central area and you have Cupfu in the top lane, these are not the best laners, which was why I thought originally, like, okay, maybe it's Urshifu, because at least you hit the level 5, you are useful to your...
Just to get experience, because this big mosquito is taking everything. KSD is just hanging on by a thread. But it really seems like KRT wants to be in the face of no Lucario. They finally lost the Buzzwole, but KRT wants to secure the Regirock and gets stolen away by the Espeon, as always. And KRT just losing members left, right, and center. Solo barely hanging on by a thread. Even uses the Unite move because why not? No Lucario wing.
To actually continue this fight and successfully knock out a secondary Pokemon, we still have the Buzzwole here. Venusaur coming in with that Petal Dance, and Buzzwole a little bit too tanky for no Lucario to deal with. They steal away the Citrus Berry, and it looks like as well.
And the Urshifu. The Venusaur was able to run him down, so KRT getting good response in, and not only breaking this goal, but even able to overcap a little bit. Kind of messed up.
Puts down on no Lucario, and then continuing on Espeon off the table, and they're going to finish off another one as well. KRT, that was the fight they need. Actually being used on the Buzzwole, deleted by the Urshifu. But look at this, the backline got dope again. Espeon, Wigglytuff, Blissey, down on the side of no Lucario. It's going to be down to the two.
Suddenly just going to get punted away like a football.
Solo.
KRT just runs straight in. Can they get rid of this Venusaur? The Buzzwole straight to the back. But Venusaur is already gone to Comfy. Now sticking onto a separate member, but it seems like KRT might not be able to hold the fort. This Buzzwole punting the Blissey away.
Oh my gosh.
But
can he get that last hit? It's going to come down to that Dodrio. They're going to try and sleep him, try and delay it. They've stopped hitting the Rayquaza.
They got
it! The steal! KRT getting to this year. So if you haven't already, mark your calendars down, because that's going to be an amazing series to watch, because we want to watch the best of the best playing Pokemon Unite.
An initial KO for the Urshifu down in the bottom side. No Lucario can go for this Pinsir as well. All these Pokemon are low, so this surging strike, this is what I love about Urshifu. This is why Fox, when Urshifu gets liquidation, I think he already got it at level 7, it also takes that defense already. So a lot of resistance reduction, but not in this case. This case, he is but this Water Bear now is going to pop that Unite move and go for the 1-2 punch and gets an instant big crit on the dojo, and he's still going. He is still dishing out that output, and there's now no one to stop him. This Water Bear with the liquidation and the surging strike. Too big of a threat, and 4 go down.
They're going to the back when they're going to go deeper. Is this going to be it for KRT? The double box out of the picture, but they can't really get rid of anybody else. They caught the Buzzwole. He's actually going to throw a Pokemon back at the Trevor, but he's healing too much. He does go down though, 1-for-1. Both teams still fighting 4v4. Ice about to go down on the Mammoth Swine. He will be out of the picture. Just not enough healing coming in from Ice.
Rayquaza, Dev getting caught out from this flame of KRT, but Dev again! This Water Bear is way too much of a problem. It's gonna be a wipe for no Lucario. This game, I mean, who needs Lucario when you have Urshifu?
This is the better Lucario.
He is.
Oh my goodness. Again, KRT is just this.
Series done and dusted. No Lucario continues the run in this gauntlet. Next up, it's gonna be RRQ.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be such an exciting story about, because if you're putting that Greninja in the central area and you have Cupfu in the top lane, these are not the best laners, which was why I thought originally, like, okay, maybe it's Urshifu, because at least you hit the level 5, you are useful to your...
Just to get experience, because This
Against
big
the
mosquito
Buzzwole.
is taking everything. And KSD is just
Oh,
hanging on by a
no.
thread. But it really seems like KRT wants to be in the face of no Lucario. They finally lost the Buzzwole, but KRT wants to secure the Regirock and gets stolen away by the Espeon, as always. And KRT just losing members left, right, and center. Solo barely hang on by a thread. Even uses the Unite move because
my
why
gosh.
not? No Lucario wing.
To actually continue this fight and successfully knock out a secondary Pokemon. We still have the Buzzwole here. Venusaur coming in with that Petal Dance, and Buzzwole a little bit too tanky for no Lucario to deal with. They steal away the Citrus Berry, and it looks like as well.
And the Urshifu. The Venusaur was able to run him down, so KRT getting good response in and not only breaking this goal, but even able to overcap a little bit. Kind of messed.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite APAC West April Finals. My name is Danelie and of course joining me is going to be no one other than the wonderful Professor Flava. Yes, I'm going to say it. This man, he has his, what is it, your professor...
Ship, I guess. That's what they call
Professorship.
it. I guess so.
I don't know what it is.
I'm not even sure. I mean, you just take some exams and I guess you get
And
a
you
title.
passed.
Yeah, I passed.
I was looking at it the other day and I was thinking like, should I sign up for this? Because it's like,
I
this kinda
believe
looks like fun.
I believe that everybody out there who is interested, if you guys love Pokemon in every way, if you guys into not just the Pokemon Unite but also TCGs in every way, you guys should sign up and become a professor yourselves. And also end up becoming judges, also coaches for Pokemon tournaments. But putting that aside, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've just witnessed some amazing games in the lower brackets earlier on where we actually had Danelie as well as Husskkiee. And this time about, we're finally doing some commentaries on the upper bracket matches. Finally, we might be seeing who are the teams who've been knocking down these teams downstairs in this double elimination bracket. We'll see in just a bit.
Yeah, so the next matchup that's going to be happening right now, it's a Goliath of a matchup, right? It's Xerific Gaming versus Team MYS. Now, the thing is with these two teams, they've already guaranteed their spots for regionals, right? They're locked in, but it's not 100% because, you know, one of them has to go down. They have to play with one of the teams down there. And unfortunately, the graphic isn't 100% available, so we will get this fixed up in just a second. But yes, Xerific Gaming versus Team MYS. Now, if you have been following the ACL series, Team MYS is going to be a very familiar name for you guys. But Xerific, though, some underdogs coming into the tournament.
Yeah, it's quite an underdog, still remaining in the upper brackets here, and probably going to be showing us some really good Pokemon Unite matches. Going up against MYS, this is going to be quite a battle. We've seen how well MYS actually played out in the recent ACL. So we're quite curious to see how well they actually perform this time and which one of the teams will be moved forward and taking that next step into becoming, hopefully with hopes to become the top 3 in this competition and moving forward to the regionals itself, which is quite a very big deal because rather than grinding through the lower brackets itself, you have the opportunity to actually have a faster route in the upper bracket. So by winning this one, you're just probably one step away from actually becoming
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's really close. I mean, for these teams, they've worked hard for the past 2 days. They've played so many games.
So many.
And the problem as well, it's not just you're just playing the games, but these guys had to win a lot of games to get here. And so if everyone that's made it, even just to today's competition, it's a well-earned journey. You know, you're playing against, from what I saw, just for this region alone, there were about 250 participants, meaning I think there was about 50 teams that's entered. And so to be the top 8 out of 50, that's a big deal.
That is huge, right? So you're trying to strive to actually become one of the best. We're lucky enough that for APAC, because we have such a very high entry, we had to divide it between East and West, lucky enough. And then always I remember that we'll be having a total of 8 teams who will be moving forward to the regionals. And this time about, at the end of today, we will get to know which 3 teams will be going through from the first qualifier happening for April. And then yet another 3 coming on in the month of May. And of course, the last chance qualifiers, which is happening in the month of June to them. And the final 2 teams representing Asia Pacific West into the regionals itself. It is a huge deal. And always remember that this competition, beyond all that, this is also key for them to actually move forward to the main event, which is going to be the World Championship series itself. And of course, we're going to continue back. This is going to be the roster for Duty. Let me start off by highlighting for the draft for Xerific Gaming. We have ZG Blazed L. Okay, there's an L
Just
there.
ignore the ZG. That's the Xerific
We're going to
Gaming.
reverse. So we got NT, Dark HD, Husskkiee, as well as Aries.
Yep. And then on the side of Team MYS, we have Rebongs, Yang, Nightmare Foxy, Froggy, and finally Yamu. So I think a lot of people, they know MYS, but the big question mark here is Xerific Gaming. And for this team to still be in the upper bracket, that means they haven't lost any games thus far.
Yep,
and
that's
I'm really keen to see these two teams clash. If Xerific can take out MYS again, big statement, blows the doors wide open, and I think the community is going to start asking, who are these guys?
Who are you? If you're able, yeah, I was wondering about that. If the date manages to take down MYS, everybody gonna scavenge off information. Now, this is like quite a disadvantage for teams where you've been around for so long. People have the opportunity to actually, you know, do research on you, even more research. Whereas if you're a new team, people don't have much information on you. A little bit blind when it comes to drafting, which is quite a really big thing when it comes to playing the game itself, which is 50% of the whole thing. But anyways, this is the information card we're having for Xerific Gaming. They have some huge numbers. I think it's quite ideal. We're looking at roughly around 270,000 damage being dealt, 224,000 damage being taken, as well as 104,000 in terms of recovery. The number doesn't look that huge. I would assume that it's a team that does not play around much healing here, I guess so.
Yeah, they're average numbers across the board.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a look at MYS's graphic card here. And here's the thing. The numbers are averages. I mean, looking at what they have comparing Xerific and MYS, what's the biggest takeaway for you, Flava?
Now, I'm guessing that if we look at all the elements, damage dealt and damage taken, both of them are leaning more towards the other team. But of course, in terms of recovery, MYS have it slightly better, more than 10k in terms of number right here. I am very curious in terms of the frequently used Pokemon here. It is slightly different than what is being favored by the other team. But of course, it all boils down to how draft actually happens during the matches that they've been going through as well. I'll presume that these frequently used Pokemon are based on the matches that they played out yesterday throughout the whole...
I'm pretty sure it's being updated today as well.
Today as well, including today.
Yes, but the thing with MYS that I've noticed with the team as well is they're not afraid to run more than one support if they want to, right? Especially if you're running a Comfey. This Pokemon isn't considered that one true support that can just solo support an entire team. You kind of have to have someone else there to back you up, whether it be a defender or, like a lot of teams have been favoring, that Wigglytuff to be your secondary support. That also provides shielding and can frontline. But I know for MYS, we've seen in a couple instances, Rebongs is more than happy to actually pivot himself to a support if he has to.
Well,
we've seen him play as Hooper. We've seen him be a Clefable alongside a Blissey, alongside an Eldegoss. So we'll have to see what happens, but the draft is ready here, Flava, for game number 1 of the upper bracket finals. Xerific Gaming versus Team MYS. What is going to be thrown onto the ban platter and who is getting picked?
Yeah, I'm guessing the ban also explains a lot. It's going to show that what kind of playstyle they're going to have, what kind of composition you have in terms of their draft as well. We more or less might be seeing the same kind of draft based on the previous one. And this time, it's going to be a Comfey as well as
Clefable.
Wow. So, wow, priority on the supports.
Yeah, that means that a lot of other Pokemon are going to be let through, right? Trevenant's are going to be let through. Urshifu is through. Mew is through. And
Dodrio is still there as well.
Yep, Dodrio is there as well. I know a lot of teams going up against MYS, they love to target ban Nightmare Foxy's Pokemon. So in these instances, it could be something such as an Espeon, Mew. Mew is a very big one before Espeon rose to be one of the biggest attackers in the game. But for now, it's going to be a very slow-paced draft here for MYS because they've gone for the Slowbro, they've gone for the hard lockdown, but Xerific are going in a more aggressive direction, right? You've got the Trevenant that loves to team fight and has his own self-sustain, and now you have Dodrio that can do multiple things. You can help attack those side lanes with your mobility, or you can go back cap, especially if the team doesn't have anyone that can really chase down this speedy bird.
Yeah, and of course, the follow-up pickup for this one, definitely leaving room for Urshifu to actually be picked here. They leave no chance for that to be picked out, so Urshifu is going to be there. We're also going to have the Blissey being fogged out as well. Initially, they wanted to pick out the Mew there, but I guess they can save it for later. And of course, that follow-up pickup coming on from Team Xerific Gaming, it is going to be a Buzzwole and Eldegoss.
Yeah, so...
Oh, and of course, they're saving up the Mew, coming in for Nightmare Foxy.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a couple of Pokemon here for Night Mew because he has a couple Pokemon he loves to run, and Mew is one of them. He is a fantastic Mew, but this Decidueye pick from Yang is a very interesting choice, especially when you have a team that has Dodrio, right? So Decidueye hasn't been a very popular pick because this Pokemon relies very much on its positioning. And if you have someone that can backstab, that can jump past the front lines and onto the Decidueye, it is a very easy Pokemon to eliminate off the field. And Dodrio is great at that, and Buzzwole is going to likely do that. And even in some instances, I have seen teams with Cramorant just dive past the team and just be like, yellow, do you want to go for a swim? And then the owl disappears. So
I guess with having that triple charges on dive, you're able to actually do so. But I would presume that rather than using that much charges on dive, probably it's going to be that Dodrio and Buzzwole doing that, going off on the back end. Actually, I did saw some of the stats and the draft coming on from Team NYS in the previous matches. They did run a Decidueye. They actually won that match. So probably they're very confident in running this Mon again for this match against Xerific Gaming. Now, this is a very important match. Always remember that losing on this one, it does not mean that you're entirely out of the competition. You still have that one lifeline, a lower bracket. Of course, you want to take that faster route throughout the whole competition by staying in the upper bracket itself. So draft is sealed and underway. So what do you think of the draft so far, Dan?
looking at the draft so far, so as much as I would love to say, like, I have this very strong opinion, I don't know enough about Xerific Gaming to really come to a definitive conclusion. I like their draft. They got a lot of mobility. They have a lot of dive potential to get on top of MYS. But the question is, can they do it? Or is it going to be MYS to properly defend their backlines and then just have both Night Mew and Yang do their thing as those long-range attackers, because there's a lot of burst on the side of MYS.
Yeah, I guess that both of you have really good composition as well, which is really good when coming into the matches for this one. I believe that is going to be the early lead coming up into the bottom lane. You can see A2mon. Here we're having the Mew as well as Slowpoke in the bottom lane and Fatum on the bottom together. I can't miss out on anyone. It's going to be a Clamorant. And of course, our central is going to be our Urshifu together with our Dojo. They need to have that really super early lead in getting those levels and getting online real fast into the matches.
Yeah, this was a pretty interesting decision on the side of MYS to continue with the Decidueye in the top lane, because I did take a look at some items before the game started, and both of the team's top laners are running attack weight. You want to be stacking the attack stat, but that's just not possible with the Decidueye if you're going up against a Buzzwole. So for them to have that much confidence to say, like, okay, we're going to keep this attack weight on the Decidueye, we trust Yamu with this rotation to make it work so we can score these goals. The birds do get taken down, and no true team fight is happening because they also showed the Dodrio. So lots of respect from these teams just going for that experience.
Yeah, but looking at that, we know that how fast Dodrio can be. They're going to go straight for the actor in the mid right there from 850. I guess it's already getting cleared up. Mew is actually over there, but in the meantime, we're also still looking at the top. Dodrio here, he should be fine, even though we can't actually see much of him right now. But
yeah, central lane we saw we didn't see it, but the Dodrio actually got.
We saw it in the map.
Yeah, so they actually got the KO onto Dodrio, which was massive, and the fact that they're also rotating Yamu out of the central area to give this experience to Yang, this means now Decidueye is going to have a nice stream of experience to go in, fully evolve, get access to that Spirit Shackle, and really be that backline damage dealer that MYS needs, because right now the team, oh no, we actually saw Night Mew Foxy get taken out of the picture. Unfortunate knockout there, but I think for MYS, they're just playing it slow until they hit their power spike. It's actually up to Xerific to be the aggressors here, whilst MYS are still trying to come online.
Yeah, that's true. And most definitely they want to capitalize on this as much as possible. It's very unfortunate that Dodrio gets taken out really early. He gets the power spike earlier on, so it should be much of an issue here. So right now, as you're looking on a chase, unfortunately, rebounds get captured here, getting taken down by the Dodrio. Something you don't actually want at this point into the match. And so far, Xerific Gaming still having this really early lead, having 42 score on them, and definitely it's really nice clear. And of course, the light screen and solar beam for that Mew for that clear.
Oh, both teams are getting ready for that first objective. Flava. It's going to be the bottom Reggie, and I think this fight is really what's going to determine who ends up being the tempo controller for this game, because we haven't seen a team really take control of these lanes, and it looks like NT is actually going to be starting off with a very big wood hammer, counter surf coming in from Froggy, and the solar beam as well to really zone Zephyric out. But NT looking to go in again, landed to land a giant wood hammer going right onto Rebongs. No, we're actually not in the battle at all. And there we go, 2 Pokemon KO'd on the side of MYS, and actually Buzzwole being taken out, 3 Pokemon down for MYS. And I think Seraphic, they may have just been able to take this objective. And to have this experience tonight to MYS, Seraphic have a better game, a better lineup for this mid game. They are currently sitting on a big power spike, and they're just going to keep going.
Yep, they're going to keep going right here, going up on the chase, and they're definitely going for the
Gatling
scrolls.
goal!
Oh, that is huge, but unfortunately they managed to actually make an escape right here. Should be able to actually sustain as much as possible. Everybody's going on for the score, of course. Buzzwole having this score at the top path by himself. Should be no issue. Urshifu going on him. We're seeing a man-to-man matchup at the top lane here, and most likely, of course, super power being used up as well. Unfortunately, not enough to actually stop it. Urshifu is still going on strong right here. No problem. He still has his unseen face. He doesn't have much on HP as well. Trying to make an escape with having this Trevenant pushing them out of the lane. The Atreus, he's still right there. His little kid has been taken out as well. Leading to his MYS. And yeah, it's a whole team stacked up everywhere at the top except for Clamoran, which is slowly rotating through the central area.
This is super risky, Flava. I mean, they're doing a fantastic job as 2 to continue to zone this lane out. But the support is finally coming. The cavalry is arriving, but is it going to be too late? They're ripping into this Regieleki. Phantom Forest going into the backlines. Gatling Gold being used in the bushes. No one's going onto the Cram. And MYS are completely wiped. They lose the Regieleki. And that's going to be a big win for Seraphic Gaming. This Reggie is going to continue on to that second goal zone. And we are seeing a giant invade, denying all the experience and all the buffs from MYS. What a big win for the orange team.
Now, MYS has a lot of things on their hands right now. They need to stop their Regieleki at the top lane. Straight force through. But I guess this gives room for Team Seraphic Gaming to actually push through at the bottom lane right there. This is why, as well as Slowbro putting up a little bit of defense right here, they're going for the next Reggie that's coming out here. It is going to be a Reggie steal. And this is going to be a this is going to be fairly important. You get that tag buff, especially on Dodrio. You get that on the Clamoran. You get it on everyone in the team. Now, this is going to be a huge attack buff for this. You should be extra careful.
Yeah, I think NT he's going to forfeit that top goal zone. There's too many Pokemon. But in the same process, Seraphic, they just take the bottom goal zone. You know, they say, it's fine. It's just a tier 1. We don't really care about that. We're already currently sitting on an experience lead. We've taken all of your Pokemon on your side of the map. So we're just going to keep on absorbing all this experience and just deny it from their opponents. And MYS, you can see this team is really struggling. Like, they've done the best that they can with their front line, with their ranged attackers. They just can't get that real foothold and get onto the main attackers on the side of Seraphic. Another Phantom Force happening in the backlines. And so far, NT zoning out MYS, even using the knock-knock with the Decidueye onto Seraphic Gaming. We do have the Dodrio coming into the backlines, and the Chromorant actually going into the fight, getting KO'd though. 2 Pokemon down on Seraphic. Is this the turnaround MYS was looking for? The Dodrio getting the knockout there onto the Decidueye. Looks like it's going to be him beating out onto the arrow shooting bird, but the fight continues on here. But MYS are looking to bail now. They cannot continue and they cannot get that goal zone in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I guess the goal zone right now, when we look at the most front one, it is still siding to Seraphic Gaming. It is still holding strong. It shouldn't be much of an issue. So I guess right now they are still winning. It is 1 minute away before Rayquaza actually emerges right here. And of course, they're also going to be waiting for the next Reggie to emerge. They still have the Regieleki at the top. I'm guessing that probably if anyone wants to get this, it's going to be Team MYS. But I'm guessing even if they did get the Regieleki, they do not have the firepower to actually move forward and actually go in for scoring any points at this point into the game. Now, of course, I'm having a little bit of difficulties trying to see what's happening here. But of course, in the next 10 seconds, our next Reggie is going to be up. And this is going to be very crucial because we are going to be getting all those buffs and going into the Rayquaza next. And as mentioned, Regieleki is there. Can they actually go in for the score? And this gives a little bit of space for Seraphic Gaming to go in for this Reggie Ice.
MYS are going for a big push in that top lane, and with 3 Pokemon in that bottom section, they don't really have anyone to defend that top lane. But no, MYS, they're going to bail. They want to get into position.
Even with that Regieleki, they have the
They
Buzzwole,
can score.
Clamoran. They can score.
They've left it.
But Buzzwole and Clamoran, being there, and they're still on, and Team MYS, they're still under level as well compared to them. I don't think they have the firepower.
2 minutes here, Flava. And I think the comeback potential for MYS, they either have to win a big team fight or they need to get that Rayquaza buff. And look at this. NT, I love this confidence this man has cashing out onto Yang. They do not want to have the Desi walking into this. Another Phantom Forest connecting onto the majority of the team. Big Gatling Golf again. MYS cannot cancel it. They cannot cancel that burn. Instead, Zervik are cancelling MYS. And with 2 Pokemon left, it's just going to be the Water Bear. It's just going to be the Blissey. But Blissey nowhere in sight. It's a 4 for nothing. And with a minute and a half, can we get the Blissey steal? That is the last saving grace for this team. He couldn't get it. The Cramorant getting the final hit onto the Rayquaza. Zervik Gaming with such a strong performance in game number 1.
That damage buff was insane.
It was.
I mean, it helped a lot. I mean, like, the moment they actually won that regular team fight, we knew that they were going to go straight for the Rayquaza for themselves rather than going defending it and scoring over and over and over again. And yeah, you don't have to tell us we're really struggling. They know it. We know it. And look at this. More and more punishment. Buzzwole gets taken down by that Mew over there. But I don't think they have sufficient time to actually get more points being scored. They still have another goalpost here.
Yeah, they have another goal, but even then, right, you still need 420 points.
So you need a total of 200 points times 2?
It's still a big ask. So 320 to 6, I mean, they're scoring points up top. So even though you're getting points in, Zervik are offsetting it with the Dodrio, one of the best Pokemon to do this, and Gatling Gulp gets used. Will finally get eliminated though, so Cramorant now out of the picture, but can they score though? It's going to be a 64-point score. Dodrio using the Unite, the goal is not broken yet, but they're constantly jumping onto the pad, and that knock-up is really hurting MYS. They just can't get the scores in. They need their own Dodrio to get an extra score, but I think that might just be it. Team MYS are going to have to sit down with the team, look at what happened in the previous game, and find out how everything went wrong.
They need to come back together. This is not the MYS that we saw before this. I believe that they need to have that internal discussion within themselves on how to overcome and win over the next game and actually, you know, focus on trying to cover up all grounds on winning up this one. Zervik Gaming, who are you? You're like, who are you? I'm going to come back to this. Look at this. 780 points to 398 against not just any team, against Team MYS.
So, okay, here's the thing. I mean, I was looking at the game and I wanted to try and make sense of the drafts. I think Zervik, they did a fantastic job with their lineup. They had a lot of early game Pokemon that are great in lane. Buzzwole's a pretty great laner. Cramorant is probably one of the best laners in the game with Whirlpool. And then you have a Dodrio that can roam around and help look for any knockouts if necessary. Whereas for MYS, their early game is really weak if you think about it, right? Decidueye, before it's even Decidueye, the Pokemon is a walking wild Pokemon. It is so easy to knock out a Decidueye when it's unevolved. And Kubfu, you need level 5 to evolve into Kubfu. And yes, Yemi was able to get it. There were no central area invades, but his impact in the side lanes didn't really improve the laning situation for this team. He was there, he was present for some of the fights, but I think the fact that MYS weren't the ones to put the pedal to the metal in these lanes, they just let Zervik take over. You know, Zervik has that mid-game power spike. MYS's comes much later unless you're able to snowball from those lanes.
I think they did benefit a little bit during the start where they managed to actually pick off the Dodrio. I think that was quite huge because you would not expect the Dodrio to get picked off of them. But I guess even following after all that, it's very unfortunate that they were not able to actually get online fast enough. And Zervik Gaming capitalized on the whole idea that they are able to actually do well in the early stages as well as mid stages as well. And that transitioned into the whole end of the whole game itself, which is very, very unfortunate. So this is a replay of what has transpired in the match that we've just witnessed just a while ago. At this moment on, you can clearly see that Team Zervik Gaming is just constantly snowballing, scoring over and over again on Team MYS side of the field here. It's kind of tough for them to actually respond. It takes a little bit while they're behind in terms of level. They don't have much going on their end, and Zervik Gaming, they take the game.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the big issues as well for MYS in these battles is that we saw multiple times Cramorant getting these very big eject Gatling Bolt missiles. You know, he was uncontested for the majority of the game. He was able to just sit there, fully channel, and at the same time just do so much damage to MYS. In a lot of games, and I think under normal circumstances, it's pretty difficult for a Cramorant to not get knocked out whilst it's channeling that Unite, because you're literally a sitting duck.
You're literally a Gatling gun where you're just...
Gatling duck.
You can't even move. I mean, in other Unite moves, you're still able to move a little bit, but you're just stationary.
You just sit there.
And then you just shotgun around. And for the
Pikachus
whole
and
duration.
Barrascudas, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, positioning is very important. I mean, if you were to compare that with Destiny Y, you're still able to actually move about here and there. That is how tough it is for you to actually play camera in games like this. And especially when you leave out Pokemons like this and you dish out so much huge damage, that's when things go bad for you, team.
I'm just thinking for MYS, what's the solution for game number 2?
I'm concerned. I'm highly concerned.
You can be concerned. So from my point of view, I kind of feel like one of the things I have to fix has to be the laning stage. They can't let Xeraphik have a free lane. You gotta have something in lane that can push back, that can apply that pressure. Because it was a very passive laning stage for both teams. They were allowed to just farm for free, level up for free. There was no squabble for anything. The teams only squabbled during the first main objective.
Yep, that's
so
true.
I think if you're able to apply that pressure early, maybe throw them off their high horse, because they're now sitting very comfortably on the leaderboard right now. Throw off their momentum. Maybe that's where MYS can turn things around, because in the past, I think people that have been following this team, we're so used to seeing MYS being the ones to start the fights, be the initiators, the instigators. We didn't see that MYS here. Speaking of MYS, we're going to take a look at some stats here for Rebongs. Now, I think of all the players on this team, he is probably the most flexible from what I can see. He plays a wide variety of Pokemon. We've seen him play here. The most frequently picked Pokemon for the qualifiers has been Mamoswine and Blissey, but we have seen this guy play Hooper. I have seen him play Tyranitar. I have seen him play Absol. I don't know what he can't play. So whatever the team needs, Rebongs is there, and I think going into this next game, they might have to pull a fast one if they want to try and pull for a game 3.
Yeah, that's true. And it's very important for you to actually have this kind of players right here, because when you don't, if you don't have much Pokemon pool to actually play around with, it makes it hard for you to actually play on the drafts. So having Rebongs in every part of the team is actually very, very essential. And hopefully we get to see a much better game for Team MYS. They're less aggressive this time, but I get it, based on the draft that they had, they were not able to actually be as aggressive as they could be, because the opponent is actually getting online much faster compared to them. So I guess that Team MYS was not able to actually play the game that they actually wanted to, with hopes that we can actually get to see that in game number 2 right after this. And it's very crucial that they win this, because if they don't, they'll be dropping down to the lower brackets. And this time about, we're looking at Xeraphik Gaming is going to be NT. Frequently used Pokemon, the Slowbro, which is a very, very good staple Pokemon in the current meta right now, together with Trevenant. Trevenant played exceptionally well in terms of defense. He's there when he's needed to. His presence alone was enough to actually defend against whatever that team MYS was throwing together at them in the previous game. And there's a very high chance that we might be seeing yet another Trevenant being played out in the next one as well, based on how they've been played out in the previous match.
I mean, it's very likely. It depends on whether they are going to be getting access to first or second pick, and then also what MYS decide to go for, right? Because fundamentally, these two Pokemon, they do different things. So you got Slowbro, a defender, he's a frontliner, whether you choose Scald or Surf. You're there to be a disruptor and to be able to sustain and absorb a lot of damage. Trevenant, on the other hand, he's a fighter. He's an initiator.
You sustain.
He sustains, yes. He sticks.
He's being a pain. I mean,
he brings the pain.
You need to put him on constant lockdown to ensure that he's not able to regenerate, so that he doesn't cool down that delay between his passive, which is really, really hard, because support is going to ensure that does not happen. But anyways, this is going to be the draft for game number 2 between Team MYS versus with Xeraphik Gaming. Curious to see which one they're going to be banning for each other.
You know what? I have a feeling this might be a Zoroark game for MYS, because it's not uncommon to see this team pull out this mysterious Pokemon, and it's also one of Nightmue's best Pokemon, and it recently got buffed. So Zoroark, I think it's likely, but
Golden time.
Golden time, yes,
yeah, golden
possibly.
time
But they picked the Dodrio. I'm not sure if you're going to go for Zoroark now, because they picked up this Dodrio for Yenmu.
Yeah. So they went with the Dodrio, so this opens up to a lot of options. There's still Asmion being chosen up, but I guess they went out with the Urshifu, and it is going to be the comfy pick for this game number 2 for Team Xerfic Gaming. Interesting enough, Team MYS actually banned out the Trevenant. I guess there's a respect ban for whatever happened in the previous match itself, and it's going to be a follow-up with a Blissey as well as a Slowbro this time. Looking very steady for coming to Team MYS. Still waiting off a little bit from their end.
I'm curious because, again, also Clefable was taken off the field. Clefable is a hard counter to a lot of those very agile Pokemon. And this is probably the reason why Scyther, most likely going to be Scyther, being picked up on the side of Xerfic for Dark HT. Oh, I don't know. And MYS are going back for the Decidueye and the Mew. My concern is that they just don't have the protection for both of these Pokemon. I'm worried, Flava.
I'm worried because I don't mind if it's... I mean, if Decidueye is there, it's fine. But right now, you have the Dodrio.
Wow.
Yeah, so you have the Dodrio. I don't think they can actually cover both Dodrio as well as the Decidueye at the same time as well. Wow, this Slowbro has to work double time if he wants to do anything for Team MYS right here. That Mr. Mime pick, I can foresee him as actually Pokemon that can actually prevent out Pokemons like Mew, as well as their trio, even for the Decidueye as well. So probably this is the response coming up from Xerfic Gaming.
Yeah, I want to know what route this Mr. Mime is going to go for when it comes to his skills. Like, what's the aim of the Mr. Mime? Is it going to be a off healer alongside the Comfey? Like, does he go for power swap to boost his allies or to reduce the incoming damage from MYS? Or are they going to go full on offense with this Mr. Mime? I'm really keen to see what happens here. But game number 2 between Team MYS and Xerfic Gaming is just about to begin. The players are loading into the lobby. And the question is, can Team MYS pull a game number 3? Because they're currently one game down to Xerfic Gaming. And if they drop this game here, they will have to play it out in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that is something no one wants to play it, where you're only left with 1v1 lifeline. And here we go. This is going to be game number 2. Team MYS is going to be on the blue side, to the purple side, and we're going to see Xerfic Gaming on the orange side this time about. They are running still that Decidueye in this game. Will it work out well for them, or will they have the same result as the previous match they just had?
I don't think so. They do need to stabilize the Deci lane, but then again, like, if they're going to do the same thing as they did last game, where they do one rotation for the Dodrio to fully evolve and he can start roaming, and then you give that central area back to the Decidueye for the experience, then it might not be too bad. I mean, they are still guaranteeing the experience. My worry for him is, are you going to be able to still lane, right? Like, the lanes are the most important thing. And it's actually just going to be a singular Scyther in that top lane. And Ares needs to be careful, because if he gets knocked out here, big mistake.
A big mistake right there. Scyther getting picked off. I think that was very unexpected. A little bit big coming in. But Urshifu comes in the top lane here, trying to do something together with the Comfey. That's what you get. A 2 takedowns happening on the top path, coming on from the Urshifu, and together with the Comfey as well. Yeah, and this is going to be the Atria bulk here together with it. Will they be able to actually get it? Stopping Dodrio on his tracks. Venture, of course, that rotation coming on from that Visita to the top lane, trying to stop the game, but everything is going towards that Scyther.
They're trying to go into the Urshifu, and they do have the burst from Yamu, but they just don't have the lockdown. That's one of the biggest things with the Water Bear. Although the block they're almost catching out onto Foxy is going to be able to surf away, but Urshifu is going to be coming in from the backside, and Foxy desperately trying to get out of there. Might have Surf come in just in time. He's actually running into a Bulbasaur. He's going to be in the jungle. I'm not quite sure if he's going to be okay. Nope, he actually got taken out, so unfortunate for Nightly Foxy. He got pincered. Looks like Ares is actually going to be a pain in the backside here for MYS, trying to steal away those buffs from the purple side. And I don't think he's been successful so far, being zoned out by MYS, especially with that Dodrio. But hang on, Ares is thinking, can I get the knockout onto the Dodrio? It's a very fragile Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a very fragile Pokemon. As long as you're able to actually catch him, it's not that hard. It takes time to build up. Oh, unfortunately here, Dodrio takes down that Scyther. Easy peasy coming on from Team Xerfic Gaming.
And Dark was a little bit late there. I think if he was there a tad sooner, maybe he would have been enough to try and salvage his teammate's life. But you know, sometimes you're just a second too late, and that experience is going to be very big for NYS. A much more aggressive game compared to last game, right, Flava?
Yep, that's so true. And of course, here comes a rotation coming from Dodrio into this bottom lane, but unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. Seems that Abyssal managed to actually get back and managed to clear off that wild Pokemon in the middle. We're looking
5
at
seconds.
rotations from everyone here. It's going to be the first Reggie coming in, and together with Husskkiee on Subwen, and this is going to be a Reggie
Oh
rock.
my gosh, that was a big pull connecting onto the two tanky Pokemon. And look at this though, without them, it's going to be very difficult, but Yang's going to be okay. And 2 Pokemon are down on the side of Zeravic. It was the Urshifu, the Comfey, and the Mr. Mime. So it's going to be 5 versus 3. But Zeravic, they just say, okay, we're going to have to give this objective away. They thought it was safe because they actually caught out both the Slowbro and the Blissey, but there was just enough damage to actually force Zeravic to think twice about their maneuvers.
Yep.
So great punish, great scores. This was what NYS needed in that last game.
And I think that because this Duai had so much free hits from the back, nobody was actually disrupting him in any way. So it actually gives way for a lot of damage output from him right here. So look at this, score after score at the bottom path towards Zeravic Gaming, but still not done yet here. And it's going to be huge because of this defense buff coming on from Regirock. It's going to be very helpful towards Team MYS.
Yeah.
And Zeravic Gaming still not having any openings in scoring any points on Team MYS side.
They're going to try and chase after Froggy here. He has used the Amnesia, so luckily he's able to heal up a lot of the damage that he's taken. You know, another good thing about this game is that Decidueye has got the stacks in. They've actually caught out the Venusaur, actually going in for the Verdant Anger, but it's going to be KO. That's 2 Pokemon down for Zeravic. It's both the Venusaur and the Comfey. So they've lost their main healer. They still have the Mr. Mime here and the Dark Urshifu, but they are too scared because Scyther is focusing on scoring in that bottom lane instead. So, I mean, they did salvage it a little bit in the bottom lane, but this Reggie Alecki is going to go to Team NYS. So Zeravic is going to be on the defense this game.
Yep, this time about this is not the same game that we witnessed in the earlier match itself.
Definitely not.
Reggie Alecki moving forward. The only defense they have right now is that Venusaur together with the Comfey. Is it going to be enough though? He has the Petal Dance, he also has the Giga Drain as well. Is the damage output going to be sufficient as they have that buff here still are going for them?
Look at the backstab though. Urshifu wanting to come in from the backside, but unfortunately because Froggy is there, he cannot easily get it. And Slimy!
They got him with the Unite! Urshifu gets taken down instead! Slowbro doing his thing right here. Really good bomb, and that's going to be a 3 KO streak, 4 KO streak, doing one. This is one final show, and it is going to be a clean 5 takedowns by this amazing Decidueye play by Yang. Definitely questioning our judgment right here on them having Decidueye for the second time in this match.
Don't disrespect the Slowbro. He's gonna get you. Like, that's one of the biggest reasons why you go for the Slowbro. That Unite is so insanely powerful. The hardest lockdown
You
in
can't
the game.
interrupt it.
Yep, fantastic. Now, Regice does get taken there by Zeravic Gaming, but are they really looking to push onto Team NYS's goal zone? They have the defender's advantage. The barrier is there. They're going to try and dive
Unite,
into it very deep. They can't quite catch the Blissey, though. Dark HT caught in the speed flux, being slowed down. Actually going to try and go into the backlines, onto the Decidueye, and they won't be able to get out of there. That's going to be 3 Pokemon left on the side of NYS. It's going to be 4 as the Dodrio is going to be joining the team in the Pokemon Center. Zeravic Gaming score their points and are looking to try and bring this game back into the fold.
Well, it seems as Zeravic Gaming, it is not over yet for them. That takedown, that buff, regeneration buff coming on from the Reggie Ice really helped a lot, especially when they have that Comfey.
It was risky though.
It was quite risky, most definitely. But having that Comfey together with the Venusaur combo happening at the bottom lane, it helped a lot in them winning out that team fight as well as scoring points over on Team MYS. This time, everybody going up to the top path. Trying to make wonders here, missed out on that solar beam, then hit out on anyone coming from Zeravic Gaming. They gotta be a little bit careful.
Yeah,
Ooh! Scyther! Taking down on that Dodrio. Once you get caught, there's no way to actually make an escape right here. But still insufficient for them to actually make any movements forward. And there is a Reggie Alecki on standby here, who's going to be getting it. Urshifu getting on standby, trying to catch something from
really
behind.
wants them.
Is that going to be on that Dodrio?
Actually trying to jump on the Desi in the backlines. Not successful, but luckily with the Comfey, you've got that healing, the sustain. He's going to reset, but the team's gone in. Oh, the Venusaur's already gone down. Who's going to actually get the Reggie? It's the Mr. Mime!
It's a Mr. Mime! Where
Of
did he come
all
from?
the Pokemon to get it, NT saving the objective for his team, and MYS, they cannot go for the aggressive push. Oh my goodness, that was a big loss for MYS because they want to go back into their area. They want to farm, they want to take the bottom objective, and with 10 seconds to go, Xeraphik can easily rip this.
Wow, that's very unfortunate for Team MYS. It looked as if they
what
could
buff is
actually
it gonna be?
gotten that. Is this going to be a... Oh, out of all things, it is going to be yet another Regirock. So, special defense and
Can they
defense
trip
here.
it? 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Hang on.
They definitely
No.
want this. Oh, they will not be able to respond.
They can't get it.
They can't get it.
They're not committing. They were actually afraid that MYS were immediately going to go for the rip onto the Rayquaza instead. So interesting choice for Xeraphik Gaming to not go for that. But look at both teams. MYS in a deep position, looking to try and catch out Xeraphik, but no one has vision of each other. They only have vision of that one singular bush. They know Froggy is there, they know Rebongs is there, and they now know where the Mew is roughly going to be, but where is the Decidueye? Dark HT looking to go for another wraparound, and we all know that this is a very difficult game for the Decidueye. Gonna go instead onto the Mew, who's actually popped the Mystical Mirage. Froggy all alone. Oh, the Decidueye, the Unite coming in from the Dodrio is gonna save his teammate's life. 2 Pokemon down on the side of Xeraphik. It's going to be down to this Venusaur, but Blaze, can he do it? Knock is going to knock him back to base. Mr. Mime all on his own in the fountain. He's thinking, oh my gosh, do I need to go and get the steal?
Oh wait, Mr. Mime, are we going to see yet
Can he
another
get it?
miracle here
NT.
from Mr. Mime? Unfortunately, he's going to be taken down first before Rayquaza becomes a priority for Team MYS, and they're going to be getting this. Dodrio gets a last hit, and that's 30 Eagles points dropping on the ground for them to actually grab and go in for the scores. It seems very bright for Team MYS in this game. Number 2, definitely something they needed here in this matchup against Xeraphik Gaming.
Look, I cannot wait to go back to the highlights because Yanmu's triple trample in that fight was such a pivotal moment for the team because it created an opening for MYS to get those finishes in, to lock down Xeraphik and get the KOs on those really big damage dealers, because ultimately, you look at Xeraphick's composition, you've got some really heavy hitters. You've got the Water Bear, you've got a Scyther, you've got a Venusaur that wants to be in your face as well. And to get rid of them and just to have the Venusaur
Plus
left.
with the buff.
Yep, with the buff as
With
well.
the buffs.
Oh, gosh.
I was surprised. I thought that was going to be a huge advantage for Xeraphik Gaming going into the Rayquaza, but unfortunately, amazing play by Yemu here from Team MYS, and that goes for him. I mean, clearly it's a big win for MYS this time about.
Oh my goodness. It's a 1-to-1 flavor. It's our first 1-to-1 of the day as well. And it's the upper bracket finals. You need, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Team MYS or Xeraphik Gaming. Both of these teams want to lock their place in. And they don't want to play those extra games.
Nope, nobody does. Nobody wants to play this game. Everybody wants a clean win, but unfortunately, Team MYS has to crawl back up, get that win in game number 2, force a game number 3 here against Xeraphik Gaming, and this is going to be it. Game number 3 coming up next between these two teams. Amazing play, MVP going on to Yang right here, scored a total of 119.
No. I think MVP clearly is going to have to go to Froggy and Yamu from me for MYS. These guys, I feel, were the pillars for this team, right? We saw how Froggy had to play such a crucial role in ensuring that Yang just didn't get picked off by Dark HG every time, right?
Well, positioning-wise, Yang was just great this time. I mean, clearly what you said. I mean, because of what Froggy has done throughout the whole thing.
And Yamu as well. I think the fact that Yamu was stepping on such a fine line this game because there was so much burst damage. One wrong move and Yamu could just go back to the base. Like,
exactly.
You don't have a second life as a
He could actually jump, attack inside, and end up getting taken down rather than
just
you couldn't CC anyone, and then you're kind of squishy as well. So
just picking those moments, I think, was the really key part, and they found the right moments for that game to force this game 3. And now, going into this game 3, I mean, if both teams have proven they can beat each other, I'm wondering what's going to happen in this game 3. Like, you've got to pull out all the stops
I
now.
can't wait to see how they're going to draft things out in the upcoming game right here. But of course, before we go into all that, all those amazing things are going to happen very, very soon. We're going to have a look at the replays here of what has transpired in this match number 2 between Team MYS versus with
Oh my gosh,
Gaming.
this fight was huge.
This was insane. They were able, I believe this is the 6-minute mark.
This was the first Reggie fight.
Yeah, the first Reggie fight.
This was the one where Mr. Mime caught out both Froggy and Blissey, and they thought they had a free entry into the backlines onto the Desi, but yeah, MYS was like, no. Turn that fight around. And this was the one, I think, where they actually got the Slowbro Unite. Was it this one or the previous one?
It should be this one. I think
it
we
was this
missed
one.
out on what?
It would have been before this. Before
Yeah, it would
the
have been before
highlight.
this, yeah.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
big Unite onto the Urshifu that let MYS go for that lethal push. And then we had this fight where we were just like, wait a minute, this game is too close. It's not just MYS's game. And I think this was the steal, right? This was the Mr. Mime steal. He was just like, yoink. Grabs the Reggie Alecki. And
I didn't see him coming. All I saw was just blue all over it. And then when I saw Mr. Mime got the Reggie Lucky.
this was the big turnaround. So we're going to see the triple trample in just a second. Oh, no, it was before this. Okay, never mind. I didn't see
Yeah, it was before
the
that.
full fight.
Yeah.
But before this, the triple trample was the reason MYS won that fight. So just a lot of things went right for MYS this game. And I think for them to win this next game, if they keep going for this composition, I'm just like, are you guys trying to make the game hard for yourselves? You are picking some of the most complicated drafts and difficult to execute lineups for a qualifier.
Hey, as long as it works, it gives you that W over there. I think
That
they're fine.
dopamine hits, like, oh yeah!
Oh yeah, it's all good. We're doing well. But anyway, we're definitely at the edge of our seats right here because this is crucial. This is actually our first upper bracket matches being featured here on the live stream. We've witnessed all the lower brackets. We've witnessed teams getting removed from the double elimination bracket itself. We're only left out with 6 teams. So you want to be that top 3 out of the 6 remaining ones right here. And this is the information card for Yemu. Frequently used Pokemon Urshifu.
I mean, he's been playing mostly Urshifu and Dodrio, right? We've seen him play these 2 Pokemon so far. I mean, this is the only game we've seen for MYS. But then again, it also shows, like, these are the only Pokemon he's playing. Like, Yemu hasn't played anything else. 57 plus 43 is 100%. So what are the chances of Yemu being like, all right, guys, I'm going to pull out a 3rd Pokemon. You're not going to be prepared for this. I highly doubt it, but this clearly is their success.
Actually, you're right. It's literally 100%.
No.
Well, lucky enough, Pokemon Unite does not allow you to have your opponents to actually ban out 2 Mons. Therefore, you can only ban out 1. But
Yeah.
I highly doubt, they're going to be banning out either in Urshifu or even Dodrio in the current meta.
Technically, I'm not 100% sure on how the rulings work, but if I'm not mistaken, the losing team can decide if they want 1st pick or 2nd pick.
True,
Now,
true.
if you want to cripple Yemu, you could ban the Urshifu or the Dodrio, and you could 1st pick the Urshifu or the Dodrio, and you're like, all right, you got to
Okay.
pick a 3rd Pokemon.
we got no choice. We got to sort you out first, and then we go to the other people.
But you can't ban anything else after.
We got to sort you out first.
And then on the other side, we're going to take a look at Aries here. So we've seen him, I think he played the Buzzwole in game number 1. And then we saw the Scyther in game number 2. And to be completely honest, I wasn't 100% convinced with the Scyther pick last game, right? Because we didn't get to see it really do much. It was
Other
there.
than the solo pickoff on that Dodrio in the
That
previous
was
match.
that was the only moment. Like you pick Scyther because you want to dive into the backlines and you just want to pop somebody, pop him, give your team the numbers advantage, and continue with the fight. But that just never happened.
It feels like Urshifu was actually doing that rather than him
because
in that situation.
Well, Urshifu had the comfy, and so you can do that. And he's a little bit tankier than a Scyther. Scyther is just a piece of paper, You just like sneeze on it, it disappears.
I felt that in the previous situation when we talk about the Slowbro, I didn't mind if the Scyther gets taken down instead of the Urshifu. At least if the Scyther is down, Urshifu can still do wonders over there.
Sure, but I don't think they would use a slow beam on a Scyther. I think they would just normal attack it.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100% sure they would use it, but who knows? Because like in games like this, sometimes players it's a high intensity situation. Like,
Very
we're
true.
seeing it from the outside. We're not in the player's shoes. And these games are really tense because there's so much on the line. And sometimes you're going to overreact to the smallest things. So maybe that could have been something that would have happened. You blow the slow beam on a target you didn't intend for it to hit. And then all of a sudden, you've blown the doors wide open for the real predator of the game. You know, the Urshifu, you know, the guy's like,
Yeah, coming up from the front. He doesn't have to rotate from the back line at all. So basically, like, you waste that Unite move. But I guess things happen.
It was a numbers disadvantage too, though, because Urshifu came, I think, after the first initial KO.
Yes, that's
So
true.
it was a pretty tough fight for the team overall. So I'm going to look forward to Game 3 because at this point, Game 2 is done and dusted. As much as we can theory craft like what could have happened, what's done is done. But what hasn't been done is the Game 3 draft, and it is ready right now. So let's hop to the draft and see what's going to be on the table for both these teams, because we are now down to our game-deciding match number 3 between Xerific Gaming and Team MYS. Is Yenmu going to play the Dodrio or the Urshifu? Let's find out in this episode.
A fun fact, Yemu played Dodrio throughout the whole upper bracket match.
Has he?
The whole upper bracket match. It's before this, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Sorry. Was it Yemu or was it from Xerific Gaming? But one of them actually played only Dodrio.
Dodrio's banned for
Dodrio's
MYS.
bad. Okay.
But they're not taking Urshifu. NT's going to go for the Trevenant. This is fine. I think MYS, yes, they banned the Dodrio because we know Xerific has played it before. And they were maybe hoping Xerific would go for the Urshifu. I mean, who knows? We don't know who their priority is. But Comfey is
again.
maybe being stolen away by MYS, and the Urshifu for Yamu is going to be the partner.
No.
Okay,
So
Rebounds.
I guess they had a change of mind. I was questioning a lot on if they picked Comfey first because I was like, Slowboard was still available. So I'm guessing
who would be the Comfey partner for Xerific? Because you don't want to pair it with the Trevenant, right? It's an underwhelming partner.
I don't think they will go Comfey.
They can't, because they got Blissey
They can't.
now.
There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way they would go for... They got Blissey now. It makes no sense to go for a Comfey here. So if MYS want it, they could potentially pick it up. But then again, MYS haven't really been too big on the Comfey, but I guess it is now.
Yeah, they're going to run the Comfey. So they're going to be running the Comfey Urshifu. Of course, not me Foxy yet for a third time, this time about Emu again for himself.
Okay, but hang on. Xerific that banned the Clefable. What have you banned this Clefable for? Because you have to ban it if you want to pick a very agile Pokemon. Okay, so they're going to pick up the Scyther. This makes sense. And also the Glaceon, because the... Oh, Gardevoir. Okay, Gardevoir and the Delphox combo. This is such a strong combo flavor. This is such a strong combo, because if you manage to get both Unites together on these two Pokemon, it's essentially a pit of death for MYS.
Yeah, we're looking at huge damage of output coming on from Team Xerific Gaming here. It's been a while. I did wonder if we're ever going to see a Gardevoir being played out in any of the teams, because if I were to compare him with an Espeon, yes, Gardevoir has higher damage output, but if I were to compare it between having the Unite move, I would much prefer an Espeon here. I guess they're going here with the Gardevoir. It's going to be a Scyther into Caesar at one point, and they're also going to be playing this playstyle.
Yeah, okay. I'm just looking at
Team
both of
MY
these
is still
teams.
running that.
Yes. Okay, so I'm looking at both of these teams, and my concern, because I'm assuming this is actually going to be the Water Urshifu for Yemu. Yeah, they could go for Dark Urshifu, but they kind of don't really need the secure. They want someone to dive into the backlines. And I'm wondering, what's the protection going to be for Xerific? Because I think we're used to seeing Xerific use the Trevenant to be in the front lines to start the fights, but the Water Urshifu just goes past him. He's like, I don't care about you. I'm going to go towards your backline. So what's the play here? Are they going to play defensive with the Trevenant to make sure you're guarding your backline attackers? Or are they going to try and play aggressively and say, well, okay, I think the Scyther or Sizzle, whatever they decide to go for here, and Blissey is going to be enough to protect the backlines.
I would think the most safest way for you to actually play it out is for Trevenant just to play normal defense and the goalposts as usual actually coming forward rather than taking that, which is quite risky, I would say, because they have so much range attackers here coming up from Xerific Gaming. They need someone who will actually be on the front lines to actually timber off all those damage coming from Team MYS.
Yeah, well, it's going to come down to lanes flavor. So let's see what happens for both of these teams. And so far, you know, MYS, they're not looking too bad. Bottom lane, they're looking fantastic. Rebomb's are scoring points, so he should be well on his way to getting that level 4. He has been pressured, but, you know, he can take a nap. He's fine. He doesn't have to worry so much about the damage. It's more so this top lane for me, for MYS, and even for Xeraphik, because I feel like Aries' role in this game is going to be so important for the team, because Delphox isn't going to be as active as you would like it to be, because it's a laning Delphox. You put the Gardevoir in the central area, and unfortunately this Pokemon isn't going to provide as much utility as an Urshifu, because this Pokemon evolves much faster than a Gardevoir.
I would have. The thing is, they had no choice. They had to choose either setting off one of them into the central area,
Yeah.
so they decided to actually go in with the Gardevoir instead.
Oh, they're going for Husskkiee. Oh, they might be able to get the Trevenant. Nope.
It's not
Be
going to be
able
enough.
to.
Really nice juke to the right. Of course, scoring all over coming up from Team MYS.
Yep.
Here on the orange side.
Top lane, though, was left untouched. So this is good news for MYS, because you don't lose your Decidueye at all. And instead, we're looking at an invade. So they want to deny this experience from Xeraphik. This is the move you want to be doing as an Urshifu. You are hitting a very big power spike, and with backup with Nightmare Foxy with those solar beams, it's a really tough fight, and they do get rid of the Kirilla. So Xeraphik, they've lost their central laner, and unfortunately for Husskkiee, because he came into support, he's going to be collateral damage here. So 2 knockouts for Yamu. This man is literally stirring up a storm in the Xeraphik central area.
I mean, he's jumping all the way inside. Look at the position.
They can't
of
do
the
anything. Look at this.
They can't even move forward right now.
Oh my gosh.
The cams are being contested by both teams on the side of Xeraphik Gaming. None of even the central area together with the ones on Team MYS are being untouched at the current moment and being taken by this Urshifu here in the middle together with the Comfy. Of course, we see a little bit of movement coming around from top path, which is going to be the Scyther as well. Together, of course, Urshifu going up for this. Can he try? Aries try to make an escape.
It's
and
tough.
It's tough. I guess he still can.
You can't with Dark HT there, so they're going to have to use the slow smoke, but can they get out of there? Looks like Froggy's going to be the second KO, so very nice attack back there from Xeraphik. They had such a difficult time in the central lane. It must feel so good to get rid of that Urshifu and be like, take that, you know, that's what you get for taking my
A little bit of
creep.
overconfidence, I would say. He was
Yeah.
trying to take up on 3 months at the same time. He got taken up, of course, together with the Comfy. And Comfy got taken up for as well. And an opportunity for Team Xeraphik Gaming to actually go on for some scores. And this time, they're in the lead with 81 to 48.
Time for the
7
big
on.
battle as well, Flava. You know,
Reggies.
the bottom objective is here, and both teams are fully evolved. And we do have a Unite available on the Gardevoir, so that's going to be very scary. The Fairy Singularity, it can connect on a lot of those Team MYS Pokemon.
Oh, Mystical Mirage.
Yep, Mystical Mirage being used first. They're trying to go on to Froggy,
you
and
got it!
Mew gets the last hit.
Amazing
Oh, that's
electric ball.
massive. The Husskkiee trying to go for Yang, but it's so difficult to get that owl, and will instead be knocked out himself. So 2 Pokemon, but getting removed from the field for Xeraphik Gaming, that was a big loss for the team, because they fully committed the entire team for that fight. And not just that though, the Unite was used by the Gardevoir as well, so that's not going to be available for Reggialecki.
Yep, that's very unfortunate for Xeraphik Gaming. It looked like it was going to be in their favor, but unfortunately Team MYS managed to take it. Gotta be careful with that
Froggy.
new electric ball. This time about, using the serve, coming from Slowbro. Managed to push them out, going up for the save, and they're gonna make a sweet escape to the central area here with the Decidueye. They're trying to go back, rotate in the top path, and probably going in contest for this. Are they going for Reggialecki? Trevenant as well?
Yeah, maybe. That might be the case here. I think MYS, they're just saying like, okay, you can take the Alecki, we kind of don't care about it. Because the thing is with Alecki, you don't really get experience.
Sure.
You know, it's just the pushing potential, it's just the pressure. They're focusing on those levels because they also understand Xeraphik's lineup relies a lot on having like keeping up with the levels or being ahead in levels, right? Because they have a very strong late game composition. You fall behind against this kind of lineup, you're in a lot of trouble. So they're going to continue on farming, get their Unites, and get ready for those big battles. And with Yang to pull off a 40-pointer here, this is going to be big. Weaken that top goal zone, get ready to break it. But Aries is here, and Yang is all alone. That's an easy knockout. Oh, that's a really big punish.
Ah, that's a solo takedown by Aries at the top lane. Gotta be careful over there. Managed to score 40, great, but unfortunately gets taken down all alone here against the Cider. And this time, 15 more seconds before the next Reggie gets popped off at the bottom path.
Oh, those Unites. I'm so scared, Flava. You've got the big AoE Unites on Xeraphik Gaming. If you're MYS, you cannot afford to clump up. And because it's a fire spin on the Delphox as well, this is going to be so annoying for Rebombs on the Slowbro because that's going to stop him from being able to get those surfs that he wants. And actually looks like they're going to use the Flowery Fields forever already. Bliss Assist onto the Trevenant, but actually going to be popped immediately. That was a Scyther, actually, excuse me. And they get another knockout there. 3 Pokemon down for MYS, 2 Pokemon down on Xeraphik Gaming. And oh my goodness, Xeraphik coming out of that fight on top and feeling so... Oh, actually, wait, it's the Decidueye.
Yeah, the Decidueye.
Excuse
So basically,
me.
his knock-knock was the one who actually managed to actually have that final hit on
This
that
man.
Reggie. But that team fight was a huge win for Xeraphik Gaming, most definitely.
It was a very chaotic one as well because a lot of Unites got popped preemptively, right? Flowery Fields got used early. Slowbro wasn't able to surf into the enemy team. You had to surf backwards because you had the fire spin coming at him. So just the fire spin Delphox is causing a lot of issues for MYS
It
for
was
positioning.
quite annoying because
They got him again. Rebombs.
Yeah.
Look at the damage. Oh, that really hurts.
Can't afford Amnesia being popped off as well, coming from Rebombs.
Just forget about it.
He's just gonna forget that he was
Just
being
keep
chased over by a whole village of Mons from
Almost got
Xeraphik.
toasted, you mean?
Oh,
Oh, they've actually managed to find MYS. Beautiful backstab for Xeraphik Gaming, even using the fanciful fireworks for it as well. 4 Pokemon down. It's just the Urshifu left, and he was in the bottom lane. Big scores there for Xeraphik Gaming. Flava, I am terrified for MYS.
Yeah, this is not looking good. It seems that they got caught off. I think the usage of Unite coming from Xeraphik is actually a good timing as well. They should be able to actually still have it in the upcoming Rayquaza match as well. Probably not for the Reggie at the bottom path.
You wouldn't want to use it now. Yeah, it's too late.
Now is like the most horrible time for you to actually utilize any of it. And they managed to take down this goalpost here coming on from Team Xeraphik Gaming. And we're looking at a very close score, 221 to 165. Leaning more towards Team Xeraphik Gaming here.
Level advantage, yeah. It's a pretty big one as well. I mean, you've got 13 on both Scyther and the Gardevoir, almost 13 on the Delphox as well, whereas MYS, they've only got one Pokemon that's at that 13, and it's the Urshifu, so you need to equalize your levels. They do try to fight in that bottom lane. If you're MYS, you need to win this one to get the catch-up experience.
Oh, I have this feeling MYS might be a little bit too late here, but Gardevoir got it on the Regirock,
Too
and
late.
they're gonna get that buff for defense as well, special defense, and this is going to give them a very special entry into the Rayquaza that is going to pop off in the next 5 seconds. Huge advantage for them. Team MYS is definitely in a pinch right here. You're looking at the Trevenant with a defense and special defense buff here.
Yeah, and if you take a look at Xeraphik as well, they're actually really scared of a potential Batcat, which is why Aeris is camping in that top bush, just in case you see any shenanigans from MYS. But MYS, I think they understand their team needs to group up, and that's a team fight lineup. It's not a lineup that can afford to split up. So Aeris looking to actually go for a bit of a surprise attack from the north of the battlefield. And MYS, they are trying to force Xeraphik into them by starting on Rayquaza. Now, can they make this bait work? Because so far, Scyther is still sitting in that bush. They almost got Rebombs. It's super low. Yemi's still on the front lines. They can't quite pick off that Slowbro. He's still there, but very, very injured. They're going to have to swap that Comfy out, get the heals back onto the Slowbro, and try and go for the reset. But we're down to a minute, Flava. There's not much time left.
Oh, that was so close.
Scyther's coming.
They need to go in and take down on this Rayquaza here.
Fireworks.
Fireworks is actually being spent out.
Slowbro.
Oh, Slowbro holding on the Scyther. Unfortunately, that guy did not manage to happen well. Come from Xeraphik Gaming. This might be it.
Two down. Delphox is out. Oh no, Husskkiee, he's actually trying to stop the attackers, but can Xeraphik get the steal? They do! Oh, Xeraphik, they were able to get it with the Gardevoir. Dark HT going in from the top. They need to break these shields, Flava. They have to stop the scores, and they have to get their
maybe
own.
we can't even to do it. Unfortunately, not be able to. That's going to be a huge 100 goal points siding towards Xeraphik Gaming, and yet it's going to be a 76 here for Team MYS by that Comfy. Of course, that's a 50 here by that. Let's see, but unfortunately, he's not able to actually score any of that at any point right here.
I mean, he already scored the 100. It really doesn't matter now. 321 to 245, and with 10 seconds left to go.
I don't think they're in a position. Unfortunately, this is going to be the end for Team MYS in their run in their upper bracket. Xeraphik Gaming is going to be taking the W on the upper bracket match here.
Oh my gosh, Xeraphik Gaming, not only have they removed no Lucario, but they're also going to remove Team MYS from the upper bracket. And now this sets the scene for Xerific because they are now sitting in the grand final, and Team MYS, they're going to have to duke it out with the winner of that lower bracket match that we weren't able to see. And that lower bracket match was between RRQ and No Lucario. We will get updates on who won that series very soon. But oh my gosh, this team is on fire.
I'm gonna come back to what we discussed before. Who are you? Xerific Gaming. That's such an amazing series it has been. They managed to win the first game against Team MYS, and then we have that comeback from Team MYS in game number 2. But unfortunately, Xerific Gaming did manage to actually take over that win in game number 8, making them the winner for this best of 3 series against Team MYS in the upper bracket match.
Man, this team is definitely a sight to behold, and I think a lot of other people are going to be keeping an eye out on Xerific for the months to come. You know, why are these guys suddenly coming out of nowhere? Why are they so good? Where are they from? Like, what are their secrets?
I feel that it would be great if we actually had an opportunity to actually interview them at any point. I would love to get to know more about this team.
Here's the thing, you know. So if they win,
If
we
they win.
can interview them. So it looks like the opponent for Team MYS in the lower bracket is going to be No Lucario.
Yep.
So the lower bracket results for No Lucario versus RRQ was 2-1 in favor of No Lucario. So
Close
this is going to
call.
be a very interesting matchup in the lower bracket, Flava.
Wow, MYS. I'm not even sure. Are we going to be casting the lower bracket
We
match?
will.
And then
And then the grand
finals.
finals, yes. So it's going to be a very interesting day, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the game so far, but we've still got plenty more Pokemon Unite. And I hope you guys do stick around with us because we've had a fun ride.
Yep, most definitely. We've witnessed some really good, amazing games so far for the day. And we're coming close to the pinnacle of the day. And always remember, the top 3 from the competition will move forward to its regionals for this April qualifiers itself. So this is definitely a sight to behold here. A little bit sad looking from both sides. And of course, it will be incomplete to close out the series without watching a little bit of replays of what has transpired in the previous match itself in game number 3 between Xerific Gaming versus with MYS.
Definitely. So I think something that I felt was really great for MYS in the early game was the fact that they really capitalized on the early game power, right? We're seeing Yemu going absolutely ham in the Xerific central area. But I feel like the one mistake they made was him actually getting knocked out in the top lane. I think this should not have happened.
It should not have happened, most
Because
definitely.
you've given this comeback experience back to Xerific Gaming. You're off the map and they're free to score goals, do whatever they want. They don't have to worry about the threat of an Urshifu on the field. And
It did make me wonder if, listen, why was he actually over there? Yeah, I do feel that it's a little bit overconfident because they've been doing so well.
comfy.
Yeah, Comfey, Urshifu.
Makes you feel a little too confident, you know? Maybe I have to rename it to Confident.
Okay.
I got looks from Husskkiee, I'm sorry.
Anyways, apologies for that. Yeah, you can't get a little too overconfident in the games, especially when you're in this, when there's so much at stake. You're in the
high
upper
stakes,
bracket. It
yep.
costs so much. I believe that if that did not happen, it could have went into Team MYS's way here in this series against Xerific Gaming. But there's no point in crying over spilt water here. Unfortunately, Team MYS will be sent down to the lower bracket itself. Congratulations to Team Xerific Gaming for moving forward, and I believe they are in the top 3.
I think at this point, yes, they're guaranteed top 3. But the position isn't guaranteed, right? Because
The
first
position.
place isn't promised as of yet. Because yes, I think everyone is aiming for top 3, but let's not forget Flava. There is also prize money involved.
Yep.
So the first place team is going to be taking home $7,000. Second place, if I'm not mistaken, was $3,500, and then third place was $3,000. So it's still a lot of money.
Isn't that the same? That is it? You
No.
said second and third was 3,000.
3,500 then 3,000.
3,005. Wow, that's
You were not listening.
That was
Thank
quite
you.
a huge difference. I was expecting a little bit more between the second and third,
Well,
but anyways,
that's what I thought as well.
this is the updated bracket, ladies and gentlemen. We've just witnessed that upper bracket final match between Zerfig Gaming versus Team MYS. It's a 2-1 win leading towards Team Zerfig Gaming. And of course, Team MYS will be dropped down going up against Team No Lucario, who have just won against Team Rex Rigum Kion or RRQ in the lower bracket semi-finals.
I mean, we're getting close to the end of today, Flava, and we are running out of teams.
Yeah,
we're running
out of teams. Only, I believe that if Zerfig Gaming, Team MYS, No Lucario, we already have our top 3. We just need to determine which one is going to be...
Who's going to get first and who's going to get second and third.
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll talk about the grand finals format a little bit later on because we're not quite there yet. You know, we're trying to figure out who's going to be the first finalist and who might have to play again in the next finals if we get the bracket reset. Like, that's the biggest question. Can we even get the bracket reset to begin with?
Yep, that's true. And we'll get to see whether or not will we be witnessing yet another set of matches for the reset itself. So for those who are actually tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting throughout our whole journey here at the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series for the Asia Pacific West. And of course, we still have our brothers and sisters who's also doing some commentaries on the East.
The Eastern
channel.
side.
Yeah,
yes.
because we have so much teams, we had to divide them over
Hey,
to the East and West.
it's not just that though, because the Korean games were happening last I checked. The Japanese qualifiers was also happening, and I presume India would probably be happening at the same time as well.
Yep,
So
that's true.
all of the Asian qualifiers are literally just thrown into this weekend. It was pretty crazy. But let's focus on ours though, right? Because we are now down to the lower bracket final. Team MYS versus No Lucario.
We're going to be seeing Team MYS once again. And of course, we're going to go through their roster here. We have Rebongs, Yang, Nightme, Foxy, MYS Froggy, as well as Yimu. And of course, we're looking at their opponents, No Lucario from the lower bracket here, who have just concluded their match against their opponents. From TRRQ is going to be Ice, NLKST, NL Rive. Okay, I'm going to leave it to you. I think you did it with.
It's fine. On the side of No Lucario, we have Ice, we have KST, Wraith, Dev, and Solo. So,
I was hoping you would say his name's going to be Thief.
nah. If you want to do it to the cast, I don't mind. But I would like to preserve my voice if possible. But this should be a really fun matchup though, because these two teams, they're very familiar with each other. I'm very sure they run into each other all the time on that ranked ladder, and so they would have a lot of information on each other in terms of their choices, their play style, their picks of Pokemon, and I'm really keen to see what this draft is going to look like for both sides, because they've got their pool of strong Pokemon, but I'm still kind of hoping that we see some of the rarer ones. We haven't seen a Zoroark as of yet. I do believe Zoroark has appeared on the East stream, not so much on our stream as of yet.
Yep, that's
and
true.
we haven't seen Goodra, and Goodra has already appeared on the East stream.
We've
So
had
I have
talks about this.
expectations.
We
I
had
have
talks about
expectations for these two teams. If they don't pick up a Goodra, I will be very upset.
You're putting expectations on these two teams, or okay, not just these two teams, but of course we still have a grand finals, right? Expecting in the next upcoming matches, we might be observing or seeing a Goodra being played out.
Yes, I would love to see a Goodra.
You're putting
I think a
quite a
lot of people
burden
do.
on them.
Well, the thing is, they're not watching the stream, so it's totally fine.
Sure,
But
they might be watching it after, but
maybe after. But that they're not going to listen to me. You know, they got to focus on getting the prize money. They got to beat.
they gotta check that in.
Maybe, I don't know. But I really want to see Goodra, and I want to see how it fits into the meta for APAC West. Like, what do the teams right now in this region think of Goodra? What do they feel his role is supposed to be in the current meta? Because so far he's such a weird defender, right? He's classified as a defender, but he plays like an all-rounder. We'll talk about that a little bit later on if a Goodra does suddenly appear. But what we do have on the screen is the info card here for Team MYS and their averages across the board for their games. And Decidueye has been a favorite for this team. Mew and Urshifu as well. All three of these Pokemon rocking 78% pick rates. After that, we've got a lot of love here for Blissey and Slowbro with 56% pick rate. And then finally, Dodrio coming in at a 44% pick rate. So MYS, they have been working with a small pool of Pokemon, it seems, because I've noticed for some of the other teams, they're running much lower percentages for their quote-unquote frequently used Pokemon.
Yep, exactly. Because we keep seeing them utilizing more or less the same Pokemons over and over again. I believe this dragged out all the way even from ACL, except for that Decidueye play over there. But you can see that 78% of Decidueye, that's actually quite high over here. Of course, Mew comes to no surprise. We definitely expect Night Mew Foxy to actually be using out this year. Urshifu, because he's quite a meta pick together with Blissey, Slowbro, as well as Dodrio. So we're playing around the range, I guess. So MYS, their draft, they don't play around too much because I think even if they are required to actually pick other mons available, they wouldn't run off too far. They will still come back to more or less the same kind of Pokemons being picked up for the draft.
I mean, these are the Pokemon that they feel are the strongest in the current meta, right? Because we did have a bit of a balance patch drop before the qualifiers even began, and this is how they've adapted to those changes. Although a lot of the changes didn't really impact these Pokemon. I think only Mew was the one that got hit by a bit of a nerf with the recent patch, but outside of that, I mean, Desi hasn't been picked for, I don't know, hasn't been touched for I don't know how long, because people are still trying to justify the existence of this Pokemon. And then you have Urshifu, who I actually feel is in a good spot. He just feels uncomfortably strong because of the existence of Comfey.
Yep, that's true. I think Urshifu on its own is already a great
He's
Pokemon.
fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He can deal with it. Like, he's not at that same level as Zacian, right? Like, he's
no,
not.
of course.
He used to be though.
Unfortunately, if you were to play Reg, yeah, I guess Urshifu is going to be heavily punished here. But we're looking at the competitive side. Yes, Urshifu is definitely high up there in the rankings here. And now we're looking at no Lucario. So their priority is a little bit more on Pokemon, so we don't see an MYS. So they have the Espeon. They favor on Pokemon like Trevenant, which is not being played out by MYS. Also the Glaceon there and the Clefable. So I would assume that those Pokemons or whatever we saw the info card for MYS is going to be picked up by MYS, and whatever that we're seeing here is going to be the ones coming up from Team Lucario, as they're much more comfortable with this on their end.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for deny picks. I think that's going to be an inevitable fate at some point, because you know these guys know each other. So they're going to have an idea on what their strong Pokemon are and just steal them away, because we only have one ban apiece.
Yep, one ban.
So sometimes you just have to use a pick slot as a potential deny pick for your opponent. So until we see the draft, we're not really going to know what's going to happen. And I think at this point, I mean, we've seen both teams play so far, and I kind of feel like they're equally strong in their own regards. Like, they have their strengths and weaknesses, but I can't really say one team is better than the other.
Most definitely. I think that because both of them kind of know each other, compared to the previous match, I think that unfortunately Team MYS was not able to actually have enough information on their opponents. But this time about, we're looking at brothers and sisters who know each other too well to a point where they're going to play around the meta.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I guess it all boils down to execution in terms of how you execute certain things when it comes to your team composition. And of course, we're not going to be wasting any more time and go straight into the drafts for this match in between Team No Lucario versus with Team MYS, beginning with the bans from both sides.
I smell a Mew ban. This is something that I've noticed.
Ban, I suppose?
It's a ban against Night Mew Foxy, because he does play a phenomenal Mew. I could be wrong, because there are a lot of Pokemon. Trevenant could be banned, and yes, it's Trevenant. But Venusaur being the ban.
Oh, they banned the Venusaur.
Interesting. All right then. I mean, we've seen No Lucario run this Venusaur in the past. Like, this is a Pokemon that's a bread and butter at some point.
Weren't they the one who actually ran the Venusaur Comfy? And
I don't think it was them. I think it was their opponent, wasn't it?
okay, yeah, I guess it's the opponent.
All right, anyways, continuing on, we're going to be seeing our first pick here for No Lucario, and it's going to be Dev picking up their Urshifu, which means it's not going to be available for Team MYS, but Clefable being the choice here for Froggy, and Yamu is going to be picking up the Dodrio, so lots of mobility, and also having access to gravity from that Clefable. It's going to cause Dev a lot of issues, and it almost feels like they're going to have to be forced to play the Dark Urshifu, because gravity shuts down the Water Bear.
Yep, and it's definitely quite tough because you're being put in such a situation, because we keep seeing the Water Bear being used, so now we might be seeing it rather than Rapid Strike, might be seeing a Single Strike.
We did see Single Strike
once.
at one point, yes.
Yeah,
but,
once.
But the Rapid Strike has definitely been the more popular choice.
Yeah, because you have the Liquefy and Liquidation, able to actually put a little bit of armor for yourself.
Just the sustain and the fact that he's so
sustainability
mobile.
helps, yeah.
Yeah, like one of the biggest ways to shut down that Water Bear is to have either a lot of hard lockdown or gravity. Gravity is the hard counter to this Pokemon. And we're finally going to be seeing Blastoise today. We haven't seen this on stream at all. So Solo is going to be handling the reins of this big blue carry, and Wraith is going to be picking up the Espeon as the final choice for No Lucario. And once again, Yang and Foxy are going to go to their true carries. It's going to be the Mew and the Decidueye for MYS. And are we going to be seeing any swaps for the players? It's going to be Ice handling the Blastoise. I do want to remind our viewers as well, we do have a soft ban on this Blastoise. The only stipulation players need to follow for this Pokemon is that the combination of Rapid Spin and Water Spout is not allowed.
Yep.
But you are allowed the other combinations. So Rapid Spin can be paired with Hydro Pump, or you can go for
Water
Surf
Spout,
and Surf and Rapids. Was it Surf and Hydro Pump? There we go.
Yeah. So basically, you're just not allowed to actually use that particular combo using that Blastoise. Funny thing about the Blastoise is that it has not received a single buff since the start of its introduction into Pokemon Unite, and yet still able to actually be a meta.
I think he got a cooldown reduction somewhere.
I think that was only for one ability,
It was
and
for
then it was an increment for another ability cooldown. But beyond all that,
I mean, it's been a long time.
yeah, it's
since
been a
this
very, very
Pokemon
long
has
time.
been
Yeah,
changed,
and he's actually one of the earliest being released into the game as well. So it's
I think he was the first new Pokemon
first new Pokemon. Yeah.
out of the entire original roster, if I'm remembering
I think after
correctly.
that point, everybody got bored of playing. You know, like
I hardcore played Blastoise, but to be fair, that Pokemon was absolutely broken when it was released.
True,
And I
so
feel
true.
kind of bad for playing it, but it was very fun back in the day. But the game is ready, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll have to see what's going to happen in this best of 3 if No Lucario or Team MYS is going to be going up against the grand finalist,
Yep,
which is Zephyr Gaming. It's insane. I can't believe we're here.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we're looking at Team No Lucario on the purple side and Team MYS on the right side, which is going to be on the orange side. Looking at the laning phase here, we have Swinub at the top together with C-Dot. Of course, I'm sorry, well, we're also going to be playing the... I think this is going... Oh, Team MYS is actually on right side, going on to the top.
Yes.
Dojo going for the middle central area.
I'm actually curious to see for No Lucario, what's the plan here for Ice on this Blastoise? Like, what's the ultimate goal? Because in the past, the reason why people picked Blastoise was for that spin combo, right? He was just an absolute monster. If you're able to go for the band combination, but now without it, are they aiming for just the Disturbance Blastoise, you Surf and Hydro Pump Pokemon to keep them away, to displace them? Or are they maybe still going to go for the Rapid Spin, but go for the Hydro Pump instead, just to be that annoyance? Like, we kind of don't know what the idea is for Ice's Blastoise.
Yep, we'll get to see once this Squirtle actually goes through water and into the Blastoise itself. Of course, one of the main ones is definitely going to be the CC coming on from his Hydro type through the Unite.
Oh, but Foxy gets taken out.
That is quite brutal here. Look at Dave here. He's doing monstrous amount of damage here using that Urshifu, and he is actually still using... Yeah, this is actually...
Yeah, it's Rapid Strike.
Yeah, it's Rapid Strike. Still using Water Bear, so I guess.
Yes, I think it's always going to be Rapid Strike if you're running that Comfey. Like, in very few situations are you going to be going for the Dark Urshifu. If you want Dark Urshifu, you want to delete somebody.
Yeah,
you want to hit the delete button.
on your own. But I guess since we're looking at the competitive team, everything is team fight the first. Oh, this one.
They don't quite catch anybody, so it's just a fair trade across the board. Trying to get the birds, want to get the experience, head back into lane. And I don't blame No Lucario for focusing a lot on the bottom lane because you are trying to stabilize Ice's lane, right? You're trying to get that Blastoise to level 9 as fast as possible, to unlock the Hydro Typhoon, and to make sure your Blastoise can contribute in the fights, because until you hit that level 9, he's not really beneficial to the team. Whereas in that top lane, though, lots of focus down from MYS. They're trying to break the goal zone with Yamu on the Dodrio. Now, Espeon is in the bush if they're not careful. Oh, actually, Decidueye going down. Revealed his position there with the Spirit Shackle. Oh, right. Doing a lot of damage. Luckily, the Psy Shock does not connect onto Yamu.
Wow.
Yamu pokes him a little bit, but yeah, you got to be so careful. If you get caught by that Espeon, sayonara.
Oh no. Wardle having a little bitch, and he gets to get down here. Urshifu managed to actually clear out on the Mew, and of course Reggie still here at the bottom path, together with Regieleki at the top.
They're
Here
still
now,
going. Oh,
still
Reebongs.
rolling here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Reebong's actually pushing back the wild Pokemon towards their goal zone just to make sure that they can try and secure that experience. If they push back the Water Bear, that would have been a bit of a different situation. You don't want to push back Dev into your own goal zone. Both teams, though, are in that bottom lane Flava, and they are ready to go, but the Slowbro has to eject back. He was very low. And look at this, though. Dev trying to go in from the back lines. He's actually burning down. Knock-knock coming in from the top there. So this Decidueye is doing a lot of damage, and look at how injured.
It is going to be sufficient. Water goes down.
Yeah, Ice is down, but look at that Water Bear going to be turning around, trying to jump onto MYS, but he got knocked up by the Registeel. 3 Pokemon down on No Lucario, and that's going to be it. They have to forfeit the Registeel, the attack buff into MYS, and they will be able to break that goal zone and get a very big 41-point overcap.
Wow, it was huge because Yang managed to actually lower down
41?
the HP
39.
coming up from No Lucario by
points.
using that knock-knock over there. So, very huge advantage coming from Team MYS coming to that team fight as No Lucario doesn't have much from there. And this time about, Urshifu tried to make a escape.
again!
Unfortunately, no trio
The
managed to take them
best!
out. And of course, this time the Mew takes up on the Comfy as well.
Oh my gosh, the fact that they're getting these knockouts onto that Urshifu, it means that Dev isn't able to provide any assistance to the side lanes. He's not applying any pressure to MYS. This is the second objective that they're going to be able to take, and this one's for free. And No Lucario have actually needed to pivot back into a defensive position. And you know this game is bad when you still have a War Turtle at 5 minutes.
Oh.
He still hasn't hit that level 9. He finally
only a
hits it.
Blastoise now.
He's a Blastoise now. Hydro Typhoon is available. And if they can actually get a big knockout here, maybe get 3, 4, if they could get 5 KOs, that would be huge. So Ice hiding in the bushes. I think they've spotted Hydro Typhoon going
Oh,
for it.
Hydro
Only
Typhoon.
connecting onto 2, but I don't know if it's going to be enough there. They do get, oh, they've actually lost the Urshifu instead. They don't get anyone from MYS. So they can't even capitalize on the Hydro Typhoon for No Lucario. Ice being frozen up against so many Pokemon. Hydro Pump to push them back. He's trying to stop them from going onto the goal zone, but this Regieleki is just inches away from walking on top of that goal zone.
Oh,
They're trying to
wow.
stay on the goal zone. I don't know if the Regieleki can get on. They're trying to push them off. Triple trample. Knock-knock being used. They're desperately trying to remove No Lucario from the goal zone, and it does go in. These points will be scored. The experience given away. And No Lucario, their defense was in vain.
They tried so hard to defend that goal post over there. Unfortunately, that Regieleki was able to actually push through and allow Team MYS to actually go for scores. And right now, they're at 355 points versus with 117
And the
against Team Lucario.
free
That was
Regice.
insane defense going in, but they didn't have much. I mean, they were just going in one by one, which is a huge mistake. Going up against a full team from Team MYS. This time is going to be the Reggies, and Mew gets that last hit as well.
Oh,
With a ball, and goes to the jump, hitting up on 3. It's going to be a rapid spin, chasing up from behind. Yang tries to make an escape, and unfortunately, he managed to eject back and into safety. And this time, Blastoise tried to make an escape, and this time the chase is going to happen inside Team MYS. Astro does off the ultimate as well, and this time going up for the chase. Urshifu tried to do wonders. Is he able to actually do so? Dojo tries to make an escape from the top, and he is able to as well.
And they're going onto the goal zone, but I think this might just be a forfeit goal zone here for MYS. They say, okay, you can have it. We don't care anymore.
Take
It's
it.
only 7 points, but no, look at this Yamu wanting to punish that Slowbro, but with the Urshifu there, you know, you've got to be so careful with Dev around. Luckily, though, it's not such a big overcap, so not too big of a loss, but up top, though, this Regieleki is being started by No Lucario, and Dev isn't there. Yamu's in the bottom lane. He is slowly making his way through, but look at MYS. They're going to try and get rid of No Lucario and get the Regieleki for themselves, and if Dev continues, he's all alone. There's a high probability that he's just going to get knocked out. He's hiding in the bushes, and actually MYS are not even going to bother going for it. I think they want to try and keep it.
He might just find the Decidueye from the back here, but he doesn't know. He doesn't have information that he's actually somewhere nearby. He could actually catch him here.
Is there an eject?
Oh, he's going in for it together with the Comfy here.
They got it.
Easy peasy takedown by this Urshifu. And of course, he's stopping it. This is going to be go time for Team Lucario to actually go in as well. He has the Blastoise. He's not sure whether he actually has the Scoop 9 here to actually do anything about it. Regieleki is already merged as well.
Yeah, so No Lucario, they're not going to take the objective because firstly, they don't feel comfortable trying to take it.
Oh, this is beautiful. 50.
Yes.
50 points, and we're coming into that 2-minute mark for that Rayquaza. So probably it's going to be great for Yimu with the score for most definitely. He's going for catch. Oh, he's killing it! Espion's gone, and that is going to be a huge drop in terms of damage off from here. Typhoon not be able to actually do much. Low
Oh
HP
no,
as well.
Dev is gone! Actually lost the Urshifu, and he's the big momentum carrier for the team, so no Lucario. I think they may have just dropped the ball here. With no Espeon, with no Urshifu, they just don't have the power to go up against Team MYS's front line. Yes, they may have lost the Dodrio in the process, but look at this though, free 8 points here for Nightmare Foxy. He's just like, I'm going to quickly score. And actually the damage is going to follow through with that Espeon. And look at Reebox, he's like, Ray,
Espeon, what are you
Ray,
doing?
I'm going after you. Oh my
Electro Ball
gosh.
sure hit. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of Espeon. Right at the moment where he is back into the game, and he's gone once again. And this time about...
This is such a tough fight because there's no Unite on any of these Pokemon, and no Lucario really needed to use those Unites for that final fight. No Slow Beam, no Hydro Typhoon, immediate jump onto Yang. I think they may have found the owl. He's still okay, but no! Decidueye is out of the picture, but so is Blastoise. It's a 4v4 situation. Reebok trying to get the freeze. High horsepower connecting onto Deb. They're trying to lock him down, make sure that he's not able to do anything. Chasing onto Solo. Down goes the Mamoswine, and now in a desperate position, Deb wanting to try and go into Rayquaza, but with all these Pokemon on the field, what can he do? He's all alone with the Comfey.
Missile Mirage must be used as well, trying to stop
And
in pursuit of
Dodrio.
this. Urshifu trying to go for a score. In the meantime, the bottom lane.
I don't think
look
they
at
can
the
do
Rumbles.
this.
I don't think they can actually do this. But even if we can, it seems that reinforcements have arrived. The whole village
Hydro
of Team
Typhoon.
N1 can he do it? Is he going to be... I
don't think it matters.
He's going to be able to actually make it in time as well. Oh, and this is the one gets a Rayquaza. Unfortunately, it seems that no Lucario will not be having any chances into getting a win over Team MYS in this game number 1 for this series at the lower bracket finals.
Oh, that catch onto Espeon at the beginning of the fight. I think that was such a game-changing catch for MYS because you've removed the threat of the Psyshock. Yes, Dev is probably one of the biggest Pokemon on the side of no Lucario, but Wraith, the fact that Wraith was removed, MYS had the freedom to go in there. Yes, there was a Hydro Typhoon, but what are you really worried about, right? This Blastoise,
They don't have them. They don't have the Espeon.
They don't have the follow-up. That's the big thing with their lineup. They have so much setup with the Blastoise, with a Slowbro, and heck, even to a certain degree with the Urshifu.
Even the Espeon itself, if he actually had the Unite as well, which is also great, really good CC as well. Especially when you're going for team fights in terms of the Rayquaza. Unfortunately, when the Espeon came back down, if no Lucario could actually just take a step back and come back once Espeon has returned back into the battlefield, it would have been slightly different. But unfortunately, right after Espeon gets taken down, Urshifu is the one that actually followed suit together with the Comfey.
Look, Dev played out of his mind this game. I think he had to do a lot for the team to really claw their way back into this game. It really just came down to a couple of mismanaged fights, right? And they just weren't able to get the game back after that because you're also going up against a team that has Dodrio. So you make these small misplays. Dodrio's like, I'm going to score a couple points and you can't do anything about it. Nah. So it's really tough when you're playing up against a very good composition that can punish you for losing some of these big battles. Another thing that I think the Lucario need to consider going into the next game is maybe a different option for the Wartortle pick, because yes, Hydro Typhoon is an amazing Unite move, and Blastoise itself, it can be a fantastic Pokemon too, but I think without his DPS build, the Rapid Spin Water Spout, he doesn't provide as much utility as he would in his natural state.
I agree.
So,
it feels that you have to rely on your teammates to actually provide that beyond you actually having good CC.
Like you need the follow-up.
Yeah, there's no follow-ups right over there, so it doesn't matter if you actually land a really nice Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 5 from Team MYS, not be able to actually do much right after.
Yeah, it's like maybe a little bit too much utility because you've also got the Slowbro, which yes, you've got two. Some people will be like, oh yeah, they're two defenders. Blastoise doesn't really function as a true defender. He's like a hybrid between defender and all-rounder. Yeah, so I'm just trying to think, like, how else would you potentially fit the Blastoise? Because ultimately, I think it came down to follow-up. They really needed Wraith for that Typhoon follow-up. But because Wraith was just eliminated so quickly from that fight, they lost too much of their late game power.
I think if they could actually switch things up and having a different kind of lineup, it could have been a lot better for No Lucario right here and a little bit more fair play. I'm a little bit concerned because I think for this match itself, no Urshifu, sorry, my bad. Did I say no Urshifu? So, Urshifu...
I mean, you're on the Urshifu side.
We're gonna fix this.
Yeah.
Alright, so Urshifu got caught off guard again. I'm a little bit concerned now with hopes that Urshifu does not continue having that. This is something that Team NYS need to fix between itself because we can't afford this happening in this high-stakes battle, especially because that could have actually altered the results from the previous match in the upper bracket itself. So, yeah, gotta be careful.
Right, yes, that's what no Urshifu needs to do.
Oh,
I'm
man,
never
this is
going to
gonna
let
be
you
a
live that
running
down.
thing.
I'm sorry now. I'm sorry.
My apologies. Because we were just talking about No Lucario and I was like, man.
Yeah. Well, speaking of no Lucario, we're going to switch on over to MYS here, right?
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Look, 80% Decidueye.
Look at this guy.
I mean, he's having a heyday. Like, if he's been wanting to just spend a day and be like, guys, I just want to play Decidueye. If it's not banned, just give me the Decidueye. He's got it. 80% pick rate so far. Unfortunately, it's not been too successful. We've seen, like, I think in the previous series, we saw some
I think it was
games
the
where
first
he's really
match, yeah.
struggled. And not just this series, like even before this, right?
Yeah,
the
the first
Decidueye,
match,
I mean, he's showing the difficulty of executing Decidueye. Because it's not a case of like, he just sits behind the team and charges up a Spirit Shackle. Like, he has to worry about where the Urshifu is. He has to worry about, is there a Scyther? Is there a Dodrio? Like, are there any Pokemon that
Is there
want
anyone
me?
who can actually go in from the back line, just catch you and just punish you for being just stagnant over there and not be able to actually do anything to defend yourself?
Yeah, and yes, they're having some success with it, but it's just been a real struggle to win these games easily. Because he's a laning Decidueye. He's not even the central lane Decidueye.
Yep.
So he doesn't get his experience until the second spawn wave after the first central lane clear has been done by their mid laner. So yeah, I mean, yes, Yang has shown a lot of success with the Decidueye, but it hasn't been an easy path at all. We are going to swap on over to no Lucario's stats here as we look at Wraith. So Wraith, really? Play Pikachu for 18%? It's interesting. Okay.
I would assume that it was probably just 1 or 2 matches because of such a
No. You said this before. The stats are only calculated if they played more than 4 games. So he must have played a minimum of 4 games of Pikachu.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, 4. I would presume that it was actually in the group stages.
I think it does count in the group stages.
I think it's got to count in the group
Maybe.
stages, yeah.
Look, I would love to see him play Pikachu, although, yes, this Pokemon is, again, also like Espeon, pretty hard to execute. Maybe arguably harder than Espeon because you don't have the Psyshock stuff. But I'd love to see Pikachu come up. I mean, he's shown that it's worked up until this point. Maybe Pikachu's a solution.
Pikachu is actually a really good pick for you to secure objectives. So, especially with having an Electro Ball. Early game, amazing as well. So, I guess it could be a good pick as well. I don't know. I feel that the only reason why we don't see much of Pikachu because there's better options when it comes to monsters. Yeah. So
I mean, he just needs to turn it purple, make the ears a little bit bigger, and have a longer tail. There.
The only difference is that Asmon is a little bit harder for you to actually hit with your Psyshock.
Hey,
yeah,
but if you land it though, it's like hitting jackpot. You know, it's like ding, 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 ding. It's like such a good feeling when you hit those really big Psyshocks.
Exactly, and both of them actually reduces movement speed upon hit. So.
Well, Psyshock's worse, right? Because it's a stun if you land all of the projectiles.
All 5 of them. Yes,
and
correct.
it hurts. Like it's like being hit in the face with a full-on baseball like that. You're not getting up for a couple days. But what we don't need to wait for is the draft. So game number 2 is ready for this matchup. Let's see if we're going to be seeing a comeback and a game 3 situation, or if it's going to be a 2-0. No Lucario currently on the back foot with no wins as Team NYS secured the first game. For the comeback to happen for no Lucario and for them to go to the grand finals convincingly, they have to reverse sweep, which means 2 back-to-back wins.
Yep, they can't afford to actually drop a single game right now as Team MYS has the advantage of winning the first match. And of course, here are the bans. Yet another Venusaur ban here, and this time it's going to be a Dodrio ban from Team No Lucario.
I wonder if I'm just wondering, is this like a Venusaur Wraith ban? Because I feel like I've seen Wraith play Venusaur before, but maybe it's one of his teammates. I'm not 100% sure.
So this time they're giving Dev.
Hey, Dev always gets the
Yeah, so
the
basically, yeah,
Urshifu.
he's getting his Urshifu back
Look,
again.
I think he played a great Urshifu this game. Like, if you get first pick, you're like, all right, Dev, here you go. Do 100k damage again.
Please do 100k.
Oh, yeah, play it with the please.
Please. Here you go.
But they're going to be setting this up with a Trevenant, right? So Trevenant, I think, was banned in that last game.
Yes.
I think having solo on this Trevenant, it's going to make things so much more difficult for MYS, because this also combos really well with the Water Bear if it's going to be the Water Urshifu, because Phantom Forest means that Dev is going to hit even harder.
It's
And
I feel that this is going to be a better draft for new Lucario here.
well, they're not going for Comfey. They're actually going to go for Hoopa. So instead of having that Comfey to protect Dev, they now have resets. Now, one of the great things with Hoopa is that this Pokemon functions much more differently compared to your standard supports that just sit there and heal, right? So he can be a very aggressive support when he goes for the Unite move. He can hit for quite a bit of damage. He can also stun. You have the Hyperspace Hole, which allows you to move around the map very, very quickly. And if you have very big tanky Pokemon, the Hyperspace Hole is such a great way to reset the team, because you are getting healing from your base. And so if you're MYS...
You come back stronger, you come back full heal.
Yeah, and if you're MYS, you need to be very wary of your targets, because if you don't burst someone down before the Hyperspace Hole kicks in, they're going to teleport out, heal up back to full. You've used your moves, they can turn against you.
Great thing for no Lucario. As I said, unfortunately for them is that they didn't want any Lucarios for their team, and they're going to be having one on the opponent team itself. Yemu's going to be having a Lucario. This is their this is their kryptonite here. They never want to go up against the Lucario. And of course, I wanted to say this is now. We're definitely going to see yet another Decidueye again. I mean, Yang is like, hey, Decidueye still available? Pick that one for me.
It's a given at this point. And what was the other Pokemon that he played? Urshifu?
Yeah, Urshifu, 20%.
Oh, no, so Pikachu. No, oh wait, no, that's
no,
that was right.
So for Yang was 20% Urshifu, 80% Decidueye.
Yes, but they don't get Urshifu, so Decidueye is...
There's a very high chance that he's never going to get Urshifu if he's not first pick, because...
Well,
yeah, and I'm just going to pick at that one.
At the same time, like, why would no Lucario want to take the Decidueye for themselves as well?
I don't think they're even comfy with this using the Decidueye.
I kind of agree. I don't think a lot of people are comfortable running the Decidueye. Like, if you pick it, it's like, you've got to have probably, like, the biggest ego to want to pick Decidueye and be like, all right, guys, let's do this.
You're a literal glass cannon in the match itself. And you are literally relying on your teammates to provide. Of course, at the same time, you also need to position yourself in a good position for you to actually let out all your Unite moves. But beyond all that, right? In addition to that, you also need your teammates to actually provide a little bit cover for you at the same time. So yeah, you need to have a really big ego.
Well, I mean, clearly this guy is on the top of the world because he keeps picking it. So
he keeps picking against, like, auto pick. Like, that's my favorite Pokemon. I don't care if it's nerf. You can make it the worst. You can put so much nerf on this Pokemon, and I'm still gonna pick it.
Well, let's see if it works this game, because they made it work the first time round, Flava. Game number 2, is it going to be a victory for MYS yet again, or is no Lucario going to make this comeback happen and force this game number 3? And I'm wondering if Hoopa is going to be the solution to this, because they have a really great lineup. I do like the lineup. So you've got your backline DPS, which is going to be the Sylveon. I'm curious to see what the build is going to be for Wraith, if it's Hyper Voice or Mystical Fire, because you've got so much front line to work with. You've got the Urshifu on the front line, you've got a Trevenant as well that can set up, and so I'm kind of feeling it might be that Hyper Voice, but, you know, who knows? These players know the game better than I do. So...
We still have to see what they're going to be playing on right here. Hoopa getting a little bit ballsy here. Gotta be careful.
Oh, Rebong's going to be careful. Yeah, even though you're a Slowpoke and you're a defender, you're still going to take quite a bit of damage, but no full commitment. They're focusing on the wild Pokemon, and sometimes you got to get the experience. It doesn't matter if you get the knockout.
This is going to be go time for Urshifu to just rotate to the top path to see if he can actually catch anyone here. Slowpoke is there.
Lucario's here, though.
Probably that's going to be priority. He's definitely going to aim for the Lucario here. He's going for it. Unfortunately, he did not manage to actually hit on
Oh, yeah, they get the reset at least though. Urshifuu's going to come back, and I'm not a big fan of them fighting on top of the goal zone, but they get the Lucario.
Oh,
Ooh.
chasing still, he's not done yet! He went in for a second this time from behind the goalpost.
And that's the thing you have to worry about if you're going up against the Hooper. The resets, being able to fully heal your allies and let them just be like, all right, you can go again, good luck, have fun. And there was nothing MYS could do. They probably thought that they weren't even going to come back to begin with. And yeah, look at this. Yang, he just came back. He was like, I'm going to go bottom lane because I don't feel safe up top. And there's still an Urshifu down here. Luckily, they do get the knockout though. And Wraith is going to have to try and get out of here as that Sylveon. But being stunned up by that Lucario, he's got the Hyper Voice. And Wraith still being chased. I think this might just be it. Knocked up. The burn. Trying to get rid of Yamu. But no, will finally get knocked down by these three Pokemon. And KST got to be careful of the surf. And they won't get out.
That solar beam hitting up from the back.
Oh, Froggy! Oh no, it's actually going to be a trap here. MYS losing some bodies here. And no Lucario secure that central area spawn.
Yeah, and Macho getting himself 2 KOs here for himself. And he's going back to actually fan that top path to get a little bit more welcome. Looking at the bottom path here, look at Dev. He is all over the place. He doesn't mind fighting under the opponent's goalpost here.
No.
He's fine.
Yeah, Rebombs, unfortunately, wasn't able to land a surf. It would have been so good. Although, Dev, you got to be so careful of those Spirit Shackles. And we'll get the reset with the Hyperspace Hole as well. So he's going to come back. Lots of rotations here from no Lucario. And here's the thing. They've got the Machamp in that top lane. Has fully evolved. So no Lucario are ready to brawl. Solo's like, all right, who am I going to arm wrestle today? Is it going to be Rebombs? Ice in the front lines. Hyperspace is there. Going to try and go in. Will not get knocked out. The fight continues. And look at that barrage. Almost catching out. Lucario will be able to get out. But Wraith, he's the one to secure the Registeel. And this attack buff is going to make Rebombs cry. Because Dev's like, come here, you pink little kid thing. I'm going to send you home.
You got shields, I got no problem. I got unseen feast just for you. 70% still goes through, while 30% goes towards the HP. But of course, he's still scoring in front. Hey man. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
You're having too much fun. Get out of here.
Get out of here. Come on, man.
Oh my goodness.
Anyways, Dev's back into action here. And now all of them, not all of them, maybe half of them is right here. Dev going in yet once again. Lucario being the basic body trying to serve.
Not the easiest game for Yamu as well. There's a reason why Lucario hasn't been a popular choice, and it's because there's a lot of other options that are much easier to play. But Machamp actually getting eliminated thanks to the Decidueye. I do believe it must have been from a Spirit Shackle. The amount of damage that comes out from this owl can be devastating. Dev, though, coming in from this other side, wanting to backstab Phantom Forest immediately onto the bird. He's got Yamu. The bird is out, and now MYS are sent reeling. Hooper actually securing the Regieleki as well. So MYS only wants to grip the main objective, and Ice whittles down the Lucario, and Rebong's just going to have to walk on home by himself and think, okay, guys, what's happened here? Because this game is a mess.
Yep, this is definitely a mess. I totally agree on you. In the meantime, we're still looking at Trevenant going on for his chase on this slow bro together with the Hooper. He's not done yet. Of course, Amnesia just trying to forget
the berry.
Oh, tries to steal both Citrus Berry. Unfortunately, Trevenant managed to grab that one, surf his way out. Into the one to the back. He's just, he can do it. He's doing it.
He's like,
oh, okay. We had our fun.
Look, he's buying time for his team because he did draw the attention of both a Hooper and a Trevenant. So MYS, they're walking together, they're grouping up, making sure they don't get picked off. But yeah, this is a tough game. It's 213 points to 94, and the level gap between these two teams is a little worrisome. Highest level on the side of no Lucario is 12, the average across the board is 10. Whereas for MYS, it's a little bit scattered. They are slowly catching up with the 11 on the Decidueye, but you kind of wanted your mid laner to be the highest level, and Lucario is still stuck at that level 10.
Yeah, it's very fortunate because he wasn't able to actually do much throughout the whole team fights we've seen so far right now.
Dev, he's found the bird again.
It's going to be the bird. You can go knock all you want, but unfortunately, we're going to be knocking on your doors. This time it's going to be a 2 KO streak, decided towards Urshifu. And this time going on a fairy, that's going to be 3 KOs. On that water bear, Dev did not manage to actually get some scores on himself. He has a 40. He gets sent back. It's going to return back into that position. No, not really. He's still gonna be saving game. Traveling here at the top lane, minding his own business. Meanwhile, at the bottom path, very unfortunate that Machamp gets taken down.
And Wraith is still here though, should be taken out in just a moment unless the hyperspace hold. No KO onto the Sylveon. So 2 Pokemon out. Bottom objective is spawned. Look at this Dev. He's like, I want this out.
Oh no, he got
Give
screened
me-
out.
Oh, he wasn't able to get them, and now he's by himself against 5 Pokemon. And he doesn't. He got them. He still got Yabu.
He still got
and
one.
the entire team is running now because look at this. The Ring's Unbound being able to summon the entire team. And this objective is still going to go to no Lucario. You know,
Yep, we'll see. No, I don't think Team MYS is in the position to respond on this. They're gonna lose out this Registeel to his team No Lucario instead, and that is going to be yet another buff for them. Tech buffs for them. Wow.
My goodness, this is. I would love to watch the game just from Decidueye's point of view because like, the number of times you've just seen Dev gun for him, jump on top of him, just
What
be
do you
like,
want
I
from me?"
only want you as my Valentine. Like
I was surprised he didn't jump into the fight. I thought he was gonna get taken down first,
Yeah.
but then Dev did manage to catch that bird, and
it was like,
yeah,
I
feels bad.
need this
feels
knockout.
bad. I feel bad for the City Fight.
I don't know. Maybe he's got a quest or something like knock out the Decidueye 10 times in one game.
You
I
know
don't
what?
know.
If you want to complete your Pokemon Unite quest, this is not the place for it. I'm just letting you know that don't do it at the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series APAC West.
Yamu, he's been caught here. Actually used the eject button, but nope, they're going to be chased. Yamu should go down so many players.
Yep, still an opportunity. Oh, unfortunately, Solar Beam stopping them, but that's not going to stop them to score yet again. Like Screamy used up, yes, again, as a defense measure, and they're going to return back and jump together as friends back into the lane. And we're 10 seconds away before Rayquaza emerges, and it is definitely going to be the objective for Team MYS to grab this
Oh, look at
Rayquaza to make it a win
Solo.
for them here. And once again, you see Decidueye getting into position to ensure that no Water Bear tries to take him down. Look at that, Water Bear trying to come in from the north towards the central area.
Oh, but look at the
time about-
Trevenant. He's got the entire team. Phantom Forest only getting onto Nightview Foxy. Look how far this Decidueye has to run. He's so afraid of Wraith, and even Froggy has to run away with the Moonlight, but poor Reeboks all by himself on the front line as that Slowbro. Rings Unbound has been used, and it's going to be a defensive game here for no Lucario. They don't need the Rayquaza themselves. As long as they can prevent MYS from getting it, this game should be theirs. But anything can happen, and they have spotted Foxy there with the Hooper.
Yep, you can look at the map right
Look at
there.
the- look at the
Oh,
back.
he's just waiting. I think he's gonna cause someone. He's gonna
Again.
catch the bear. No,
Not
not
yet.
again.
You calm down. We're not even looking at the back line. We don't know what's happening, but it looks like Nightview Foxy being caught out there by Wraith in the front lines. So the team is grouped up. And look at the Urshifu trying to find the bush. He's looking for the knock. He has found the owl. Can he take down this pesky Decidueye? And yet again, he will, but it's 2 for 2, 3 for 2 now. And so far, no Lucario in such an advantageous position. It's just the Slowbro. It's just the Lucario. And even then, Dev is after that pesky blue Lucario. Yamu can't do anything against this Urshifu with the level deficit.
Oh, they don't have much time right now. We're looking at 40 seconds on the clock. They still need to take down this Rayquaza. They don't have much Eos points on them for them to score.
I think you need the game-winning fight to happen
yeah,
right now
that's it.
for
Yeah,
MIS.
it's just that one thing.
But they don't have any Unites, they don't have Slow Beam, they don't have access to Knock Knock, and so it's such a tough game because they're also not running anything like a Dodrio. You don't have anyone that can efficiently backcap, so it's going to be a rip on the Rayquaza, and they're just going to run. But the Tornado, it's going to slow them down. They need to
15
finish it
seconds.
faster. Yang is being jumped on by this Trevenant. Can they rip it in time? But it looks like they will get it though, MYS.
Can
with the
they
shields.
score?
Can they score? 8 seconds to go. Yang is like, oh my gosh, guys,
Mew
we
is
need to
there,
go
but
faster.
they're going for the top lane.
They
That's
can't.
gonna be 5,200.
No, they can't do it because if you, it's only
It's a
100
close one,
points.
but they can't do it. They can't do it.
It was 2. They needed to rip it a little faster. I think if they had another 5, another 10 seconds, it would have been a viable move. But it was just too little, too late for this team. And of course, with that play, no Lucario is going to drag this to a Game 3. They're not going to make it easy for either of these teams to
Yep.
make it to the grand final.
Most definitely, Team MYS, very fortunate for them after having that big lead by winning the first match itself. They're forced into a Game 3 after no Lucario denies their second win here in this series itself. So we're going to be going into a Game 3 to decide which one of them will be moving towards the grand finals to go up against their opponents. We're still waiting for the results for this match itself. Team MYS get handed their loss here in the losers brackets. Definitely quite a stressful situation for them.
You know, going into game number 3, if I was the coach, I'd be like, Yang, get off the bird. Please.
Please, is this not enough
Yes, it's not
indication that
enough.
tells you that probably the bird is that sole reason. Like, they didn't run the bird when they played in the ACL.
Not really. Yang,
Yeah,
was,
didn't re-
Yang,
yeah.
Yang were playing other Pokemon. But here's the thing, though. Like,
What happened in the past few months?
well, who knows? We don't have the intricacies of the team. But I think as like ultimately the team overall, they just really struggled because when it came to solutions, especially when it came to protecting Decidueye, like sure, you can run a Pokemon like Decidueye, but you need to make sure you're drafting around the pick. You need to have the defensive Pokemon to protect it if it does get dove. You need to be able to have someone that can turn around and help the team if things are suddenly happening in the back lines. Like that kind of didn't happen here because you had Lucario, who this is not a Pokemon that wants to turn around and go help their teammates. You want to go into the enemy side, you want to disrupt them. But Urshifu does the same thing, and it's on the other team, and it's doing it way better. Whereas we didn't really see a situation where Yamu was able to jump into no Lucario and really pressure anybody because everyone was just so tanky.
Yeah, I do have a concern in terms of the draft because basically he actually has the last pick. He can actually go for the Decidueye, right?
Yep.
Usually you would want that last pick to matter because you want to respond to whatever that's being drafted by the opponents. But
Maybe.
you kind of know that there are Pokemons on the opponent's side that can actually handle you. Like you have the Urshifu, you have the Dodrios, you have these Pokemons who clearly counters to what you have. And why do you still go with it unless you're still comfortable that this is going to be the Pokemon who can actually just bring you the win? But I don't see that. It's a very risky pick.
Okay, you know what I think it is? I think it's a mind game, and for this last game... No, I legitimately think this. Like, they've just been playing Decidueye non-stop, and it's just not been banned. And I have a feeling in this last game, Yang is going to change up the pick. Because no Lucario, I think they also will have a bit of a... Like, they might think the same way, that he's played so much Decidueye that he's going to have to pick something else. Like it makes...
He has come to that point where he doesn't have a choice.
No, it's not like he doesn't have a choice, but maybe he wants to play that mind game to make no Lucario think like, oh, it's just going to be a Decidueye again.
Again.
Yeah. Because this is the beauty of the draft. Like, when being able to have the draft and being able to have access to first or last pick allows you to make these kinds of plays where you can start messing with people's mental states just by changing the way that you're drafting overall. So maybe that's going to be something that's happening. I mean, if he picks it again, that just means he's comfortable enough to just continue with the Decidueye. But I really think that they're going to have to think carefully about what is going to complement the Decidueye pick. Because, like, if you're going to pick it last and you know you're going to pick it last, make sure you pick the right friends.
Isn't the last one supposed to complete the ones that's already been picked?
Well, technically it is.
It is supposed
Yes.
to be. Yeah, but I guess it's the reverse for this one because you pick a Decidueye last. And it doesn't
Yeah.
complement really, and you expect the first few picks to complement the last one
Well,
instead.
in their eyes, I think they do think it complements. It was just like in the game, they didn't realize how hard Dev was going to dive for the Decidueye. Like, he was willing to
Dev
put
has
his life
one
at risk.
mission. He was given one task.
One job.
In this, he has one job. If you do this well, we will win. That was what was told to him. All right, for Decidueye, he was being told, hey, you need to do this. Like you know the amount of quest lines you have to do? Like for Dev, he has one main quest line, which is just that. There's no other sub quest lines for you.
No.
Just handle that birdie and then we win.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at some player cards as the players get ready to load into their final game of this series. We've got Nightmare Foxy on the screen right now, and I think the stats don't lie here. He has played a lot of Mew thus far.
A lot.
And he's well known for Mew as well. So for people that haven't followed MYS or the Asia Champions League, in the past, teams ban Mew against MYS because they're afraid of having to deal with Nightmare Foxy's Mew. It's that good. I was about to say that bad, but it's actually good. So
He's amazing.
and so far the teams, I mean, at least for No Lucario, they haven't been too worried about Nightmare Foxy's Mew. So I'm wondering if we're also going to be seeing changes for the other players on the team. They're like, okay, well, if they're not so afraid of the Mew that they're going to ban it, maybe we start going for some of the other picks that he's well known for.
Is that the reason why Mew's not being banned so much as a respect ban, just because of that small nerf on Mew.
Well, they like
probably.
obviously if you ban something, and especially if that Pokemon was played in the last round, it means that Pokemon was so difficult for them to deal with that they just have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So like, especially when it comes to those bans.
But so far, we're not seeing that coming
No.
so much when we go up against MYS. I'm guessing that they realize at this point inside the current meta, they can actually handle Nightmare Foxy actually having
Yeah.
that Mew. I guess this
We
makes
got
room
Dev
for
here,
him.
though.
Yeah, but
We got
here's the thing.
Dev,
I think
the
it's
Decidueye Slayer. I think you might need to rename
I almost
himself.
forgot about everybody else in Team No Lucario. I just remember just Dev. It's like, hey, Dev is doing something.
Dev, he's got the bird.
I'm just looking at his position in the map. That he's going elsewhere. He's like the team could be having team fight. He's just where's that birdie? He's literally Tom in Tom and Jerry.
But it's his job though.
It's his
like,
job,
it's
yeah.
the team also respects the Decidueye, which is why his general role is to get rid of it, because you're also eliminating a lot of the firepower on the side of MYS, right? Because like that Pokemon alone is probably dishing out 50% of the team's damage.
Yep, very
So,
fragile. So in
very
return, he's
fragile.
very fragile as well. So,
Yeah.
so that's pros and cons of it. He's a literal glass cannon in the team. So of course you have to be really careful when you actually play around these kind of Pokemons as well. So that's why people usually prefer all-rounders, where you can actually dish out damage, and at the same time as well you can actually sustain and defend yourself when you enter team fights. But when you play with heroes like Decidueye, gotta be careful, gotta be extra careful on this. And I am curious to see how they're gonna draft out this final match here.
Yes, and speaking of draft, the draft is ready, so let's jump into game number 3 of this best of 3 series. Who is going to go on and battle against the grand finalists? Because yes, these teams, they may have already been promised their spot in the regional finals, but the most important thing they're fighting for now is that prize money, because first place will take home $7,000 US, second place will take home $3,500, and third place will take home $3,000.
Look at that. Look at that, Danny. Finally a Mew ban. And we're not going to be seeing Nightmare Foxy on that Mew anymore.
He does play other Pokemon.
He does play other Pokemon. Just
Yes.
fun fact for everyone.
Fun fact.
Fun fact. He does play other Pokemon.
Well, I question if Yang plays other Pokemon, because we've only seen the Decidueye.
Does Yang? Okay, Yang plays 20% Urshifu.
Maybe. Well,
May-
here's the thing. If they pick Yang's Pokemon now, if they don't decide to go for it next phase, then it's actually going to be Foxy getting the priority for his
Yep,
last choice.
most definitely.
So we'll see what's going to be chosen here, as Froggy is highlighted, and even Rebongs is highlighting the Pokemon. So Foxy's going onto the Espeon. It's a nice alternative. He has played this if his Mew is banned, which means it's no longer available for No Lucario, because they've been pretty happy running the Espeon themselves.
Yep.
So what does Wraith play now?
Let's see what he's gonna go with. How does it feel when you get taken away? And this time, I guess they're going with that matchup.
The
pick.
Greedent. Interesting.
This is their second appearance in the live stream. The Greedents being played out for.
I don't.
Team
Okay,
Lucario.
I'm looking at this, and I don't think it's going to be the Decidueye, because you have to deal with both Dev and a Greedent, and that's actually going to be the choice here. So we're not seeing the Decidueye. The changes are finally coming in for MYS. Espeon and that Venusaur combination. And is Yang actually going to be playing the Comfey? Okay, interesting.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean, because I was stunned a little bit, because I was like,
oh my gosh,
I
let's go.
thought no, because the type of Pokemon that he used before compared to now being
Team Flexes.
yeah. So you're now in Team Fight. It's a different Pokemon altogether. Like, is Yang
Look.
really gonna be playing Comfey?
Look,
Is he gonna-
I mean, I think I mentioned this earlier on. For MYS, Rebongs is a... Oh, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So we've just been informed that there has been a technical error during the draft. So we might be looking at a potential repick.
Redraft,
Not a full redraft, but maybe a partial redraft, depending on where the technical error happened.
Yeah, exactly.
So please stay tuned. We are not going anywhere. We're just going to have the players remake this game. So again, apologies for anyone that may have gotten a little bit excited. I was excited as well. I think what may have happened is maybe, yeah, I'm not sure if this is like a repick for Pokemon, or if it may have been who's playing what Pokemon.
Yeah, it could be because they selected the wrong Pokemon to be used with the draft that they have chosen itself, so we're not sure. So we're
Yeah.
going to be back with that in just a bit. In the
With more
meanwhile,
updates, because we kind of don't know what's happening either.
Meanwhile, I think we're very excited looking at this draft. We knew that it was going to be a different draft altogether for this game number 3 based on what we witnessed in the past 2 games. We had this long discussion. Yang, definitely the talk of the town right now on this game number 3's draft. Interesting enough. I'm curious to see whether or not is he really going to be playing that Comfy.
Well, we have to first find out if the Comfy was an intentional pick, because we
Sure.
kind of don't know what's really going on.
Yeah.
So we are going to be getting an update here. We are going to redraft until the Espeon.
So if it's until the Espeon, that is going to be, that's MYS, Espeon. And then where do we stop there?
How about we just leave it for the draft?
Yeah, we're just going to leave it for the draft.
I think that's the better choice there. So if it's from the Espeon, I feel like the Greedent might
the
have been
Greedent
an
pick.
accident. I'm not sure about the Pikachu. I feel like because Wraith picked the Pikachu, it's fine. Maybe, I think was it KST? I forgot who it was. But whoever picked the Greedent might have had the technical error. But we are going to go for the partial redraft after the Espeon pick from MYS. So apologies for the wait, ladies and gentlemen. It shouldn't take too long. But yes, unfortunately, sometimes these things do happen. So we're going to quickly have that fixed up.
Yeah, most definitely.
So we can't really talk too much about the draft because we kind of don't know what are the final pieces.
Yeah,
We're looking at half a puzzle piece here.
Yep, that's true. I think we're already halfway in, so very curious to see how they're going to play it out. This time, for sure, we're definitely not going to be seeing a Mew being played out at all. This
No.
is the ban.
Well, okay, hang on. Because first pick went to...
But Mew's
Yeah,
already
first
back.
pick was MYS, and Espeon
Yes.
was final phase. So technically, MYS's draft was complete.
Is
so it-
Espeon final phase? I thought Espeon was
They said-
second big phase for
No,
MYS.
there was final pick phase because first pick went to MYS. So if you get first pick, last pick goes to the opposing team.
Okay, yeah.
It took a while.
It took a while. I was thinking, like, I thought Espeon was actually the third pick for MYS.
I thought it was fourth, fifth.
But, yeah. Never
I
mind,
think it was fourth, fifth.
we'll go into draft and just recap back.
Maybe
the whole
I'm
thing.
forgetting. I don't know. I'm
I
getting a
keep
little bit
forgetting
old.
this thing. Because I thought that they tried to secure the Espeon real quick before. I have this gutsy feeling that it was
Oh.
Espeon to pick because to make sure that the opponent doesn't
for
get it.
Yeah, for Foxy, yes.
Yes, correct.
Yes, for
It-
Nightmare Foxy, yes. So
yeah.
last 2 picks, yes. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
My brain's malfunctioning.
Finally, my brain worked.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't hallucinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
I'll be surprised if they let Espeon be like on the last big phase. I thought that it needed to be immediate enough for it.
Well, I think it depends on the priority for both the teams. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Wraith has always been like last phase pick
Yeah,
for
last phase pick for himself,
no
yeah.
Lucario. So it would have been pretty late. So there would have been an opportunity for MYS to sort of be like, you know, we're going to take that away from Wraith and force him to play another Pokemon, which I'm still hoping it's Pikachu, to be completely honest,
Yeah,
because we
that
haven't
last
seen
Pikachu.
we haven't seen Pikachu at all, and I'm really keen to see how he would play Pikachu in this situation, because a lot of people are looking at the Pokemon and being like, this is only viable as a support, but Wraith is like, nah, you can play it as a carry, but this is how you do it.
Well, Pikachu, he goes very well. I mean, if you look at objectively, like you can actually do capture objectives really easy, especially with Electro Ball. You can actually do that together.
I mean,
with
you
using a
are
Mew.
an early game monster,
Yeah,
right?
you're literally in the game.
So if you can get the levels, and okay, here's the thing. I've only once in my casting career have I seen a central lane Pikachu. Now, Wraith doesn't play central lane,
That's questionable,
but
but okay.
I would love it if they just decided like, okay, Wraith, you can have the central area, get your experience, come into lane, throw some juicy Electro Balls, knock out some Pokemon. Let's go.
Electro Balls and
Volt
yeah,
tablets.
I'm really okay. Highly questionable to actually go in for the central area here, but it depends on the team composition because I'm not even sure what the team composition for that game is. Probably there's a good reason why they actually ran the Pikachu
Well,
being off a central.
I'm gonna be maybe the bad guy now. I don't think they're gonna go for the Pikachu. I think because they had the technical error and
And it might as well they just picked
that
out
they would
anything.
they just picked the Pikachu for maybe for funsies, and then they, because like the players, if they do have these issues, they have to alert the referees first, so the admins are aware of the issue and that they can try and get on top of it ASAP, because especially for stuff like this, you want to remake the games as soon as possible.
Correct,
Because
yeah.
it's a game 3. The longer you draw the game out, from a player's perspective, every moment that you're not playing, it sort of takes you out of the game. Like you are in the zone, and I think a lot of people are going to be maybe agree or disagree or whatever. When you are playing pubs, for example, and you're just playing games back to back to back because
Yep.
you're in the zone. Like as soon as you take
And
a
you're
break,
and especially when you're winning.
yeah, and
Isn't
then
it?
like as soon as you sort of stop and have that break, you're like, oh, okay, I feel refreshed. Like you kind of reset. You're not in that
You
zone.
feel refreshed, but
Yeah.
that does not reflect.
That's why you keep playing if you're winning.
It does not reflect positively in the game. You feel fresh, yes.
Yes. I
Yeah.
mean, it applies to like if you're having a win streak and a lose streak, right? It's like why you feel pretty like yucky when you're on a lose streak, but you keep playing because you're sort of stuck in that mind. Like you're stuck in the zone.
You're in the zone, but in a negative zone. You're just doing bad and
The
continuously
degen
playing bad.
zone.
That's a good time for you to
Take a
reset.
break.
Take a break. But if you're on a win streak, man, it
Keep
feels,
going.
it feels so good to keep playing. That's why we end up sleeping late.
Actually, that might just be you. Well, actually, no.
Whoa,
I
come
mean,
on.
I've played games at like 2 in the morning, and I'm just like, just one more game. I just need to win.
Oh, okay. If you're like Danelie, get help. Get help.
Therapy, maybe.
Get some rest.
Uh,
Okay.
maybe-
If you guys are on a win streak, call Dani. Get her to win some
No,
games.
don't call me because I might be sleeping. I want to be in the zone if I'm asleep. I don't want people to call me when I'm sleeping.
Dani, wake up.
No.
We can win this.
That's why I mute my phone at night so that people like you don't get to call me.
I don't call you at night. I will just text you. Why would I?
Yeah,
like,
that's
call
why
you?
I won't answer as well.
Okay. All right. That's true. That's
But
all.
if I'm in a game and you call me, I'm probably going to be angry as well.
That's, that's true. Anyways,
All right,
we're just going to be
let's
looking
get
at
back.
some stats.
I think
yeah.
we need to get back in the zone for the game because I do believe we're almost there for the players. We're just waiting for one more person to be in. So just a quick recap on the two teams because we've seen them play a few games already today. MYS, No Lucario, they've had very distinct play styles thus far, right? I think the biggest ones for MYS is this non-stop pick for Decidueye. And we've been wondering, like, okay, is this just the flavor of the day today? Like, what's sort of happening here with MYS?
Might have rolled the dice somewhere and then like, oh,
Maybe.
this is why.
Maybe. I don't know. It depends on...
Pokemon of the day.
And even Mew, actually, because Night Mew Fox, he's been playing a lot of Mew today. But it got banned in this final round, meaning he's going to have to play... I mean, he doesn't have to play. He is going to play Espeon. And if you watch the ACL finals, he plays a crazy Espeon.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see him handling that Pokemon. And it also is a deny pick for No Lucario because Wraith has been playing a lot of Espeon. And I'm curious to know what's going to be his choice because we saw in that game that we have to remake, he chose Pikachu, but I kind of feel like that's not really what he wanted. It was just a filler. So what is on the table here for Wraith? Like, what is he going to play as the ranged attacker for the team?
There's still a few options for him, but it depends on whether is he comfortable with the picks or not. Because
Well-
we haven't been seeing much of him playing something else.
Well,
than
Glaceon's available.
It's still available,
Like,
yes. Correct.
Glaceon is available, and it's another evolution that is rather strong. You can also run it in lane. The draft is ready, folks. We're going to hop back into this, and the redraft will only happen after the second phase of Team MYS's picks, I think.
Yeah. So I guess it's going to be very straightforward when it comes to the
It'll
first
be-
few picks.
Yeah, it'll be in the same order as we did in the original draft. So we're just going to see the same band. So it was Mew, and was it Trevenant?
I kind of forgot the bands.
Or...
Because I was too occupied by that Pikachu.
Yes.
pick. Oh, yeah, it's a Trevenant, yeah. So it's a Trevenant ban from MYS, and of course, no Lucario is not going to be seeing Mew's face anymore
No.
in this game number 3. We're
But-
seeing too much of that coming from Night Mew Foxy.
Yes, and then I remember Dev definitely went back onto that Urshifu. So Dev's pick should be here with
Dev
Ice.
is definitely...
Dev! Can imagine his team like just
Dev, he
screaming
only
and
knows
saying,
one thing. If
Dev!
you want to ban something against no Lucario,
just ban the
ban
Urshifu.
Urshifu.
I
I just want to see him play something else.
well, it's not being banned. So, I mean, Trevenant, honestly, I think Trevenant is a much better ban in this case because Trevenant, a lot more impactful, I feel, in the team fights compared to an Urshifu. You can shut down Urshifu, but Trevenant, much more difficult.
Yeah, you need to have constant lockdowns on him to ensure that, I mean, the most important thing about a Trevenant is that you don't want him to enable him to allow to use his abilities.
Okay.
Okay, so we're seeing the same, that Machamp together with the Slowbro and Urshifu, and now it's going to be a Hoopa, and then followed by a Venusaur, Nightmare, Foxy, probably changing into Yang, and of course a Comfy. Last pick for Team MYS.
And is Wraith going to go back for that Pikachu? I don't think so. I think he's going to go for something a little bit more meta. But if he goes for that Pikachu, I will lose my mind.
Go Pikachu.
It's
Oh,
Delphox.
no, it's going to be Delphox.
Well, this makes more sense, ultimately, because Delphox is such a great answer for what could be Petal Dance and Comfey. But because
there's Giga Drain, there's also...
Yeah, so if
Let's
you're
see,
if you're running Petal
Comfey.
Dance, you will run Giga Drain.
Yep,
So-
you have no choice. There's no way you're going to play such Sludge Bomb.
So this is going to be the final draft for these two teams. This is the final game to determine who's going to be going up against our grand finalist, Zephyric Gaming. And that team has shown a lot of dominance so far. And the question is, can any of these two teams that make it through, take them down?
That's going to be the big question that's going to be answered very, very soon. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kickstart this game number 3, the final game in the series between Team MYS versus with Team Urshifu +4. It's
No,
Lucario.
it's not like that. Okay, to be fair, I do think this is a very well-rounded draft coming in from No Lucario.
No,
It's not
I'm just saying Urshifu +4 just because we keep remembering Death for him on the Urshifu in that set. It's not like it's Urshifu. It's not like the other 4 mons revolving around the Urshifu.
Well, in this case, like I'm kind of wondering, is Dev going to be trying to go for Foxy here, right? Like, what's really the play? Because who are you wanting to jump onto? You can't really go on top of Yang because he's going to be pretty tanky.
You might want to go on Emu and
Yeah, maybe. Like, that could be the option, but I feel like it has to be Foxy. Like, he's the squishiest, he doesn't have an escape. So, what can you really do?
I have this feeling that they might just be aiming the Dodrio instead for this one, because I think somebody needs to... The thing about Dodrio is that you were able to actually stop him. If you want to capitalize on someone, might as well be the Dodrio. So, because you want to go in the back line, he wants to go in the back line, you might just encounter each other somewhere along the way as well.
Maybe. All right, let's jump into this game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, MYS versus No Lucario. And so far, if we take a look at these lanes, it's looking pretty good here for No Lucario, being pretty aggressive, able to score those points in that top lane and even apply quite a bit of pressure in that bottom lane. The Dodrio is going to be hitting that Dodrio very soon. Still going to be that Dodrio for now. Should be able to get it after this final Pokemon. And level 5, here we go. What's the play for MYS? Which lane are they going to prioritize? It looks like it's going to be that top lane. Yemu's in position, and if you take a look at the bottom lane, that's really where the rotations are.
Here comes the charge.
For they have the hyperspace hole, and this is going to make reinforcements pretty easy for No Lucario. So they're going to bring 3 Pokemon back into the top lane. They're going to send them back down to the bottom lane. So it's actually going to be Dev going into that top lane, and they will try and jump onto Yemu. And unfortunately, the Slow Spoke is just not going to be enough to catch out that bird. So some wasted time here for Dev. Down bottom, though, poor Ice is all on his own against an Espeon lane. Now, this is scary. If he gets hit by the Side Shock, that might just be an immediate knockout. And there we
were
go.
just talking about
Gets
it,
popped.
unfortunately.
But Dev's here. Foxy, he is going to start scoring. I do believe Foxy is running the eject button, but he's going to try and man-fight Dev, and Dev is going to make his decision. He actually will be able to get out of that. The eject button, keeping this Espeon alive. Psyshock connecting yet again, and Rebongs is going to try and get out of this. We'll try and juke away. Running into 2 Pokemon, but here comes the Dodrio. Gonna try and put the assault in, and Rebongs has got the support, but Dev is here. Can they catch him out though? Gonna have to use the full heal, and they won't be able to finish off the bird, but maybe the Blissey, but I don't think is in range. Dev is there, wants to try and secure the Altaria and the Swablu. So it's gonna be pretty difficult for MYS to contest these birds.
Yep, they managed to actually secure out this Altaria here in the central, and returning back to the Resident Dice in the path. This time about Dodrio rotating back to the top. They might just catch this Macho here. Going for the push.
Hyperspace
Should be
hold.
Oh, it's gonna bring them back. It is going to be. Unfortunately, low HP, and Macho gets taken down by the Ivysaur, giving an opportunity for Team MYS to go in for the scores here.
Dev's
and
here,
with
though.
Urshifu is here,
Trying
getting
to
some damage off the movement speed from this battle that
Oh,
is
the
still
stun.
insufficient for him to make an escape. I'm
He's
so
healing! Oh my
Oh.
gosh, the regeneration was just too much for him to deal with, and Yang gets out of that scot-free. I think he's been laughing when he rocked out of that one. He was like, take that, Dev. I'm not easy to KO anymore.
This
I'm
is
an
not the
Ivysaur.
same.
I don't have a beak. I have a flower on my back now. This must be a nice vengeance to have. He's like, okay, Dev, can't do this to me anymore. But we do have our first objective in that bottom lane, and actually it's just going to be the Espeon almost getting a knockout. We'll get the Delphox though, but I do believe that's going to be it for Nightly Foxy. Will be eliminated, and Reggie Steele going in the way of no Lucario, but really nice pick off there. Reebok though being chased up by Solo, but here comes the Joe Trio almost catching out the Marchant, but the Marchant gets out of there. And now here comes Dev, yet again full heal being used, but I think it's just taken too much damage on Froggy. He wants the Blissey to come back and help him, but he just gets knocked out. And he's like, nah, man, I can't help you there. I'm gonna get killed too.
Dude, if you can take down a Macho, you can definitely take out a copy over there. No doubt. And of course, okay, that was like a 2-for-1 combo happening. Very fortunate. I think that's the case with the comfy. Like, if you can take down whichever the host that you're latching onto, you can definitely take down a comfy. It should not be able to actually make an escape here.
Look,
of course.
if it was any other Pokemon aside from Urshifu, I think they would have turned around. Reebok would have gone back and be like, all right, attach to me, I'll help you. But Urshifu is just too agile for that. And very nice steal they're coming in from MYS. They managed to get the Regieleki.
Look at the
But oh
barrage.
my god, the damage! Oh, but the Machamp goes down. 2 Pokemon are down on the side of MYS, and they're actually going to get another one. They're throwing bodies to try and protect that goal zone, but no Lucario. So expensive. Luckily, it's not going to be an overdunk, though. So no Lucario, it was a very expensive battle, but they won't have to worry about an overcap.
Yeah, I think this is quite a really good game coming up from Team MYS here on the final game for this series, and looking well. They're also leading in terms of the AS points being scored at 140 versus 95 for no Lucario. Can they hold on to this lead, or will Team No Lucario be able to actually overtake them at any point inside the game here? We're looking at 20 more seconds before the next Reggie pops up at that bottom path, and it seems that Urshifu is trying to go in for some scores at the top lane here. It's going to be 31 points siding to his team. No Lucario for himself.
And 40.
No, we're not done yet. We're not done. Brave scoring that 40. Huge dunk on that top lane.
No one's in position to defend it, because look at down bottom. They're all trying to go for the objective. And if you have a Hooper with the rings unbound, you can just teleport the entire team in. Fireworks go down. They're going to try and go onto the Venusaur, but Delphox securing the Reggie for the team, giving them the boost. And with the Dodrio out of the picture and Foxy on his own, they're just going right on top of the Espeon, eliminates him, and so will the Venusaur go down. It's just the 2 supports. Dodrio comes back in, but no Lucario. They are just running them down.
Wow, no Lucario. This is definitely the comeback that we're looking for. Here goes on for the push, and they're not done yet. It seems that Dev going up for chase. I think he's just gonna put them back here, as we can see the whole village come from Team West going up for the chase on him here. But I think with the Slowbo providing a little bit of shelter at the front should stop them from continuing pursuing.
Oh, but they're still going, Flava, and they're going to keep going hyperspace hold to protect the 2 teammates. They still have the Hooper there, but MYS, they're grouping up. They're still around that bush. If anyone comes back in, that's going to just mean an immediate knockout, and Hooper is going to go down. Reebok though on the Blissey will be able to survive. So Psyshock does connect onto Dev. He's actually going to continue on though. There's Urshifu, they're still fighting. Yang is still healthy, but now they've caught him. The Venusaur goes down, and now it's going to be MYS sent reeling, 2 injured to continue to battle. Yamu's like, I'm out of here, and unfortunately I think it's going to be the end of Nightmare Foxy as he gets taken out by that Slowbro.
Yeah, it seems that only the Dodrio managed to actually make an escape here. Aspeon gets taken down, and they're going to reset back, and definitely there's still the Regieleki fighting here at the top as well. Unfortunately, that's still on the buff by the Urshifu, but he's going to get taken down instead. Look at that, Yan no longer having a beak.
I mean, that was a very cheeky play. He thought he was going to get out, but obviously wasn't expecting there to be that many Pokemon.
Yeah.
So that's actually a pretty big loss too, because he's level 12. You're giving away some of this comeback experience to MYS. Speaking of the level differentials, it's not too far apart for both of these teams. We are looking at a rather equal split in terms of experience. Maybe MYS just lagging a little behind on Reebong's Blissey, but otherwise it's still fairly close. So some of these knockouts, it is going to slowly bring MYS back into the fold, but it's not like someone's rocking a huge advantage compared to their opponents.
Yeah, and this Regirock buff Lightning towards team no Lucario, giving them additional defense and special defense. But for them, getting them ready for this Rayquaza attempt at the central lane here. And of course, it seems that Regieleki pushing through on the top path. They're not going to go in for push, just pushing that Regieleki a little bit.
Oh, but I'm a little bit worried here for no Lucario because you've got 3 Pokemon. Yes, you have the rings unbound, but they're positioning. Oh, MYS actually taking quite a bit of damage there. They need to reset. They need to get into a better position. You get caught out here by no Lucario. They've got a lot of AoE. And we've seen them time and time again just burst MYS down. It's going to come down to execution. Can they land the hits first? And Yang is going to start scouting with the Petal Dance. But look at this though, Rayquaza slowly being whittled away by no Lucario. MYS are going to be forced into a fight very, very soon. But here's the thing though, I don't know if you want to chip Rayquaza if you're up against a Espeon, because Psyshock is such an amazing ability to secure with, and they're still going to keep on chasing. They can't quite lock them down though. Yemi taking a lot of damage himself, having to run into the enemy backline. Psychic Solari connecting, as well as the Unite move there from the Blissey. Blissey goes down. Espeon's still sticking around, but will also be taken down with 2 Pokemon down. They've lost a lot of firepower for MYS. It's down to the Venusaur. Using his Unite move will also be buffed as well. Going onto ice. This Slowbro trying to back up. This is such a scary moment with the attack buff.
Oh, wow.
After the Unite, Death goes down. Oh my god! There's only 2 Pokemon left. Yang, I think he may have single-handedly saved this game, but they need to rip that Rayquaza or go for the back cap. And with the bird here as well, Yemu, he's going to try and make sure there's going to be no seals at all from that Hooper. Wraith skirting along the outline. Can they get the final hit? It's the Blissey! MYS! Time to score! 37 seconds left to go. Yang is here with the 50-pointer. His shield has not been broken, so that's going to be 100 points going in the way of MYS. We're seeing a 50-point back cap, 100 points from KST on that Hooper. But can they stop the rest of these scores from MYS? 290 to 283. No Lucario need more points.
They just need a bit more right now.
They got it! Another 100!
390 to 83, 10 more seconds left. They seem to have no one for no Lucario. Close to any few goalposts coming out from Team MYS. And this might be it. Your champion for this set is going to be Team MYS.
Oh my gosh. Venusaur coming in clutch. Verdant Anger getting buffed up with the Unite attack boost as well. Remember, Venusaur is an attacker. You use your Unite move, you also get bonus attack. You hit like a truck, and he used it when his team needed it most, clawing the team back into the fold, and Rebongs Rayquaza last hit on a Blissey.
I'm gonna call it. This particular match is called the Dissy Do I Bait. All right, so Yang has finally gotten his revenge on Dev on this final game.
Look,
in the lower bracket finals.
Okay, hang on. I have the question here.
Okay.
Was it no Lucario that was banning the Venusaur? Because we saw Venusaur bans. Or was it MYS that was banning it against Lucario?
Okay.
You forgot.
No, because I know it was on the right side, but I forgot which. I think it was MYS.
I think it may have been MYS.
Yeah, because it'll make sense. Because no Lucario was banning other stuffs, and then they banned Venusaur twice.
Yeah. My goodness, I cannot believe we had that comeback there from MYS.
And of course, that last hit by Blissey. Yeah.
You're speechless. So am I.
I'm just happy for Yang because he's like he
came back with a vengeance.
He was like, okay, people have been making fun of my DCDY the whole day, so might as well I show them that I can actually play other things.
He just gets on all fours and starts growling. It's like, you can't.
It's a different grass Pokemon. It's okay. Now we know this. Yang plays grass Pokemon. Okay,
it's like grass Pokemon.
Not just DCDY, but grass.
Venusaur.
I thought he was gonna play Venusaur, Solar Beam, Sludge Bomb, but
in this game, it didn't really make sense to go for Solar Beam because you already have an Espeon, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of need that other Pokemon to be in the front lines. And to be a nuisance, and Comfy. You also have a Comfy that's paired up with Venusaur, so now you're even more difficult to take down.
I was just saying that just because he was playing ADCGY.
No.
I knew he was never going to be playing a Solar Beam, but I think it didn't mix well, especially as you mentioned that they actually have a Comfy. Definitely going to play that Comfy Venusaur combo here.
Yeah, but that last moment where he just decided to go like Super Saiyan, you know, he literally just like buffs himself and he's like, alright guys, I'm ready to go, you ready to fight me, yo! it was a fantastic fight. Like, I really thought that may have just been the end there for MYS, right? Because their team just got shredded. It was just really down to Yang. And his team came in after everything ended. Like this is when he just went.
Look at this guy.
Him. He was terrifying. Like the entire team. And Lucario was like, "Oh guys, we messed up. We gotta go."
Did you saw that Urshifu just tried to go back and pass through Petal Dance on Venusaur, and he got eliminated as well.
Yeah, it was just. Oh my gosh, the power of Venusaur. I mean, we very rarely see this Pokemon in general, and it's just it's like a nice breath of fresh air for the spectators as well, because we get to see a different Pokemon being played at the highest possible level for the APAC West April qualifiers.
Yeah, I guess this speaks a lot of volume for Yang. We're gonna see a different kind of stat next time when we look at MYS for Yang. So that's gonna be
I
good.
don't think so, to be honest. He
Well,
hasn't played enough.
He hasn't played up to a minimum of 4 times of a Venusaur, unfortunately. Therefore, we're still gonna see what, 80%, 90%.
Maybe. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. But let's take a look at the updated brackets, because we've now solidified the teams that are going to be moving on. So after that game, Team MYS is going to be going up against the grand finalist, Seraphic Gaming. And this, again, it's a rematch. They've played against them before. I think they now have a gist of how this team plays, and we are starting to see them evolve their own drafting style, their own play style. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in this potential remake, because changes are going to happen. Like, I just do not see both of these teams playing exactly the same.
Yeah, that is definitely not going to be the case as well. Seraphic Gaming is definitely going to up their game and improve things in their drafting and playstyles. Team NYS, they've gone through more matches by dropping down to lower bracket, going up against No Lucario has taught them a very important lesson for them. Probably no more Decidueyes. We don't know. Probably. We'll see in the grand finals if they're still running Decidueye pick. But it shows that they can actually run a different kind of draft altogether, even despite not having a Mew right there in the final game.
Right. Okay, I mean, we've seen this team enough at ACL to be like, they're not players that are locked into 2 or 3 Pokemon. We know they can play a wide pool of Pokemon.
But the only issue with that is that we keep seeing the same Pokemon. That's why people have this impression that they're just comfortable with this, but not comfortable with other Pokemon.
Well, we have the insider info because we've seen them so many times. So it's not, like, at least for us, I do think we're going to be seeing a big change from both of these teams going into the grand final. So maybe, I'm still waiting for a Zorak to come onto the stream. I really think Zorak is going to make an appearance. Like, this Pokemon has been buffed to no end in the latest patch update that it just feels wasted to not even come up.
And also don't forget the expectation of having a Goodra as well from Danelie. Goodra as well. We'll see if it actually appears in this final match update, which is so happens at grand final. But anyways, guys, we're going to be taking a short break before we get into the grand finals. For those who tuning in, don't go away, because we'll be right back after this commercial break.
Trying to stay on the goal zone. I don't know if the Radio Lucky can get on. They're trying to push them off. Triple trample. Not being used. They're desperately trying to remove No Lucario from the goal zone, and it does go in. These points will be scored. The experience gives.
And this time, going up for the chase. Urshifu trying to do wonders. Is he able to actually do so? Dojier tries to make an escape from the top, and he is able to as well.
And they're going onto the goal zone, but I think this might just be a forfeit goal zone here for MYS. They're
able to actually do much. Low
HP.
No,
Dev is gone! Actually lost the Urshifu, and he's the big momentum carrier for the team, so no Lucario. I think they may have just dropped the ball.
Can he do it? Is he going to be... I
don't think it matters.
He's going to be able to actually make it in time as well. Oh, and Decidueye gets a Rayquaza. Unfortunately, it seems that No Lucario will not be having any chances into getting a win over Team MYS in this game #1 for this series.
Is going to be the solution to this, because they have a really great lineup. I do like the lineup. So you've got your backline DPS, which is going to be the Silver. You've got to be careful of the Surf, and they won't get out.
That Solar Beam. From the back.
Oh, Froggy! Oh no! It's actually going to be a trap here. MYS losing some bodies here. And no Lucario secure. That space is there. Going to try and go in. Will not get knocked out. The fight continues. And look at that barrage. Almost catching out. Lucario will be able to get out. But Wraith, he's the one to secure the Reggie steal. And this guy, Yamu, the bird is out. And now MYS are sent reeling. Hooper actually securing the Reggie Alecki as well. So MYS only wants to grip the main objective. And
Right now,
Dev always found the bird again.
It's gonna be the bird.
Used.
You can go knock all you want, but unfortunately, we're gonna be knocking on your doors. This moment is gonna be a 2 KO streak, sided towards Urshifu.
Oh, the
and this
barrage against 5 Pokemon. And he doesn't. He got there. He's still got Yamu.
He's still got
and
one.
the entire team is running now because look at this hype. The ring's unbound. Being able to actually use the eject button, but nope, they're gonna be chased. Yamu should go down so many players.
Yep, still an opportunity. Oh, unfortunately, Solar Beam stopping them, but that's not gonna stop.
You calm down. We're not even looking at the backline. We don't know what's happening, but looks like Nightmare Foxy being caught out there by Wraith in the front line. So the team is grouped up. And look at the Urshifu trying to find the bush. He's looking for the knock. Look, he has found the owl. Can he take down this Persky Decidueye? And yet again, he will, but it's 2 for 2S.
Can
with the
they
shield.
score?
Can they score? 8 seconds to go. Yang is like, oh my gosh, guys,
Mew
we
is
need to go
there, but
faster.
you go for the top lane.
They
That's
can't.
gonna be 5200.
No, they can't do it. And gentlemen, MYS versus no Lucario. And so far, if we take a look at these lanes, it's looking pretty good here. Down bottom, though, poor Ice is all on his own against an Espeon laner. This is scary. If he gets hit by the side shock, that might just be an immediate knockout. And there we
were
go.
just talking about
Gets
it,
popped.
unfortunately.
But Dev's turned around. Rebumps would have gone back and be like, all right, attach to me, I'll help you. But Urshifu is just too agile for that. And very nice steal there coming in from MYS. They managed to get the Reggie Alecki.
look at the
But oh
barrage.
my god, the damage! Oh, but the matchup goes down. 2 Pokemon are down on the side of MYS, and they're actually going to get another one. They're throwing bodies to try and tip, and so will the Venusaur go down. It's just the 2 supports. Dodrio comes back in, but no Lucario. They are just running them down.
And they're gonna reset back, and definitely there's still the Reggie Alecki right there at the top as well. Unfortunately, that's a steal on the buff by the Urshifu, but he's gonna get taken down
The
instantly.
Unite move will also be buffed as well, going onto Ice. This Slowbro trying to back up. This is such a scary moment with the attack buff.
Oh, wow.
After the Unite, Dev goes down. Oh my god! There's only 2 Pokemon skirting along the outline. Can they get the final hit? It's the Blissey! MYS! Time to score! 30 seconds, 37 seconds, 100 points going in the way of MYS. We're seeing a 50-point back cap, 100 points from KST on that Hooper. But can they stop the rest of these scores? That's 100!
390 to 83, 10 more seconds left. They seem to be have no one for no Lucario. Close to any few goalposts coming out from Team MYS. And this might be it. Your champion for this set is going to be Team M. Winding up the top together with C-Dot. Of course, I'm sorry, well, we're also going to be playing the... I think this is going... Oh, Team MYS is actually from right side going on to the top.
Yamu on the Dodrio. Now, Espeon is in the bush if they're not careful. Oh, actually, Decidueye going down. Revealed his position there with the Spirit Shackle. Oh, Ray doing a lot. Now, Ice is down, but look at that Water Bear going to be turning around, trying to jump onto MYS, but he got knocked up by the Reggie Steal. 3 Pokemon down on no Lucario, and that's going to be it. He's trying to stop them from going onto the goal zone, but this Reggie Alecki is just inches away from walking on top of that goal zone. They're trying to stay on the goal zone. I don't know if the Reggie Alecki can get on. They're trying to push them off. Triple trample. Not being used. They're desperately trying to remove no Lucario from the goal zone, and it does go in. These points will be scored. The experience given.
And this time, going up for the chase. Urshifu trying to do wonders. Is he able to actually do so? Dodrio tries to make an escape from the top, and he is able to as well.
And they're going onto the goal zone, but I think this might just be a forfeit goal zone here for MYS. They're
Able to actually do much. Low
oh
HP
no,
as well.
Dev is gone! Actually lost the Urshifu, and he's the big momentum carrier for the team, so no Lucario. I think they may have just dropped the ball.
Can he do it? Is he going to be...
I don't think it matters.
He's going to be able to actually make it in time as well. Oh, and this is the one gets a Rayquaza. Unfortunately, it seems that no Lucario will not be having any chances into getting a win over Team MYS in this game #1 for this series.
Is going to be the solution to this because they have a really great lineup. I do like the lineup. So you've got your backline DPS, which is going to be the Seal. You've got to be careful of the surf, and they won't get out.
That Solar Beam King of from the back.
Oh, Froggy! Oh no, it's actually going to be a trap here. MYS losing some bodies here. And no Lucario secure. That space is there. Going to try and go in. Will not get knocked out. The fight continues. And look at that barrage. Almost catching out Lucario. Will be able to get out. But Wraith, he's the one to secure the Reggie steal. And this guy, Yamu, the bird is out. And now MYS are sent reeling. Hooper actually securing the Reggie Alecki as well. So MYS only able to grip the main objective. And
Right now.
Dev. Oh, he's found the bird again.
It's going to be the
being
bird. You
used.
can go knock all you want, but unfortunately, we're going to be knocking on your doors. This time it's going to be a 2 KO streak decided towards Urshifu.
Oh, the
and this
barrage against 5 Pokemon. And he doesn't. He got there. He's still got Yamu.
He's still got
and
one.
the entire team is running now because look at this. The ring's unbound. Being able to actually use the eject button, but nope, they're going to be chased. Yamu should go down so many players.
Yep, still an opportunity. Oh, unfortunately, Solar Beam stopping them, but that's not going to stop
You
them.
calm down. We're not even looking at the back line. We don't know what's happening, but looks like Nike Foxy being caught out there by Wraith in the front lines. So the team is grouped up. And look at the Urshifu trying to find the bush. He's looking for the knock. Look, he has found the owl. Can he take down this pesky Decidueye? And yet again, he will, but it's 2 for 2S
Can
with the
they
shields.
score?
Can they score? 8 seconds to go. Yang is like, oh my gosh, guys,
Mew
we
is
need to go
there, but
faster.
you go for the top lane.
They
That's
can't.
going to be 5,200.
No, they can't do it. And gentlemen, MYS versus no Lucario. And so far, if we take a look at these lanes, it's looking pretty good here. Down bottom, though, poor Ice is all on his own against an Espeon lane. Now, this is scary. If he gets hit by the Side Shock, that might just be an immediate knockout. And there we
were
go.
just talking about
Gets
it,
popped.
unfortunately.
But Dev's turned around. Rebumps would have gone back and be like, all right, attach to me, I'll help you. But Urshifu is just too agile for that. And very nice steal they're coming in from MYS. They managed to get the Reggie Alecki.
look at the
But oh
barrage.
my god, the damage! Oh, but the matchup goes down. 2 Pokemon are down on the side of MYS, and they're actually going to get another one. They're throwing bodies to try and tip, and so will the Venusaur go down. It's just the 2 supports. The Drio comes back in, but no Lucario. They are just running them down.
And they're going to reset back, and definitely there's still the Reggie Alecki right here at the top as well. Unfortunately, that's still on the buff by the Urshifu, but he's going to get taken down
The
instantly.
Unite move will also be buffed as well. Going onto Ice. This Slowbro trying to back up. This is such a scary moment with the attack buff.
Oh, wow.
Up to the Unite. Death goes down. Oh my god! There's only 2 Pokemon skirting along the outline. Can they get the final hit? It's the Blissey! On MYS! Time to score! 30 seconds, 37 seconds, 100 points going in the way of MYS. We're seeing a 50-point back cap, 100 points from KST on that Hooper. But can they stop the rest of these scores? That's 100!
390 to 83, 10 more seconds left. They seem to be having no one for no Lucario. Close to any few goalposts coming out from Team MYS. And this might be it. Your champion for this set is going to be Team M. Winding up the top together with C-Dot. Of course, I'm sorry, well, we're also going to be playing I think this is going, Team MYS is actually from right side going on to the top.
Yamu on the Dodrio. Now, Espeon is in the bush if they're not careful. Oh, actually, Decidueye going down. Revealed his position there with the Spirit Shackle. Oh, Wraith doing a lot. Now, Ice is down, but look at that Water Bear going to be turning around, trying to jump onto MYS, but he got knocked up by the Reggie Steal. 3 Pokemon down on no Lucario, and that's going to be it. He's trying to stop them from going onto the goal zone, but this Reggie Alecki is just inches away from walking on top of that goal zone. They're trying to stay on the goal zone. I don't know if the Reggie Alecki can get on. They're trying to push them off. Triple Trample. Knock being used. They're desperately trying to remove no Lucario from the goal zone, and it does go in. These points will be scored. The experience gives.
And this time, going up for the chase. Urshifu trying to do wonders. Is he able to actually do so? Dodger tries to make an escape from the top, and he is able to as well.
And they're going onto the goal zone, but I think this might just be a forfeit goal zone here for MYS. They're
Able to actually do much. Low
oh
HP
no,
as well.
Dev is gone! Actually lost the Urshifu, and he's the big momentum carrier for the team, so no Lucario.
Welcome back to the WCS APAC West qualifiers, April qualifiers for Pokemon Unite. We are gonna get ready for the grand finals finally, and this time Danelie's gonna take a break. She has casted 4 amazing series. I'm back here. My name is Husskkiee. Alongside me is Flava.
Yes, and of course, we're back again this time about Husskkiee. Previously, you did manage to cast some amazing lower bracket matches. Me and Danelie, we did manage to cover some of the upper bracket matches and the lower bracket finals as well. And here we are at the grand finals, and I'm super excited. Hopefully, you did enjoy some of the matches being featured earlier on?
Absolutely. I mean, we had very jaw-dropping clutches. Just Yang got a penta on a Decidueye. That's something that is definitely not on my bucket list. But we have a very exciting rematch, right? Them, Team MYS against Xeraphik again in the grand finals, and they need to win 2 sets to become the champions. And most importantly, Xeraphik is a team that kind of came out of nowhere. We don't know much about them, but I just found out it's a mix of Malaysian and Singaporean players.
Oh,
so
wow,
much.
that's great information. But anyways, before we jump into more details, let's have a look. This is the roster for both sides. If you have not known them before or witnessed any of the matches before, we're looking at Xeraphik Gaming first. Allow me to have the honor to introduce them. We have Blades, we have NT, Jarhit, we have Husskkiee, as well as Aries, and of course, please do the honors, Husskkiee.
Yeah, we have Rebongs on the side of MYS alongside Yang. We have Nightmew, Foxy, Froggy, and Yemu. And this roster has been together for a very, very long time as well, right? It's runner-up in the recent ACL for Southeast Asia. But they have found kind of a new mortal enemy, Xeraphik. They knocked MYS down to the lower bracket 2-1 earlier on, but Team MYS back for some revenge. Let's take a look at some numbers from Xeraphik Gaming themselves. Comfy, Scizor, and Trevenant with the highest pick rate of 63%, Dojo at 50, Delphox and Glaceon at 38.
Yeah, I think that the picks that they're playing around is mostly around meta picks, and they're also not shy from actually playing with Mons, which is away from metas as well, which seems that they have a big pool to actually play with. I think a more bigger pool compared to what MI has been based on what they've been playing with throughout this competition from the group stage, the round robins, as well as here we're looking at the double elimination bracket, making it to the grand finals as they are the first after winning the upper bracket finals. And here we are looking at Team MYS. They have fought against Xeraphik Gaming in the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, they lost 2-1 in the best of 3 series, and then they actually won the recent match against their opponent's team, No Lucario, earlier on, 2-1. And of course, they are here back again with hopes to actually become the winner and champion for the APAC West region itself. And of course, they have already earned their slot into the regionals, but that's not going to be enough if they're not going to be the champions here.
Yeah.
And I think before we continue on even further, for those who are currently watching from back at home and wherever you may be watching through the live stream, we just want to have a gentle reminder that because Team MYS is from the lower bracket itself, if they were to actually win the best of 3 series, basically we'll be moving on to yet another grand finals reset, which means that it will decide which team will become the winner and champion for APAC West. But if their opponents from Xeraphik Gaming actually becomes the winner for this best of 3 series, they'll be crowned the winning champion, and there'll be no grand finals reset happening for us.
It's gonna be a tough grand finals. We saw how Xeraphik Gaming took MYS down, and even in the 2 games that they won, well, MYS did crush them in 1 game, but Xeraphik just convincingly took 2 games, right? And we saw how Xeraphik Gaming just really made a name for themselves in this entirety of the qualifiers. They didn't finish yesterday at the top. That was No Lucario, but they knocked No Lucario down. They also knocked Team MYS down. This could be the latest superstar that we have, which is going to be very exciting coming into this grand finals of a best of 3. The draft is ready. We're gonna jump in and see what these 2 teams have cooked up for it, because I am very, very excited.
I am excited because this time about we're seeing a brand new Yemu coming in from Team MYS.
Oh yes.
This is going to be a different one. He has shown that in the last game that we had, game number 3 in the low bracket finals, that he does not only know how to play Decidueye, he can also play Venusaur very well, which was the pinnacle, or should I say the game changer for Team MYS, making it a win for them in that series against their opponent's team, No Lucario. And this is going to be the first ban. It's going to be a Dodrio as well as a...
The Trevenant should be the first pick for Xeraphik, and it does go over to them. There isn't one secret pick that Team MYS has shown us during ACL. I am wondering if we would see it if they need it for this grand finals, with just the Garchomp, and that's one of the few Pokemons that Yemu has been practicing for quite a while. But so far, they're still sticking to their guns. You see the Blissey and the Urshifu, nothing out of the ordinary. I think the best part is that when we look back at the most picked Pokemons for both teams, it is vastly different, right? They both have their own identity coming into this finals, and for Xeraphik Gaming, I think they are going to take this Eldegoss and the Delphox.
Wow, so basically Team MYS is going to be running this Urshifu for themselves and giving way for Delphox to actually be picked off right here as the third pick for Team Xeraphik Gaming, and the Eldegoss as well. Really good sustainability for there, and they have a little bit attacking power as well. Eldegoss and defense at the same time for them. Very curious. And, so I guess they're going to be running the Venusaur yet again. Second time we're seeing on the live stream for Team MYS. Probably feeling a little bit comfortable from their performance in the latest match they had against Team No Lucario in lower bracket finals. We will see how it will transpire in this match itself in the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's what KRT also ran early on against No Lucario, right? They also ran this Venusaur comfy paddle dance for 2 straight games, and even though they lost, we did see the power when you have 2 sets of Pokemons that can kind of dive in the back line, and because the Mew is not banned out, Mew Foxy is going to go back onto the Mew as always. So at least it kind of answers the lack of long-range artillery for MYS. They don't have a problem with that. You have a Venusaur and an Urshifu that can just run straight at Zerfic, and you have someone that can just snipe from afar.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a battle here. And of course, we're going to be seeing a Glaceon final pick here for Team Zerfic Gaming. We haven't seen much of Glaceon. We will be witnessing more of an Espeon being played as well. Yeah, so I think Glaceon is also one of the top ones when it comes to attackers in the game. So very curious to see how we actually pick as well. So Icy Wind means really good damage output. Curious to see how well they can actually play this in a match. They have so much defense coming to Zerfic Gaming. They have that Slowbro, they have the Trevenant as well on the front lines. Just does so much things. With hopes that hopefully Team YYS has enough firepower for them to actually take down these Pokemon.
And now that we're in the grand finals, there's a bit of a fun fact, right? Blaze DL actually did play with MYS before, so you can say that it's a bit of a friendly rivalry. You can say it's a bit
together.
They have played together before. Obviously, he wasn't there during ACL. That's the MYS roster that we're looking at right now, but they definitely have past experience, which makes it the more better, right? Sometimes you know your opponents too much for their own good. We'll see if that's... It has translated into an upper bracket win. We'll see if Zerfic can close it out. Game 1 of this grand finals. Team MYS definitely wanting to look for the reset flavor.
It's going to be one of those conversations where that's what you get for not bringing me to ACL. It could have been a champion. It could have been a champion. But then, I guess so. I really like that information a lot. I guess when you know yourself each other, I mean, like, it's not just about him knowing Team MYS well, but Team MYS also knows how well his thought process and how he actually plays it out when it comes to drafting and playstyles. So it actually helps each other out at the same time. So.
And also, right, even though by the end of this, we will have someone who is the champion and someone who has to settle for second, they both have qualified for the regionals, which is going to happen, in a matter of 2 months. So at the end of the day, they are going to meet eventually, but the goal is to make it top 3 at regionals. That is going to be the toughest hurdle. But for now, they just have to focus on the task at hand. And so far, Zerfic Gaming and Team MYS off to your standard start. NT getting a nice chunk of XP. We'll be able to get that level up pretty soon.
Oh, they found him. Oh, he's going to be here. Would hammer in face, but didn't manage to latch on for the second one here. Trying to go and raise the leaf coming from Bulbasaur. Not yet an Ivysaur at that level 5. Which was still insufficient. Of course, that comfy together with Urshifu tries to make an escape from the top. Bulbasaur gonna make an escape. He's not... The thing about Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, even the Venusaur, you're very soft, very fragile as well. So when you play that pedal dance together with Giga Drain, it sustains because you have the mobility. And of course, Giga Drain, you're able to sap out some HP as a vampire for himself. And of course, with the Unite move, you have a little bit of shield for yourself as well. You hit that double hammer hitting good. Not enough to actually stop them from catching that Shenku. Shenku goes down as well. Traveling decides to go back, take that Citrus Berry for himself, for Idachi. And of course, they're not done yet. Remember, Unseen Fist coming on from the Urshifu. But of course, he doesn't have enough catching. And of course, more shield coming in for Trevenant.
Yeah, and he didn't have his passive, so it's very, very lucky that he made it out of that. Team MYS didn't get the big dunk from this Urshifu. Foxy in danger. They're going to just eject button forward. Foxy most likely going to go down, just distracting Zerfic Gaming. But they did allow Yamu to go for the invade and take a bit of those those wild Pokemons away, and Ares should be taken down as well by Yang.
This time, looking aggressive, coming up with Zerfic Gaming, scoring one after another at the bottom spot here. Still 9 more points away from being destroyed. And looking at the top lane, it is going to be on the side of Team MYS, scoring over and over again over Zerfic Gaming's close points. Of course, a few more seconds away. We're 20 seconds away before the first Reggie being spawned out at the bottom path. Of course, the Regieleki coming up from the top path itself, and we'll see some rerouting coming up from both sides. Probably a big commitment coming up from both sides towards the bottom path to secure that Reggie, and then later on towards that Regieleki, and we'll see how that goes from both sides.
MYS, they only have Foxy around, so he's going to try and snipe Regice if possible. As Xeraphix Gaming, they will commit 4 members down to the bottom side, but they gotta look for Foxy first. The Surf is not gonna get him out. Xeraphix Gaming getting an easy Regice for themselves, and Team MYS not able to respond with the Regieleki thanks to the Trevenant.
Yeah, and of course, they've already started making moves towards the top lane here, trying to secure that Regieleki. Probably not here. Of course, rotation. Ivysaur going off the chase with the Petal Dance, not being able to actually catch that Trevenant here. And he's trying to make an escape. That's going to be 4 Mons coming on from Team MYS. It's going to be easy kill here. Surf coming in from that Slowbro. Not being damage, just trying to stop them from scoring, but unfortunately, not being able to actually stop them in any way. They managed to destroy that goal post.
Team MYS going on the Regieleki, big Surf as a disruption. Xeraphix Gaming wants to contest this, and watch out for Yang, able to get away just in time, even using the Unite move to do damage, but this Traveler is back. Yang moves straight to the back line and just give the 1-2 uppercut to 2 members of Xeraphix Gaming, looking for the third. The liquidation reduction is right there. Yamu just could not go down. Team MYS would force their way straight to the second goal post, and Xeraphix Gaming have no way to stop them. Big points coming in for MYS.
Wow, things are looking exceptionally well for Team MYS. Doesn't look much, when it reflect much on the points itself, but in terms of taking down the enemy Mons, it is looking great. Of course, they're not done yet. They're going for this Regieleki, and there's no way that Team Xeraphix Gaming is going to go for the response and decide to actually go into the bottom lane. If they don't respond, it's going to be an issue as well, because that Regieleki is going to push forward all the way to the top path and pushing through. Even though that Team MYS is not going in for the scores, they should try to actually stop that from happening. I think Trevenant is going to be late for that, but it's okay.
Yeah. The bulk of the XP is actually on this Urshifu. As you can see, Nightmare Foxy, he is a level behind this Delphox, behind Blaze. So overall, Yemu has been able to snowball, and now he carries kind of the bulk of the weight for Team MYS. They are ahead by a sizable amount of points. Xeraphix Gaming, they have this ambush plan out for the next Reggie, and if they catch the members of Team MYS, they will easily get this objective. And they're gonna go for it.
Something's gonna happen here. Of course, Venusaur get caught in between everything else.
The Giga Drain!
He's still surviving through and not be able to change anything yet. There's a Fire Voice also to make spam there. Trevenant managed to actually get down.
The Giga Drain!
It's still not enough right here. And of course, Evolution Mew managed to escape together with their Surf and Agility reset here to the right side.
Yeah, the Giga Drain and the Comfy Heal keeping Yang in the fight. And now they can contest Reggie. They even took out the Trevenant. Team MYS doing massive work. Blaze wants to secure this objective, but I think MYS not able to get it, in fact. Stolen away by the Slowbro with the Surf. But MYS still getting big KOs, and now they get to crash this first goal and break it, well, almost breaking it.
Yeah, they secured the objective. Unfortunately, they kind of lost out their team members here. That makes way for Team MYS to actually score. I guess it's better than nothing. Imagine if Team MYS actually got the buff as well as taking down that much Mons coming out from here, and it's going to be much more troublesome. So lucky enough, Slowbro managed to actually prevent that from happening. So they do have the buff, but only for himself and a few other members who were still present during that time and not knocked out.
Team MYS ready for the Regieleki. They only have a Comfy Unite move for this one, but for Xeraphix, they have 3 of them. One of it is a slow beam, very crucial to deal with Team MYS, and it seems like Team MYS are just going to give this Eleki away and take care of him afterwards.
I think they tried to commit, but unfortunately they didn't make it in time. We do see rotations coming up from Riverside from MYS, but they knew that the moment they saw the HP coming from Regieleki, they would not be able to make it in time. This gives way for Doptashi going for a push. I guess they need to go for defense. Tries to make an escape here. Lucky enough, Comfy is still there together with the Venusaur, trying to prevent Regieleki from moving forward anymore. Right now, of course, the Surf pushing them from behind, still not enough. Regieleki still surviving through with more than half here. And of course, good defense from Team MYS.
This is something that Team MYS has shown time and time again. Just ironclad defense when it comes to these go zones. They've done it at ACL. We've seen them do it against teams like T2, for example. And to see them pull it off again, especially when they're defending the very first go zone, it is not easy. But MYS pulls it off, and now they get to invade once more, just cutting Dark HG away from that experience.
Were you referring to that insane defense that actually happened?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it was almost,
that was
remember,
insane.
Right?
Yeah,
Throwback moment to ACL.
Oh, damn, those are one of the golden moments in Pokemon Unite hashtag. But either way, we're looking at the bottom path here where the Reggie still is available, and it's providing one of the most important boss in the game, which is the attack and special attack bomb. And it's going to be Mew managed to secure it, of course, together with the Electro Ball and the light screen provided from behind. Really good play coming up from Team MYS this time about, giving them an extra edge coming into this Rayquaza attempt at the mid one. It's either they just prevent it from being taken away from Xerfic Gaming, or they themselves are going to take it for themselves and adding on more points in the face of Xerfic Gaming.
It's going to be a long 2 minutes for Team MYS. Definitely no commitment. Yemu is also hiding in the shadows. He's holding 39 points as well. So if there's an opportunity to backcap, he's going to go for it. But Xerfic Gaming, they have this Delphox on the top side. And that first goal zone for Team MYS is still up there as well. But it seems like Team MYS, they're going to start slowly committing on this Rayquaza. Down to 60% of health. Xerfic Gaming, they have to know that this is happening. And Team MYS, can they secure this objective? It's a big risk.
Yep, they need to hold on right here. I'm kind of surprised that they actually tried to go for an attempt right here. And of course, there goes copying yourself out your knife. Yemu as well. Is it going to be sufficient? Not enough. Going on still for the chase. Here it is going to be let's try to make an escape here through the bottom lane. Basically gets a little bit of shield as well. 1 minute left on the clock, and there's not much time for any one of them to actually go in for the Rayquaza. Probably anyone going on from the back lines trying to go in for the problem not as well. There is still time. 50 seconds left. What can they do right here, Husskkiee?
Yeah, Yang pushing away the members of Xerfic Gaming, but Xerfic Gaming, they're still winning down the Rayquaza. That is very important. Team MYS, they need 10 more seconds for Yemu to come right back. Rayquaza is very low. Team MYS forced to contest this one, and Yang does it once more. This guy could not stop winning for his team, Flava.
Yeah. That's it. It's going to be a Venusaur Yang. So he decides to move forward. It's always a great idea to let the fragile Pokemon to actually go in for the scores at the earlier pass and let the more Sergio wants to actually go in for the score deeper inside the base of the opponents right here. Of course, Mew gets the score in the face right here. We're looking at 588 points, and I think that is going to be a seal the deal coming on from Team MYS and a win for them in this first game in the best of 3 series.
Just like you say, Flava, no Decidueye, no problem. Venusaur is the new king of the game. But Team MYS getting this first game away from Xerfic Gaming, very good recovery as well, considering that they did drop in the upper bracket. Team MYS 1 game away from this Grand Finals reset.
Yep, what a great start for Team MYS, especially when they lost out against Xerfic Gaming in the upper bracket finals. So this is going to be a revenge match for them, and they've already grasped this very small advantage by winning the first game in the Best of 3 series with hopes. And always remember that if they actually win this Best of 3 series, we're going to move it into a Grand Finals reset, where that will decide which team will become the winner and champion for the APAC West right here. Of course, focusing on the current Grand Finals right here, Team MYS grabbing the first win, Xerfic Gaming 0, Team MYS 1.
And also big props to Xerfic Gaming as well. Even though they lost game number 1, the defense that they held at the Rayquaza pit was very admirable. We saw Yemu use his Unite moves, went straight for Blaze, and this Delphox lived with a sliver of health, and that was enough to really keep Team MYS on their toes. At the end of the day, it was Yang who secured the Rayquaza with that Unite move, but it really came down to that one coin flip. Xerfic Gaming had a good chance of closing game number 1. Either way, they are the ones from the winner's bracket, so they will have a second chance if they do drop. But this is a good start if you're Team MYS. You need that morale boost.
I'm a little bit scared when it came to the Rayquaza attempt, because I thought that MYS was just going to hold on and prevent Xerfic Gaming from actually going for the Rayquaza attempt. But then they decided to actually take it for themselves, because I think they're in a position where they're currently leading, and all they had to do is just defend their goalposts, and at the same time as well, just make sure that Xerfic Gaming does not try to actually poke on that Rayquaza. And at the same time as well, they don't have much speedsters coming on from Team Xerfic Gaming for them to actually go in the backline and try to go for a goal on Team MYS. So still not sure why they actually went for that attempt. In the meantime, I wouldn't mind if Team MYS was actually down in terms of points, if they went on the backline with Venusaur or Urshifu. I think that will be more possible compared to Xerfic Gaming. But either way, this is going to be the replay on what has inspired in this game number 1 against Team Xerfic Gaming. this was actually the final last attempt on that Reggie, which was the Reggie Steel, providing them with an additional damage as well, which gives Team MYS the edge on the Rayquaza attempt as well, which was very fruitful for them, and they managed to not only overwhelm Team Zerfit Gaming, but at the same time they managed to actually get this Rayquaza for themselves in the hands for that Venusaur. Yet again, as you mentioned, Husskkiee, Venusaur proving himself to be one of the top players here, one key winning factors for Team MYS.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, looking at Team MYS, they have displayed some of the hallmark traits that they shown us before, right? Again, their iron defense, that's something that is very admirable. Not many teams can do, but MYS have proven time and time again that they know how to juggle these objectives, and that's how they were able to fend off the Regieleki on the top side. We're going to take a look at some statistics from game number 1, especially Yemu once more on that Urshifu, able to really cut that backline and disrupt the members of Zerfit Gaming. I think that itself, right, the snowball that Yemu has been able to acquire for himself at the start of the game did give Team MOS a bit of a cushion to fall back to.
Yeah, I totally agree with that as well. And of course, we're also having a look at the info card for the opponents right here. I think we're looking at Team Zerfit Gaming. They played the Delphox, they played the Glaceon. We haven't seen much of the Glaceon being picked out as well. You would see that based on the pick rates, it's not much compared to what MYS is playing, because MYS is just comfortable with whatever they're picking. I recently discuss with Danelie that I think that for Team MYS, they're not going to go too far off from their draft because they're just playing meta. So you see more or less if any of their Pokemon is being banned, for example, like a Mew ban, they're still comfortable playing out with Espeon, which is still meta. They can also, if Trevenant is being banned, they can actually play with something else as well. So you don't see much coming from that. I believe that most of the change-ups when it comes to drafting will come from the Zerfit Gaming, because we see them play different Pokemons from the group stages, and of course through the matches we see them in the morning as well as here in the grand finals itself.
Yeah, very, very exciting game number 1 as well. And also for those who didn't get to catch that lower bracket, just know that, you know, we have 3 teams who have already qualified from this May qualifiers, right? We have Zerfit Gaming, we have Team MYS, we also have No Lucario, and actually I believe 3 of the members from No Lucario were actually ex-Renaissance, so a lot of familiar names right there. Just memory trip, trip down memory lane for Pokémon UNITE. Game 2 is going to come out in a bit, Flava. I know you've been able to basically witness Team MYS journey from that upper bracket to the grand finals, and I want to hear your input. Like, what is there to expect going into Game 2?
I think for this game too, they have to be on their toes, because for Team MYS, they're in high gear. They have not stopped playing since the upper bracket finals. From there, they lost out. They kept playing in the lower bracket finals, and then you're here in the grand finals, still playing. Whereas we look at Zerfit Gaming, they have this short break time. It means that they haven't been playing much matches. They have this fast track through the grand finals itself. So probably because of that, Team MYS has the edge, just because they played out more games and they're on fire. They're all fueled up with winning and winning and winning.
So you're a believer of teams that plays more games consecutively.
I've always believed that.
I
always believe that just because that you're still running on adrenaline rush of, you know,
like you're in the
playing
zone,
more,
right?
You're still in a zone. Whereas you win. Yes, I gotta admit that Zerfit Gaming did manage to win the upper bracket finals over MYS, meaning that they did manage to win that crucial match, having a fast track, showing that they have not lost a single series. But because of that rest, probably it did disrupt them a little bit in terms of their performance.
Yeah, and for Team MOS, the job is not done just yet, right? Because Zerfit Gaming have 2 lives in this grand finals. We'll hit the draft for game number 2 and see what's the switch up from Zerfit Gaming. And I do wonder if we will consistently see that Dojo getting banned out, because Team MOS did take it out in game number 1. And we'll see if that's going to be the case, because Dojo has been extremely popular, Flava.
Yep, it has been extremely popular. Whatever is not banned, that's 100% pick rate. That's what Dojo is all about. 100%.
Yeah.
It's either that or is it
Slowbro.
Yeah.
And Trevenant.
Trevenant, yeah. So literal.
There it is.
Yeah, finally.
Yay.
In respect ban. So will we see in this C2I?
Will we see this
We are
C2I
back.
again?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the C2I.
I feel like there is a chance we see the Decidueye again, right? Yang has played, I believe, the Urshifu also. So, these teams, Team MYS, they can juggle around a little bit. And with the Trevenant going over, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Urshifu again. But now you you open it up a bit more, right? Who is Yamu and which Pokemon would Yamu and Yang play?
I thought you asked who is Yamu.
I
didn't have an answer.
Yamu is the Garchomp guy, okay? Like signature Pokemon Garchomp.
But you're right. Urshifu is also 100% pick rate whenever you allow Urshifu to actually be available. Also gonna be picked by any point. Moving on right here. Of course, right here we have our picks, and we also have a Scizor. So a Scyther here going on for Aries. See whether or not they want to play that Scizor or a Scyther very, very soon. And it's going to be a follow-up pick, Imbue once again.
Yep.
When it comes to MYS, you don't ban the Mew, you get the Mew as your opponents. And it's going to be a Mamoswine here for Team MYS for a pick.
Definitely a Rebounds Mamoswine. I've seen these many, many times. And Rebounds is kind of one of the few signatures of Team MYS, right? No, not much other teams would go for Mamoswine over something like a Slowbro, but Team MYS very, very confident with this Pokemon. You see the Delphox as the final pick for Xeraphid Gaming, but this is the crucial one for Team MYS. Who is going to pilot this Urshifu? You don't have the Venusaur anymore. The Lucario seems to be the option, so maybe I think we will still see Yamu on the Urshifu and Yang on the Lucario.
Yep, most probably here this is definitely something very different coming on from Team MYS. Yeah, so they're going to be letting Yamu to actually play the Lucario, so Urshifu is going to be hands of Yang instead. Should be no problem. I guess Yang, he's like, hey, this was the very Pokemon that has been biting his back the whole time when he was actually on that Decidueye, and then he's like, hey, you know what? I can play this.
Yeah, he can play Urshifu too.
Come on, man. It's just an Urshifu. Like, I know the Pokemon that counters me well.
Yeah.
If
you have lost enough, you would know how to not lose.
Exactly. That's for sure.
They did play Lucario once, I believe. It was also against... Was it against no Lucario? I think they played no Lucario against no Lucario, and they lost that very game.
Oh yes,
correct.
So no Lucario, so they pick a counter pick, which was your opponent picks a Lucario against you. Yeah, that was MYS.
That was MYS. They lost that game. They lost. It was game number 2. Very, very interesting, And I think these two teams, they haven't really touched Buzzwole, at least not on the games we've seen on broadcast, which is a breath of fresh air, right?
It's a little bit different because I believe in your lower bracket matches, you did see some Buzzwole matches.
We saw Buzzwole every single game.
Every single game.
Everyone was picking Buzzwole.
It feels like an NA regional tournament already.
It's good to see, some teams are still sticking to their own identity.
Exactly.
Like we have seen a mix of influence, obviously, from the EU region because their finals ended yesterday for the AOS Cup. But overall, I still am curious what this Lucario is able to bring fully to the table. I think we need to see a bit more of it. The Team MYS is the only team so far that is willing to take on this Pokemon.
Yep, and that's true. And I believe that I remember your conversation together with Danelie where just because we're actually part of APAC Asia Pacific, that doesn't mean that we don't try to actually look over in other regions how they play things out. Probably they have identified certain reasons on why certain Pokemons are viable to actually be played out on the competitive scene compared to what we play out in the APAC scene. Yeah, doesn't matter whether it's East or West. So from that, we take those smaller pointers. Hopefully we can actually put that into our matches. Anyways, coming back into the game right here, very clean takedown coming on from Xeraphid Gaming to his Team MYS here. Things are looking heated up so far. Really good start come from both sides, and in the next 2 more minutes, we're gonna see get our first Reggie here. It looks like that comes to really good takedown, but that's another stop Traveling from getting taken down here. The next Altera pick from the top is going to be going to the side of MYS instead, and you see that evolution into Urshifu into the game at 8 minutes and 40 seconds into the game.
And this is where you want to see that Urshifu really start to roll that snowball, because he is going to be at a very, very strong power spike when you hit that surging strike. I believe Yamu went for Meteor Mash, so you get that pushback, but they did lose Foxy, caught out by the Scyther again, and it's just kind of that common modus operandi, right? When you have the Scyther, you want to be able to play fast as well. It feels like a race between this Urshifu and Scyther, and so far Scyther has that lead.
Yeah, and both of them are doing more or less the same thing. They're both grabbing the buffs inside the jungle, and then they're going to come into the lane and provide a little bit of assistance, go in for some takedowns on the opponents and more. Look at this Trav and Wood Hammer in the face, hitting on two. Unfortunately, damage output still insufficient to actually take any of them, just stopping them in their tracks. Anyways, look at it, charging forward. Unfortunately, didn't manage to actually hit on the Lucario.
Yeah,
and Froggy here.
Yang forcing that eject button as well. We're gonna try and score a couple of points in this first goal zone. Rebound's able to chip in 14. The Scyther does show up. And once more, Froggy with that Moonlight scores the rest of his team away. Team MYS, you build these incremental leads, and most importantly is in 25 seconds the Reggie is gonna spawn and Foxy is gonna do the same thing again, right? We have seen him so many times on this Mew, just very accurate steals on this objective with the Solar Beam.
Yeah, it's not that hard to actually do that. So it's either you play around with the Solar Beam burst with triple ticks, or you actually go for Electro Ball, which is a better option because the lower the amount of HP coming out from the Reggie, so basically the more damage output you get, it makes it easier for them to actually secure that last coming off from the Mew. Instead, we have seen a fight here. Of course, unfortunately, the tanky Slowbro gets taken down easily by Team MYS here, so it's going to be a 5v4 situation. Still waiting for the Slowbro to return back into that bottom path, and meanwhile, while waiting for that, they are going to try to go for an attempt. And of course, we still have it hitting onto
Woodhammer.
Woodhammer hitting into it. The stun is there, but there's no follow-up from behind. Unfortunately, we see this attack from Husskkiee from behind. Is it going to be damage sufficient?
And it's going to be Xeraphit Gaming that takes that objective. It could be a full wipe onto Team MYS as well. Big work done by the Scyther cutting in from behind, and that is going to put Xeraphit Gaming in a huge lead. Team MYS, they are not able to defend the second goal post as well, so another big chunk of points getting dunked. Xeraphit Gaming leading by a huge margin.
Look at that. I believe that I do agree, no, Lipon. It's basically a battle between the Scyther versus with the Urshifu. And this Scyther has been essentially going on the backlines while they are just focusing on trying to actually go in an attempt on the Reggie. He himself makes the move first and managed to take down 3 Mons from Team MYS. And here we go back. Going on for defense is going to be Xeraphit Gaming. Still that wood hammer in the face, but no follow-ups coming up from any of the teammates. They don't have the damage to kill off anyone. And it's going to be an attempt on Regieleki at the top path this time about Husskkiee.
Yeah, and look at this. The Scyther is so far ahead. He is 2 levels ahead of the highest level Pokemon on the side of MYS, which is the Urshifu. And this will be a big concern because Yang, he's going to drop low. That Moonlight not in the vicinity to keep him up. And Xeraphit Gaming once more getting 3 KOs. They should be able to break this first goal zone very soon. The lead is starting to build up Flava.
Wow, this game number 2 is intense. Scyther showing himself to be very dominant in this matchup against Team IS. Urshifu, unfortunately, not having a really good time, getting taken down real fast in team fights, not being able to actually dish out enough damage from team fights. In December, we're looking at the Trevenant getting hit out by the Mammoth Mine as well as other members from Team MYS. But of course, the cavalry has arrived and they're gonna be returned back to their designated locations, preventing this Regieleki from actually opening up space at this goalpost at the top path. In the meanwhile, this also opens up space for the members from Team Xeraphit Gaming to go to the bottom path to get their attempt on the second Regieleki in the match itself. It is going to be a Regi Rock this time. And of course, Surf missing out, not hitting off on anyone this time. It is going to be an escape attempt. I can see, unfortunately, he is trying his level back, getting shoved up behind by rebounds and not be able to actually make an escape. They managed to get the Altaria, but then what's going to happen to this Reggie at the bottom lane? They have not secured it. Regi Rock is still alive.
The Delphox didn't have enough damage alone, and now instantly they just use the Unite move. Doesn't matter though, rebounds, he throw everything from the kitchen, including the kitchen sink, and it still gets up stolen by the Scyther, level 14 on the Scyther Flava. He is so far ahead. No one from Team MYS can deal with him.
Wow, look at this. Previously, you mentioned that he was actually level 12, which is 2 levels higher compared to the highest of level 10, which was the Urshifu, but this time about level 14, 3 levels above the Pokemon from Team MYS. There is nothing stopping this Scyther right here. So he has the plus for both his ability as well. He does such high damage. He has the buffs at the same time. Look at the stack, double,
oh
triple.
My goodness.
He's on himself.
He's gonna hit 15 before Rayquaza spawns. That is big problem. He has all his upgraded moves as well. He's gonna have the Unite move ready. And he's just gonna tear through Team MYS.
Ice Cold Drop not doing much. He's not gonna be able to do anything right now. You have great defense, you have great offense. That's what Xeraphit Gaming is all about here in this game number 2. And of course, they want to make sure they want to turn this into a win for themselves to ensure that they can force a game number 3 on this grand finals against Team MYS. Oops, that was why.
Yeah.
Just hiding here.
Gets spotted out, the soft boil.
He's just waiting for the right time here to shove these members to the back. Gotta be careful, and he's trying to go for the Trevenant, I think.
Yeah, not gonna be easy. Right?
Yeah,
The
it's not gonna be
Trevenant-
easy. Didn't manage to do it.
You have the Blizzard to top this Trevenant up, and he has to pass it right. And also, this Trevenant went for Horn Leash, so he constantly will have that sustain. Team MYS definitely pressured to do something 30 seconds before the final stretch as well.
Wow, 20 more seconds, and of course the next Reggie is going to be spawned out very, very soon. And securing this is more crucial than any other Reggies in the previous ones that we actually see, because this is going to prep them up for the upcoming Rayquaza at a 2-minute mark, and we're going to see which one, who's going to be getting it. We see some rotations. It seems that Team Zerfe Gaming is already somewhere nearby already, and getting ready to rumble here at the Reggie. And of course, look at this Scyther, level 15, just as you mentioned here, he is so ready to take down.
Yeah, he's so far ahead in experience. Team MYS, you need to find a go-to opportunity. The Scyther has to go first. Easier said than done though. You don't really have a proper way to control the Scyther. He's going to be all over the rest of Team MYS, and spawning him up itself is going to be a bit of a problem. Yemu would take that bottom brush, but Team MYS, they cannot really show themselves too much because Zerfe Gaming has a Trevenant on the top side, and all Zerfe Gaming needs to do is to buy time. This Scyther is in such a good angle to basically go for the crunch onto Team MYS, and Team MYS now on their Rayquaza. They have the Moonlight to top them back up, but the Scyther coming in from the back. Ares goes straight for the engage. They spar the Scyther, and it's Foxy trying to keep him away. They even use the slow beam from this slow bro. Ares also going onto the Urshifu. Yang is no longer in this fight. Team MYS down one member, and they can't get the Rayquaza. Zerfe Gaming looking for Game 3 in this grand finals, and they've got it, Flava.
Yep, they got it, most definitely. And of course, they did try to actually prevent a red band outcome here. They lost out 4, so it's a 5v1 situation. Even with that Mammoth Swine trying to go in for scores at the top path, it's not gonna do much, because look at the gap between scores between both teams. You're looking at 756 against 119, and you add up with this 5 times by 2, becoming a 10 by the Mammoth Swine. They are still very, very far away. You're looking at 627 points gap, so you need 300 points be scored in the face, in the goalpost of Zerfe Gaming to make it an equalizer or slightly higher for Team MYS. But it doesn't look like they're able to actually do so right here. It seems that it's going to be the final 12 seconds of this game number 2, and Zerfe Gaming seems to be the victor for this game too.
Nothing that Team MYS could do. This entire game was just Zerfe Gaming in total control. Big part is just the Scyther. We mentioned, right, this is a race between the Scyther and the Urshifu, and we had a clear winner by the end of the game too. Scyther just completely got out of control. Team MYS had no solution to it, and you just see this complete demolition from Zerfe Gaming. 756 to 129. Look at the points scored by Team MYS. That tells a very compelling story.
Every single one of them scored at least a minimum of 100. And Husskkiee has the lowest at 111 right here. But look at Dark Hit, our amazing Scyther. 10 takedowns here, and of course with 7 assists. Doesn't matter much on the Blissey for because he's meant to be support. But anyways, we look at Team MYS here. They are struggling. Only Nightmare Foxy is the only one who actually managed to get 2 takedowns on Zerfe Gaming's Pokemon here. So this is a very dominant show, a show of dominance by Team Zerfe Gaming, which shows why they are the team that managed to take down Team MYS in the upper bracket finals.
And I don't want to say that Lucario is the biggest issue, but so far we haven't seen too much from the Lucario, right? There's so much more to be desired. I think Team MYS, they just didn't have enough output overall. You don't have the utility from game 1. You can cut straight to the back lines. You don't have enough utility to stay in the fight for long periods of time, like the Venusaur Comfy. This does feel a little bit different, and Zerfe Gaming just have this brick wall that Team MYS couldn't get through.
I think it's finally time for them to actually come back to the drawing boards and think again on how they want to play this final match itself, because you have to remember, if they manage to win this match itself, now this is intense. If they lose out the next match, basically Zerfe Gaming will become the winner and champion here for the APAC West. But if they manage to actually make it a win for this set, they'll force a grand finals reset.
Yeah. And that's a lot of work, right, for Team MYS. It's just you win, but you haven't really won yet.
You haven't really won.
You just got another chance to win again. But Xerific Gaming really just giving no quarter. Look at the side there. I mean, Dark HT, this heroic performance overall, decimating the members of Team MYS. I mean, he is slicing them into ribbons.
Wow, this Scyther is insane. All alone, he actually managed to get 3 takedowns, so basically making it a 3 KO streak here. And basically just amplifying the amount of experience he gets for himself and putting himself forward in terms of levels, putting himself in terms of stats, in damage output for himself. And there's no one who's able to actually handle him. But by this point, he was the only guy who's at level 15, max level for his team in the whole game.
That's a praying mantis if I've seen one.
Yeah, that's
if praying mantises in real life are like that,
that huge.
I am taking a rocket to Mars or something. This is way more. I thought Buzzwolves are scary, but apparently Scyther. Those
Buzzwole is just child play because
we have Big Mosquito.
Big Mosquito, but he's a WWE mosquito. Yeah, he's literally just a wrestler mosquito.
He's a wrestler mosquito. This one is a what? This is a ninja praying mantis. I don't know.
Yeah, legit ninja praying mantis. Because if you pick Buzzwole, he only has what superpower, Smackdown, and Super Swole, Slam. But if you look at Scyther, look at how crazy this guy is.
Buzzwole is just muscles. You know, he's the guy that power lifts in the gym.
Scyther is brains and muscles.
Scyther is just faster.
I guess fast. Yeah.
I feel like if you're faster, people with muscle generally lose to you, right? Because they're not as agile. I don't know. I don't do weightlifting, but I'm just guessing. Like the more muscles you have, the heavier you are. Anyways, the numbers for the side of Xerific Gaming, we gotta look at Dark HT. No, 40% pick rate on Dojo, 20% on Glaceon, but just now on the Scyther,
wow.
Well, that one, I mean, he was out of this world.
That was his trump card into all this. I mean, like I've been telling everyone that I'm good with the Trio and Glaceon and all this, but what you didn't know is my Scyther packs a punch, alright? So
I know the secret. Ban the Venusaur.
Oh, ban the Venusaur, okay.
I never imagined we would have a day where Venusaur gets banned.
It becomes a priority ban just because of MYS now.
Just because of MYS.
Okay, would you have banned the Venusaur? Or would you have prioritized the Venusaur ban or the Mew ban? I'm curious to hear from you. Even for everyone watching, I'm curious to say, would you have banned Mew for Nightmare Foxy? Or would you have banned Venusaur?
Well, Mew does. Well, Foxy doesn't play Venusaur anyways, right? That's a Yang Pokemon.
Yeah, so he plays a Mew, so we know that if you ban Mew, would you have prioritized which one?
I feel like Mew probably.
Okay.
That's what most teams would go for. I think this is more team specific, right? It's more circumstantial. In this case, they definitely wanted to put a stop to Yang. He has played a ton of the Decidueye, and again, he does play a bit of Urshifu on the side.
Still not enough stats for them to bring up the Venusaur in. Not enough stats. Almost. You just need to unlock 2 more. You need to play 2 more Venusaurs.
Yeah, play 2 more Venusaur games to unlock statistics. You know, he needs a bit more.
Sounds like a returning player into the game. Oh, if you get this, you get points.
Yeah, but here's the Decidueye. I think the Decidueye was something that we saw from the EU IC as well, which is one of those direct answers to like a Buzzwole or Urshifu. You have the Shadow Sneak to kind of slow them down. But overall, the Decidueye still doesn't get prioritized over something like a Mew or Glaceon, right? That we see these Pokemon so much more often. I think the Venusaur also came out of nowhere thanks to a KRT in the lower bracket early on. And in this case, I think for MYS, like you mentioned, Flava, gotta go back to the drawing board. I think they need to replace Lucario with something else.
Yeah, I think Lucario didn't bring much presence in that particular game. It almost got lost in everything else. I almost forgot that actually Lucario was actually in that match playing for MYS. The thing is, like, are they gonna bring back this Decidueye for them, assuming that if Venusaur is actually getting banned, or even if it's open, if it's open and they ban out a Mew or they ban out something else, Trevenant or anything, would they still want to play the Decidueye or even the Venusaur here for them?
We didn't see the Glaceon nor the Espeon in the previous game, right? It was Mew and it was Mew and the Delphox.
Yeah, Mew and Delphox. So this is for so Delphox is.
Delphox was by Xerific.
Yeah, Xerific, yeah.
I think Delphox overall has mixed win rate, right? He has lost a fair share and has won a fair share of games. Overall, I think if you talk about overall win rate, I think for Glaceon and Espeon, they did win more games overall, and also because they got played more matches. But we did see the impact of this anti-heal from the Delphox, right? It takes longer for these Moonlight from Clefable to heal back up the team. That's something that Team MYS loves to go for. We'll see what they have prepared for game number 3 though. This is the most important one. Team MYS, they win this, we go for Grand Finals reset. But if Xeraphate Gaming wins this, well, they can go to bed tonight as the APAC West champions for the April qualifiers.
Yep, and based on that itself, this could be the last match of the night,
Oh,
or
yes.
it could be just another match before leading up to the grand finals.
Just another
reset.
match.
Just another
Just
match.
another match.
Just
Wow.
another match. It's like, we're not done yet.
This is either our last 10 minutes or our last 40 minutes.
True, I agree. 40 minutes? No. If
30
we go-
minutes minimum.
No, if we go for... No, because we have...
Right, game time.
a
Game time.
pre-game. Yeah, game time.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
well, you're reading in between the lines, Flava.
I would have thought another 1 hour
Okay,
edition
fine.
in the whole thing. It's okay. Okay, coming into this, it's going to be a Venusaur ban from Xeraphate Gaming. Once again from this time, and it's going to be a Trevenant ban from Team MYS. They start off with this Dodrio pick, of course, priority pick, followed by Slowbro. It's more or less the same thing, Urshifu, and then Clickable, and then the Mew for Night Mew Foxy.
Yeah, Yemu back on the dojo once more, and for the side of Xeraphate Gaming, the Cramorant seems to be a very, very tasty Pokemon for them to go for, and I believe we did see this Cramorant before the first game that they faced off in that upper bracket finals. Blaze just completely picked Team MYS apart. Now in this important game, I think that the Decidueye is coming back. Flava. It's coming back. There it is. Yang just, he has to go back on the Decidueye.
Imagine if I were to watch this game the whole day from start to finish, right? If you stayed on and watched the whole game, right? Everybody's gonna be like, yeah, we knew that when the Venusaur is being banned, the Decidueye is gonna come back in. So Yang this time, is it gonna work for them though? I'm very, very curious. I mean, like, previously, the last time we saw Yang actually play Decidueye, he was punished hard by an Urshifu.
Yeah.
So this time, the only time when he played, Yang played Decidueye, when it worked out well for him, is when he got really good position where Urshifu was not able to actually rotate to the back lines and able to catch him. That was the only time, but beyond all that, it didn't go so well for them when they actually played this Decidueye. So, as mentioned before, there's a lot of things that you need to do when you have a Decidueye in your draft. You need to make sure that you position yourself well, and at the same time as well, you need to hope that your team is able to actually provide a little bit cover for you while you're actually dishing out knock, you're dishing out your abilities from time to time. So it's very fragile.
It is. But at least there is the Shadow Sneak, right? You get to kind of track where the Urshifu and the Scyther are. This is the most important part because at Team MYS, they don't have too much ways to really stop a full-on dive. Like they don't have a Slowbro Slow Beam, they only have the Mew Surf and the Mamoswine in general. So this Shadow Sneak becomes a bit more crucial as a tracker for both the Urshifu and the Scyther. Game number 3 of this grand finals. And Team MYS wins, we go for a reset. But if Xeraphate Gaming wins, then we will have champions. And it's going to be very big for Xeraphate Gaming as well, right? A team consisting of Malaysian Singaporean players. We haven't really seen them before, and now they show up huge with Blaze Dia, who has played with Team MYS before, and they're at the cusp of winning the April qualifier.
I think no matter what the outcome of this particular match at the Grand Finals, maybe the Grand Finals or even the Grand Finals reset, I think Xeraphate Gaming has earned respect all over from the APAC region.
Oh, yes.
And they've definitely managed to secure some amazing fans here. I think I've started becoming a fan as they've showcased some really good display of performance throughout the whole matches here at the APAC West, and I'm looking forward to see more of them. Meanwhile, looking out into the game, this is going to be the interface. As usual, we're having that Dodrio inside the central, and they are still playing that Cider from Xeraphate Gaming, so gotta be careful. Last time we saw this Pokemon, he was a Pokemonster in the game. So absolutely. So this is going to be someone to look out for. Can't afford to actually let him go crazy again. And look at that, Urshifu is already online here, tries to make this game still burning true, and tries to make it get a little bit of shield from the goalpost.
You have the soft boy for this Blissey, so you are going to be healthy overall. You can see that Foxy is going to be heading towards the top side. Bringing in reinforcement. Team MYS, they definitely need the numbers to get a couple of points in. They have Reborns getting a knockout. This is a wicked blow, Urshifu as well. So he does have that hindrance immunity, but Team MYS able to shove him out of the way and finally get a couple of those points in, getting a big lead early on.
Wow, look at this. That is a great start for Team MYS here on game number 3. Definitely what they are looking for. Meanwhile, we're looking at the bottom path here. the slow bro, thinking he can actually go through a wall for some reason. And it's going through the central area, getting this Atra and its baby, Altera and the babies as well. It's going to go in the hands of Zerfake Gaming with huge amounts of points for them to actually score over at Team MYS's goal post area. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Urshifu gets taken on again. And this time in the hands of Dodrio as well as these Piloswine. Wow, this is insane. Piloswine almost there to becoming a Mammothswine here into the game. Oh, here comes the Cider at the top lane going for defense and trying to capture some wild Pokemon as well for himself.
And this is a great start for Team MYS, right? Race between Dodrio and Scyther. This time, Yemu is keeping up in terms of experience. They are really pressuring this top side as well. There's Urshifu only hitting level 6, contesting the Altera. This is going to be crucial. Eri just steals it away with that one punch bear move.
Yeah, it's a single strike.
It is single strike.
Finally, you get to see a single strike. So there, he's not playing the water bear this time about. Yes, this is going to be the land bear. Serve being used out by the slow bro. Unfortunately, a little amnesia as well. Himself recovering, getting himself a little bit of shield. Coming back into the whole T-file, still able to T5. Of course, the Surf hitting up on 2. Pretty good forward, but unfortunately, Slowbro gets shown to the back. Unfortunately, not enough damage output to actually take him down. And Cider, guessing it out, despite him able to actually go into the really bad idea.
Yeah, not this time for the Scyther. Team MYS so much more prepared, and now slowly shoving Zerfake Gaming away. Look at Yemu. He is going to infiltrate the back, and also Shen goes right down. Team MYS, a solid take at the Regirock, in control of game 3 so far.
Wow, so they are definitely in control. Husskkiee, and they're going for big scores here, letting out 40 in the face of Zerfake Gaming at this bottom path. Meanwhile, of course, it's trying to go back on rotation into the central line. Meanwhile, still looking at the bottom path here. It seems that Piloswine's still not done yet. Still doing wonders here. Trying to get some more scores. There's 90 more before this goalpost gets destroyed. Moving forward. And of course, Slowbro gets taken down yet again. And this time, it has this one coming in hot. It's going to be the Scyther. He managed to actually skip through the right time. And he gets taken down instead.
The Clefable just sat on this Scyther and sent him packing. Blaze. Oh, are you going to get away?
Cramoran.
Not this time. This Cramoran. Not given space at all, Flava. Team MYS, if they want this goalpost, they will get it. And just taking it slow and easy. Shen coming right back, but he wishes back in the Pokemon Center, this time abandoning the go zone. Team MYS breaking it and getting more than 100 points in terms of lead. And now finally, they can turn their attention to the Regilecki.
So far, things are looking great for Team MIS, but they should not relax just yet because there's still plenty of time for Zerfake Gaming to actually take control of this game. Unfortunately, they've really lost the first 2 goalposts for Zerfake Gaming, and everything is still looking healthy from Team MYS. And we also managed to secure this Regilecki at the top path and is coming in hot to the next goalpost and giving opportunity for Team MYS to score even more in the face of Zerfake Gaming. Of course, it's Shubing shoving into the back again. Slowbro, once again, you're tanky, you're not that tanky, and it's going to be a Cider takedown as well. Down to 3, it's a 5v3 situation. What can they do? They managed to take down the PC. No, not yet. It's still surviving. It's going to be a knockdown. Damage output still insufficient out. It is going to be a 5v3 situation. They can actually score this, no problem.
Yeah, they're getting gold missile this time. MYS, they just tank through the damage. They're like, not this time, Blaze, not this time. We are fully prepared. 320 to 66, just in time for the Regis to show up as well on the bottom side. This is going to be the last Regi before the final stretch. Definitely, in terms of timing, the teams are taking it slightly later. Zerfake Gaming will arrive there first, but it's only NT. And Zerfake Gaming, they definitely are looking for space on the top side. They want that goal zone, so they will have to hand over the Regis to Team MYS.
Do you think they regret actually playing single strike or Shifu in this instance right now? I believe that if you're actually a water bear who play rapid strike, you can actually sustain hunger with having shields for yourself, hitting up on multi-heroes using liquidation.
I did thought that they would go for water bear.
Yeah,
right? So
I
think
everybody did. I think everybody did. I was just surprised. I just had to remember the moment he was actually charging when you were pointing that out. I was like, wait, it's a single strike.
It's a one-punch bear.
It's a one-punch bear.
Yeah, he wants to make it quick and simple, right? Just one punch to end it all. What do you call it again? The Bruce Lee punch? Is it the one finger punch or something?
It's a 1 inch.
1 inch punch, yeah.
Yeah, 1 inch punch.
Something like that.
Oh, Dodrio dishing out quite a high amount of damage. Unfortunately, not enough to actually take down on anyone here. It's going to be returned safely back. Look at that Ishifu has the
Bottom side though. It's going to be a big 50. Zerfa Gaming, they're all on the top side. Team MYS, they're just going to dunk this 50. And I think Team MYS can easily defend this Reggie Ilecki.
No,
An attempted steal from Foxy doesn't get it.
Quite close, quite close. I think he had to use a solar beam because he couldn't get any more close to use Electro Ball instead. And here comes defense. It's gonna be a Mammoth Swine defense. He's able to shove these guys to the back, but of course this creates an opportunity for them to actually score at the bottom path instead. And of course MYS tries to defend this, prevent them from actually scoring anymore.
Dojo is coming.
It's gonna be tough. Solar beam with that light screen as well. Damage output still insufficient to take down anyone yet. Tries to go for the chase, but I believe that they're gonna be safe at their own goalpost with given an additional shield as well. Reggie Licky said, yeah, just a bait at the top path.
Yeah, Yang landing these multi-target Spirit Shackle is incredible, right? All these long-range pokes, and then you have this Clefable who is just constantly channeling that Moonlight on that Go Zone as well. Final stretch, very crucial for Zerfa Gaming. They need this Rayquaza to win this game 3 and kind of find a conclusion. But Team MYS, they have a very solid lead. Zerfa Gaming once more have the Scyther on the flank, but this time he's not level 15.
Yeah, he's not level 15. Yes, you're right on that. He's only at level 15, but still, he is the highest level Pokemon coming on from Team Zerfa Gaming. 14 for Decidueye. Wow.
Yeah, and this Urshifu is only 11. He is so underleveled thanks to these early punishes from Team MYS. Of course, the Cramorant as well is only 12. And again, Spirit Shackle from Yang is really chunking the health bar. And obviously, they have info where this Decidueye is. This is why the Cramorant and the side is waiting for the opportunity to eject button forward into a slow beam. They want Yang, but I think they grab Froggy instead. Team MYS able to extract this Decidueye. They get 2 KOs in an instant, and Rebong just putting his body in front. NT is down as well. Zerfa Gaming losing members left, right, and center. 4 KOs for Team MYS. It's all up to decisive Flava. Team MYS, they are not even going to commit to the Rayquaza. They just need to run out the clock.
Yep, that's true. They don't actually have to do it, but they can actually defend against it rather than take a risk trying to take it down. It seems that Yang managed to poke a little bit in Rayquaza. Definitely something that you don't want, knowing that you only have 45 seconds on the clock.
They found the Scyther.
The Scyther is there. Try to be a little sneaky and a little naughty at the top path here, but it's going to be returning back. They might need to actually go in for an attempt on the Rayquaza instead. 35 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
Oh, look at that burst hitting in the face. They managed to take down 3. Right now, it is a 5v2 situation left.
They got the reset, I think.
That's it.
That is it.
That is it. There's no way Zerfa Gaming is able to actually come back from this. That means that Team MYS is going to force a grand final reset upon Zerfa Gaming, meaning that they have set the stage on an equalizer. And we're going to go to a best of 3 that will decide who will become the winner and champion here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series Asia Pacific West qualifiers.
If there's one thing we know about this team, Flava, it is the tenacity. Team MYS just... It's like a cockroach. It's a bad analogy, but you know, you just cannot get rid of them. But Yang back on the Decidueye, I guess that is the magic for Team MYS. We kind of discussed a little bit about having the Shadow Sneak. You are able to constantly track these Pokemons on the side of Zerfa Gaming. And there was nothing that Zerfa Gaming can do. You feel like you're under a microscope with this Decidueye constantly tracking you down. It feels like the CIA has their, hacked into your cameras or something. But overall,
no way. Everything you do is under surveillance. You're
exactly,
not able to...
right?
Wow, tough.
Yang
and I think
that's
that's great. I think for Team MYS, they definitely need that to ensure that Yang is able to actually do wonders with this Decidueye in the game. I totally agree on that. Zerfa Gaming, very unfortunate. Their Scyther didn't do as well as they did in the second game. In the previous match, we actually witnessed itself. I am still highly questioning why Aries actually played that single strike. I believe that he is able to not just sustain, but also dish out more damage if he were to actually play with a Water Bear in this particular game itself. I'm curious. If I had the opportunity to interview them in any way, I would love to ask what was going through their thought process doing it. But anyways, this is going to be the stats for both sides. You're looking at a 764 score for Team MYS versus with 210 for Team Zerfa Gaming. Props to them for having that early lead for Team MYS and at the same time managed to secure that Rayquaza at the final stretch itself. And of course, let's have a look at the replays and see what has happened in this match.
a part of me wants to believe that maybe the single strike was not only just to secure objectives, but also the fact that you already have the Shadow Sneak, the Decidueye on MYS's side. So even if you go for Rapid Strike Bear, you are going to get tracked down. It could be an approach that Xeraphix Gaming was going for, but we did see the immense value of this Decidueye, and of course Yem also going absolutely massive on this dojo, completely crushing this top side in that early game. Xeraphix Gaming, they could not even contest, and you have this moment as well where the Regieleki was moving towards the second goal zone. Xeraphix Gaming, they face checked with the Slowbro and instantly got displaced by rebounds, and we saw how fast Team MYS melted the Pokemons on the side of Xeraphix Gaming. It's like hot knife cutting through butter.
Yeah. Although it's a different kind of butter. Previously it was a cider. Unfortunately, you become butter in this game right now. Yeah, it's cutting like butter applies to both sides. And quash it, I would say. Yeah, great display. Great. I feel
This was the moment that Aries I believe, wanted to go for Yang. He ejects button 4 and he slow beams Froggy instead. And Froggy is like, oh, I'm fine, I guess.
I guess, yeah. I mean, a great body block. It was very intentional.
He body blocked the slow beam. Wow.
Wow.
Much impressive.
Much impressive. I feel that this Slowbro is heavily punished this game for a Pokemon that is very high in HP. Having high sustainability, you have loads and loads of shield. He was being punished very, very hard. Out of position a few times as well, being caught off by the enemy. So it was very unfortunate. I believe that if he actually position himself better, he's able to actually do wonders together with the team.
Yeah, especially if you commit the serve, then you have no way out, right? You have no way out of these.
Other than eject, I
Other
guess.
than eject button, and there isn't really anyone else who can check brushes. You don't really want the Earthshift to walk up because he was so underlevel. If he shows up in front of a brush, he just vaporizes. And the Slowbro also didn't have the upgrade, right? Didn't have the surplus, so you only have that one knockout from the final wave. All of these factors basically adding up to that. But overall, MYS forcing this reset. We're back to square one, Flava. This is the true Grand Finals.
It is the true Grand Finals, and also on top of all that, it is now official that Team MYS has played the most amount of matches today on live stream.
Yes.
The most amount of matches.
They played 4 best of 3s.
They played 4 best of 3s. They maxed out.
They maxed out every series. This is
every series. It is in their soul that they would just want to play 3 games.
This is their 10th game, Flava. 10th game consecutively on broadcast.
I mean, there's a limit to how much game is, you know. Like, I mean, you can play for fun, rank and all this, but in tournament, they must be exhausted. And on top of that, there are also matches that we did not witness through the live stream, which was in the morning phase.
Yeah, and yesterday, right?
And
you combine 2 games, 2 days of gameplay. Well, this guy has a lot of screen time, for sure.
A lot of screen time.
A lot of screen time.
Yeah. A lot of brands out there had to pay loads of money to get screen time. They get the most.
They get the most.
They get the
just
most.
by losing and winning.
Yeah, losing and winning. The idea is you have to lose the upper bracket. You have to go down the loser bracket
and win.
And then win the lower bracket, and then rise up, and then win the grand finals to
and
go for
the
a reset.
An extra half, well,
okay,
1 hour.
I just hope, like, think about it this way, like, it would hurt a lot if they didn't win this in this final series, because they work hard. Let's admit, they work hard. Xeraphix Gaming played the least amount of games out of everyone because they had a much faster route through the upper bracket levels.
Yeah, I think the 2-1 series that they had was against No Lucario and Team MYS.
Yes,
that is
correct.
pretty much it. Right, we are also looking at the info card for both teams. Again, the most frequently played Pokemons are almost completely different from what we saw on the side of Xeraphix and Team MYS, right? Obviously, Mew is going to be first. If not, then there would be a bit of a problem. The Decidueye coming in second. You have Urshifu going up to 60% as well. And then you look at the side of Xeraphix. The Scyther is one of the signatures that they have brought in a couple of times. Team MYS, they have lost games and won against the Scyther. And I'm just wondering, when you're going into this reset, Flava, as a third person, well, if you're the coach, is there going to be a different mindset that you bring into this reset if you are Xeraphix, on Xeraphix side?
I think you just have to be focused, because when you play so much games, I think you get to be mentally tired. I get that you want to do a change up, but I think it's best to just play to the best of your abilities. You draft well, you play well. You need to have really good positive discussions between your teammates, because it can get very tiring. Although for Pokemon Unite, 10 minutes doesn't seem like a very long time, but you have to remember, because of how
fast it is.
how fast-paced the game is, the amount of communication that's happening from time to time is tremendous. Therefore, that you need to keep the spirits up of your teammates at all times, especially when you're playing so many games on a daily basis. And this is not just training, this is literally going up against opponents where it's not like a scrim. There is an objective behind it.
There's money on the line, and there's also pride. Again, both teams have already qualified for regionals, but there's still work to be done. The only constant, the only similar frequently used Pokemon for both teams is actually the Dojo, and both teams have the lowest pick rate on Dojo, between 30 to 40%. And also, just to illustrate how tiring it is as these players, it is almost 11 o'clock. 11 p.m. at night. I know we have all these bright lights. It feels like in Pokemon terms it's like sunny day, but it's actually nighttime, and they're still fighting. And we still got one more best of 3
I like
to
how you
settle.
say it's a sunny day in game. In game, it's a sunny day. Unfortunately, it does not follow the time that's actually happening in real life itself. But of course, we have viewers from all around the world who's actually watching the games here as well. Currently, it is almost 11 p.m.
I just said
almost 11 p.m. GMT plus 8. So probably at a different part of the world who's actually watching this game, you're probably early in the morning, probably you're somewhere in the evening itself. But for the teams themselves, since they're currently playing in Asia Pacific, they're playing like almost midnight right now, so they should be super sleepy, super tired, and they wake up super early. We're not looking at matches that start off in the afternoon and ending up late at night. We're looking at matches that begin at the earliest of mornings and then ending up at the latest of nights.
And let's talk about the supports while we talk about how they have been working tirelessly to get their teams, in the game and getting them topped out at every corner as well. Starting with NT from the side of Xerathi Gaming. Again, the Blissey, the Slowbro, both sharing a 27% pick rate. And so far, I think NT overall has been doing a fantastic job, right? Keeping the team as a support. When we see him on that Slowbro, obviously in the previous game, that is not the best showing because they were so far behind from start until end.
Very unfortunate.
Slowbro is one of those Pokemons. If you fall behind, you fall behind. Like, you are Slowbro. You are slow,
bro. So I think for Slowbro, you need to... basically, the idea of playing a Slowbro is just need to sustain. Yes, being in front lines is very, very important as well, but if you're not able to actually stand your ground, survive through the team fight, then it becomes an issue because you're back at this level. Your stats are not able to cope up with the increment of stats for your opponents as well. So especially when it comes to special defense and defense at the same time as well. So this is very, very important.
We're going to talk about Froggy also on the side of Team MYS. This is one of the few supports that has been phenomenal, even from the ACL stage until today. The Clefable is one of the most picked Pokemon for this player, even before WCS qualifiers, and it has just been a very integral part of Team MYS in a lot of their games. The Moonlight, Moonlight is such a good spell. Now we have Delphox with the anti-heal, but overall, they still prioritize Clefable a lot compared to other teams that we've seen play a lot of the Comfy, a lot of the Elder Gods, but not Team MYS. They stick with the Clefable.
Yeah, I think even if you actually have the fireworks coming from Delphox, you can still proc the Moonlight more. Like by the time that Delphox has already dished out the Unite move, he's still able to actually do Moonlight right after that Recon itself. It works throughout the whole game really, really well, and as an ability, it is something to cherish. It actually helps a lot during team fights. So I think that's why Froggy actually plays a very important role right here. Even if he actually plays on the Slowbro as well, sustaining in team fights is also important because it's not just about dishing out damage, but at the same time, the longer you sustain, the more damage you can actually deal up as a team or as an individual. So this is Froggy's amazing pick. People don't give much credit to people who actually play supports or even defenders. So I think props to them because without them, the attackers, the all-rounders, even the speedsters are not able to actually perform as well as they should be in the games itself. This is very hard because in competition, you're able to actually work together with your friends or your team. But when you go into ranks, a lot of people don't prioritize it because they just want to become the star of the show. They want to become an attacker. They want to become all-rounders.
Yeah, and we did see, and there's also a little bit of difference when we talk about the qualifiers, right? When we last saw them at their best, it was a LAN event. All 5 are in the same room. But now, obviously, you're playing online. Communications is going to be a bit different. But they have forced the reset. Team MYS giving us another potential full best of threes to just salivate over. We're gonna hop into game 1 of the actual grand finals between Team MYS
The actual
and Zerfi
grand
Gaming.
finals. We're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the real grand finals.
real
whatever,
grand finals.
whatever happened just now was just basically unfortunate because MYS has a disadvantage because they came in from the lower
Yeah.
bracket. Therefore, Zerfi Gaming has kind of like
They have a second chance.
A second
They have
chance,
a
yeah.
second win. Not long for the audience who just came in and did not understand why we are constantly calling this the real grand finals is because for the qualifiers, if a team comes in from the lower bracket, they need to win 2 best of 3s in the grand finals to win. If they win the first best of 3, we'll force the grand finals reset, and this is where we're at right now. Team MYS forcing the bracket reset after a 2-1 victory against Zerfi Gaming. This time we see again the Trevenant and the Blissey ban from Zerfi Gaming, and Blissey, when you ban Blissey, you have a very specific objective you want to achieve, and in this case, they did snatch the Clefable away. So Team MYS, they have the Dodrio, but they also have the Urshifu and the Mew that they can go for. It seems like they're gonna lock that in as well.
Wow, loads of firepower here coming on from Team MYS. Of course, they want to secure that Mew as usual. They have the Urshifu and Dodrio. These 3 pairings, they pack huge amount of punches. They need somebody on the front lines to actually fend off some damage from the Zerfi Gaming. There's a few options there for them to choose. In the meanwhile, we look at Zerfi Gaming. They have the Slowbro, and they're playing the Glaceon this time about. We don't see much of it. It's one of those great evolutions that we have in the game. And this time they're still running the Scyther as well for the game for Zerfi
We're gonna see the
Gaming.
Hoopa? The Rebounds Hoopa?
Is
It
a
could
Reeboks?
be.
It could be. They haven't locked it in yet, but it looks like
There it
a
is.
Snorlax and a Hoopa for Team MYS. Finally,
I
we get
love
to
this.
see. I love this because they have the Snorlax, great, a really good frontliner. I mean, like they couldn't secure the Slowbro, so I guess they had to take something as a defender. So they're taking the Snorlax and then Hoopa. This guy, like,
Wow.
it has of a master. It is insane.
And we see the Zoroark as well for the side of Zerfi Gaming. The first time today in the qualifiers, in the grand finals match. A complete switch up from the side of Zerfi Gaming as well. Right now you have double speedsters. If we can't cut to the back with one, we're gonna double that, right?
We could double that. Most definitely. And of course, if Danelie, if you're listening on today's, finally you get to see a Zoroark game. Finally.
Finally.
Yeah, finally, Zoroark being played out. Just one more, which is part of her ticking her boxes, was she was expecting to actually see a Gudra, but unfortunately we have not seen witness a Gudra being played out as well. We do see some being played on in NA, but I think for the APAC region, we don't see Gudras playing.
Gudra was played in the APAC East by Orangutan.
Yes.
Yeah, Orangutan did play Gudra, I think, in the upper bracket finals against old guys. BKZ was on the Gudra. They lost that
BKZ.
match,
Missed that guy.
unfortunately. I missed that guy. BKZ was the one that was playing a lot of Machamp in the ACL, right?
Yes.
So just,
Was he the submission Machamp?
he was the he was the RKO Machamp.
Yeah, he was the RKO Machamp.
He was the RKO Machamp for sure. But again, big switch up from both teams, especially from Zerfi Gaming, heading into the first game of this bracket reset of Grand Finals. We're gonna jump right in and see how Zerfi Gaming is going to handle this game 1. And we also don't see much Snorlax for Team MYS as well.
Yes,
right? So
we don't.
Froggy's gonna be on the Snorlax. We see the Rebound Hoopa, which is a rare treat overall. I just like how these teams come in with a different archetype for their composition, right? Completely switching it up.
Yeah, definitely switching up this time for the real grand finals. Coming up, we look at the central area. It's going to be the Tifari together with Zoro. So basically, they're trying to actually get some levels. A little bit share coming up here. At the bottom lane, we do have this EV together with the Slowpoke, and reaching out at level 4 is going to change into that Glaceon real fast, gets online. Of course, Mew right here coming from Team MYS. Having this lane to himself, although not be able to actually fan off
The
this attempt. Yeah, basically it's an invade here happening from Team MYS. Playing very aggressively here. Can't afford to actually let that Scyther get online real fast and get really bulky, just like the previous match that Danelie had. Look at that Snowball getting heavily punished here. Of course, Water Gun, one of the best abilities to actually secure objectives. And also, oh, crazy ambush by Team MYS. Down goes the Scyther, and it's going to return back into the top lane. Urshifu scoring out with that Superman dunk on that top path.
And also, Yang hit level 5 off of that. He did get the Surging Strike and instantly translate that into a bigger lead for his team. And not only did Team NYS want to stop the Scyther, they also want to delay Dark HT as much as possible on the Zoroark and forcing Xerfic Gaming to double up and go over to Team NYS's side of the central area to get a bit of that XP. They finally did it, but this is where the strength of Fupa comes in, right? You can always make these quick rotations and really put on the pressure. And Yang, we've seen what Urshifu can do when you are absolutely snowballing, and that is what Team NYS is doing. But I want to say, Xerfic Gaming, good response. They're going on to the other side of the map to get that experience for the Zoroark.
Yep, in the meantime, also we're looking at Xerfic Gaming also invading the other side as well. And this time we look at the Altaria and his babies being taken down at the central area. Scyther to be started. Oh! Did manage to use that inject, but unfortunately gets picked up as well. It's going to be moving back into the Glaceon. It's going to be coming back into that bottom path. Of course, score of 0 by Husskkiee here at the top path as well. It seems that in terms of score, Team NYS is leading by 101 points against 30 for Xerfic Gaming. And of course, in the next 30 more seconds, we're going to be seeing the first Reggie at the bottom lane and the Reggie Lucky at the top path.
Yeah, you're going to be really happy as Team NYS because both your crucial Pokemons, the Urshifu and the Dojo, are ahead in terms of experience compared to the Zoroark and Scyther. They're able to get a little bit of that Altaria as well, and the Hoopa with that, with the TP, the Hyper Bowl, is going to allow them to reset just in time for the first Reggie to spawn 7 minutes in. Yang level 8, and he's going to be a big threat.
Icy Wind, that hurts. Despite him only in the early stages in itself, what we are looking at the Glaceon in her, so it's going to be back. But unfortunately,
he's going to get dunked on, but they did take the Regex away for themselves. Team NYS just looking to get a couple more pickups. The Dodrill just doing massive damage on this Glaceon. It's down to NT to really try to stop Team NYS, but he cannot do it. Team NYS lose to the Regice, but they get the first goal zone.
Yeah, it's not, remember, objectively, yes, Reggie is an objective, but the goalpost is a much bigger objective for these guys right here. Very unfortunate for Team Xerfic Gaming because they lost their Zoroark real fast. So basically, without his presence of play, he's not able to actually do much. Look here, with him being there, being able to take down on the Hoopa, really easy at the bottom path.
Froggy, he just TP's back.
Oh,
shows up, has the block.
Here comes a big shield, but not pushing out anyone here. Snorlax goes up, hitting up on Tree, but unfortunately some follow from behind. Incense Cider slicing and dicing, hitting off on Daniel Trio. Magic Atom, and this time it is going to be the Urshifu getting taken out himself. Solar Beam hit on multiple units. Damage hour still insufficient, and this time going for the chase on Hoopa. Hoopa manages to make an escape, and this time scoring in the face, in the goalpost for Team NYS is going to be Xerfic Gaming, and this is going to be their response, their comeback in 5 minutes and 35 seconds into the game.
Bit of a miscommunication, I feel like, from Team NYS. They were trickling into the hands of Xerfic Gaming, giving them these crucial KOs to get experience for both the Zoroark and Scyther. Now we're back to square one. Xerfic Gaming got the experience from both Reggies. They had this Reggie Lucky crashing onto the first goal zone, and I don't think Yemu can defend this alone. They need help from the rest of the team, and the hyperspace hole is going to bring Team NYS to show up. The block used as well by Froggy, but he's going to really lose a lot of that health as well. Team NYS was able to stop the score, but Xerfic Gaming now have the entire team ready for the next Reggie.
Yep, it seems that Hoopa is at that top lane together with that Urshifu, trying to make it into money for the Reggie attempt, but it seems that they're quite far away, giving some space for Xerfic Gaming.
Oh, they found the Mew!
They found the Mew, and it's going to be the hands of the Cider. And of course, Dojo hitting up on the Cider. It's going to be the one-to-one trade. And of course, the Reggie still is going to fall down and side towards the Team NYS side. And look at Hoopa still at the top pathway, going for some scores. And look at the Urshifu rotating towards that bottom score. He's going to go for a score. In the meantime, here he goes to defense, trying to go for the score. It is going to be a nap! The power nap together with the sleep, and of course, the body slam hitting up on Tree. They're not able to go in for the score. Look at this.
There's a flank coming in.
The flank coming up from behind. Still not able to do it. Is it a shot win? Yes, it is. It seems that they can actually go in for the takedown here as well. Gotta be careful. Yet on the jump, missing out. Did not manage to actually hit on Cliff. Able tries to make an escape as well. Is it going to be sufficient? Yet it is. Returns back to his own goalpost.
Yeah, Froggy, massive defense alone on the Snorlax. The power nap, the second instance as well. The flip into a heavy slam. protecting not only the goalpost, but the rings unbound used by Reebong's bringing this Urshifu in. And Xeraphite Gaming suffering kind of a setback as well. 1.5 minutes until the final stretch, but most importantly is that MYS, they still keep the lead with such a miraculous hold from this Snorlax. And we talk about this multiple times, Flava. A Team MYS, when it comes to defending their goal zone, they know a thing or two about it.
Yep, most definitely. And of course, this is going to be the final few seconds where they're able to actually dish out their Unite move before they actually go in for the Reggie attempt or even their Rayquaza as well. If not, that window is going to close on real fast where they're able to actually engage, where they are going to be engaging without any Unite. Of course, it's not highly advisable not to be using any Unite at this point into the game itself, knowing that it has quite a high cooldown. Of course, having this solo attempt on the Regieleki at the top path here, knowing that they also have the Hoopa to get, of course, the support coming up from you at the top.
And they're going to get the Reggie also.
Yep, it's going to be easy. Of course, we're looking at the bottom lane. It's going to be 8 more seconds before the final Reggie gets spawned out here. And it is going to be, I guess, it's going to be Xeraphite Gaming having this head start on the Reggie steal. Now, this is very important when you have the Reggie steal. Oh, of course, you have the Zora going off.
Backcap.
Is that backcap? Wait out. No, he does. He's not going to be waiting out. He's going to score and dunk this 45 points.
But it's
and
okay.
Urshifu also scores a 50 at the top as well before Glacial managed to actually defend that one.
Yeah, it's okay, right? Because they crashed the Regieleki and they even secured the Reggie steal for their side. So at the end of the day, Team MOS was still able to offset what Xeraphite Gaming tried to do. Now this is the crucial moment. Rayquaza is going to come up.
Well, Rayquaza is going to come out, and it's going to be a huge advantage from Team MYS. They have the attack buff here and the special attack buff, so it gives them an edge. Oh, backcap coming off from it. It's going to be the Drio scoring off 50 at the back. Of course, divided into 3 here. Going to score it really, really easy as well for them. Managed to do so, making sure at the 60 this time. It's going to be a battle here at the Central. Still, it managed to survive through. It's going to be the Snorlax. It might not be the place. He managed to actually go in a sleep in that Spartan team fight. Sider goes down. They are down. It's going to be a 5v3 situation as well. Going for the chase. They're not done yet. Clayfaber being chased out by the Snorlax. What can they do? Even the Zora gets screened out as well. Tries to go in back to the team fight, but I guess it's not really a good idea. And he gets taken down in the hands of Mew.
And Team MOS just very, very good. They sent it over to backcap. Gemo made it out, and the power nap from Froggy. I would say, if you want a good Snorlax game, this is one of it. And Danny did discuss on Desk earlier on that as a Hoopa, you have huge damage potential with the rings unbound. You can see the NT, he's going for the back cap. He broke the second goal, but they still need more than 100 points, and the Scyther gets absolutely obliterated. Xeraphite Gaming, they need 20 seconds for the Scyther to come back up, and I don't think they have that time. Yang, he's just gonna go in, this rapid strike back, 1-2 uppercut. Team MYS keeping Xeraphite Gaming away from the Rayquaza. Blaze trying his darnest, but Reebok just go on top of him. This Hoopa is a monster, and he even gets to reset overall. Dark finally gets rid of the Snorlax, but Team MYS, they're at the doorstep of Xeraphite Gaming, and they even take down the Zorak. This backcap monster of a Dodrio have just gotten Team MYS the very first game. Shen flies up, gets the dunk onto Team MYS, but it doesn't matter at this point. Game 1 of this bracket reset going to Team MYS.
Wow, we still have not witnessed a win beside other than that win in the previous grand finals from Team Xeraphite Gaming. What has happened to the Team at MYS with getting their third game win, or the third game win on Xeraphite Gaming here in the grand finals, if we were to calculate together with the first grand final?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Team MYS doing...
They're on a roll.
They're on the roll. Look at Yemu, look at this.
Look at this guy.
269 points on the Dodrio, but again, props to Froggy. This Snorlax, if you want to learn when you can take a nap in the heat of things, just look at Froggy. This guy slept in front of 4 guys of Xeraphite Gaming.
Play like him. Like while everybody is just going nuts and crazy in the middle of team fight, he just sleeps. He rolls over. And somehow in a split of a second, he managed to body slam everyone immediately after slipping and just rolling over.
This is why in every Pokemon game, when you look at a Snorlax, when you use the Poke Flute, he wakes up, he gets very, very grumpy. That's the reason you do not disturb a sleeping Snorlax.
He Poke Flute himself.
He poke.
I don't know how that works. I believe that's impossible realistically.
I feel like Xeraphite Gaming are just too noisy, right? When you have so many Pokemons around him making noise. I mean, his Unite move is literally called Power Nap.
Yeah. you just need a little bit nap, and
Just
then,
needs a little bit
and then you
nap.
win.
Yeah, he has rest and power nap.
He has rest and power nap. If resting's not enough, you get a power
You
nap.
get a power nap.
Aren't you supposed to rest better if you rest rather than
Yeah,
power
but
nap?
power napping is also resting, right? You know, like it's like an umbrella.
I get it. Despite it being a shorter duration, it gives you power to...
It's quality rest.
Quality
Flava.
rest.
It's
Okay, I
quality
got it.
rest.
I get it. I get that feeling. Sometimes I sleep long hours and still feeling tired as well. So I guess that's it. So Basic Team iOS winning this game number 1 on this best of 3 series. They are just 1 win away. I'm excited for this
I
one.
am too.
I honestly am looking forward to a game 3 for this one, making it a game 6 for the grand finals. I'm really looking forward because I feel bad for Xeraphit Gaming because they did so well. They managed to push Team MYS down to the lower bracket, and right now when they're at the grand finals, they were the first to arrive, but unfortunately they didn't win the first best of 3 series, and right now they're on unfortunately they are on the losing side of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, both teams have shown really great adaptations, right, to how they manage their matches. And Team MYS obviously overall has played the most matches today as well. Every single series that they play has been a full best of 3 series, but the fact that they are constantly adjusting to what Xeraphit Gaming is doing and able to get to this stage and putting themselves 1 game away from becoming the champions of APAC qualifiers is impressive.
Yep, most definitely itself. And I think that kudos to both teams right here. They have put on, this is definitely worthy of a grand finals. We're witnessing amazing plays from both sides. But of course, remember, ladies and gentlemen, there can only be 1 winner. It's either going to be Team MYS or it's going to be Xeraphit Gaming right here for APAC West. One of them is going to go back home with 7,000 USD and the other with 3,500 USD in hand. But always remember that both of them together
Have qualified.
have qualified to the regionals itself. But of course, they're not going to be satisfied until they become the champions here at this particular qualifier. I am stoked. I'm amazed. I'm very happy with their performance so far.
Oh yeah.
And this is definitely worthy of a grand finals.
Yeah, I think they both deserve a game 3, right? And just a reminder, these teams have been playing incredibly long hours, but they are still putting on world-class performance in this qualifiers. Overall, I think individual players, they all have their moments of brilliance. We talk so much about from attackers like Yang, and then we had supports like Froggy on the side of MYS. But when you look at Xeraphit Gaming, they had Dark. This guy on the side there has also had very monstrous performance overall, right? And T as the support, and it's just very, very great when you get a series where all 10 players are at the peak of their performance.
Yeah, mostly. I think the more games that they actually play, the better they get right here. They've been playing, I think according to the production area, they've been playing for more than 13 hours. And that is insane. I mean, like, when was the last time you actually... I didn't think I'd grind rank for 13 hours. These guys are literally competing at the highest level and playing so well as well. And let's have a look at some of the stats here. And we're going to start off by looking at Husskkiee here from Team Xeraphit Gaming. So frequently used Pokemon is going to be that Comfy. I think Comfy has been one of the staple picks right here, latching on to a hyper carry, performing really, really well. We've seen some great Comfy plays as well, not just in terms of latching on, but also on its own, played really, really well. And 70% on that Eldegoss.
Yeah, and I think, if I remember correctly, when we looked at Xeraphit Gaming, we at least for these grand finals, right, is lesser Comfy and Eldegoss overall. They have been really juggling between that support. I don't believe we've seen that Comfy picked so far in this grand finals. They did take that Clefable for themselves, and unfortunately that one didn't work out. But overall, I still think that Husskkiee on the support, when he is put on the Comfy, he did deliver a lot for his team. But his counterpart on the side of Team MYS, none other than the flex and the captain of the team, and it's the only Singaporean of the squad as well. Put on this defender support role. We've seen him play a lot of the Mamoswine. It's one of his comfort picks whenever Team MYS feels like they need this extra firepower. But we've seen him on Blissey, we've seen him on the Snorlax, and well, not Snorlax, we've seen on the Hoopa.
Yeah, on the Hoopa, yes.
Yeah.
Correct. I really am looking forward to see Rebounds play Mamoswine again. I don't know. I just enjoy
it. And it's great, right? You get to, like, his Mamoswine is a marvel to behold.
Yeah, I think it's also because we don't see much Mamoswine being picked. So it's quite a gem when we see Rebongs actually play Mamoswine before this. It is truly a pleasure to actually see him perform as well. So I think it's great, and we get to actually see him perform well in ACL and also here as well.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. It's about to come to its conclusion. You know, this could be the last game for the grand finals. We are gonna hop into the draft in just a bit for game number 2, but Zerfa Gaming for once on the back foot. But again, it has been an incredibly grueling day, and Team MYS, they are 1 game away from becoming the April qualifiers winners. But look at the track record of Zerfa Gaming. I'm pretty sure that they still have some tricks left up their sleeves. And so far, the bans have been shifting a bit, right? Zerfa Gaming, they've been banning out, I believe, the Trevenant, Slowbro. They've been taking out the Venusaur.
They tried.
They are
yeah.
really trying to adjust to what Team MYS has. For this game, it seems like back to the Venusaur.
Back to the Venusaur ban once again, even though it wasn't played out as well. And Team iOS, they are going to ban the Dodrio, knowing that they're going to not be having the first pick. This forces Trevenant to actually be picked up by Zerfa Gaming, and a 1-2 coming on from Team MYS. Now, Zerfa Gaming, knowing that they are actually down a game against Team MYS, so they have to... So basically, they have to put on their A game here for this final game. And they're definitely not going to allow Team MYS to make another win on them and become champions. I mean, Zerfa Gaming, they have a lot on line. They are the first grand finalists here for APAC West, and they definitely don't want to go home in second place. Both teams are right now at the edge of their seats. Everyone who's actually watching this game is also at the edge of the seats. Curious to know who is going to become the champion. Of course, it is going to be that able together with that Urshifu coming on from Team MYS. It's going to be a Slowbro. Wow, things are looking fast. And finally, we get to see the Mamoswine. Rebongs is back with his Mamoswine here.
Again, and in the second game, well, off the previous best of 3, before the reset, Team MYS, actually, they did ban the Trevenant for 1 game because this Trevenant has been a thorn in their side, and Zerfa Gaming, they now take the Decidueye away. Anyway, if you want the Mew, we're going to take the Decidueye. No Venusaur for you. What are you going to go for? Team MYS.
Really?
Is
this
a
Talon Flame? Wow. Okay.
I love long series, Flava. I love it when we go the distance, because this is where you see the teams really get pushed to the absolute limit. You get to see these picks that you don't normally witness getting selected. You know, you really push the teams to the limit in how they draft and how they respond to the enemies. And in this case, Talonflame, I don't think we've seen this on MYS.
No, we have not seen a Talonflame, and I am very curious how they're going to be playing this. Quite an interesting pick. I'm guessing that they have their own reasons why they want to play this out. Do they really have... Okay, now they have the Urshifu, this time for... Team MYS, and instead we're seeing a Decidueye on Zerfa Gaming. I think everybody is curious to see like how well does Zerfa Gaming play Decidueye, because we keep seeing that on MYS side. And you're on the end of getting chased by Urshifu when you're using Decidueye, but this time about you have the opportunity to use Urshifu, and then you get to chase down Decidueye on the other end.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we've seen Team MYS play so much Decidueye, and Zerfa Gaming is like, you know what?
We can do it too.
We'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot and see if that works out. Well, now we get to witness it in this game 2 of the Grand Finals reset. Obviously, Zerfa Gaming, they need to win this one to force that game 3. Ignore the graphics up there. It's a bit of a swap. Team MYS are the one that has the advantage. That has won game number 1. But definitely, I think as excited as you are to see how the Decidueye performs in this game too.
Yep, and most definitely. And of course, we're going to be seeing that Rowlet going into that central area with a little bit of assistance from his friend right here. And of course, coming back to the mid lane, it is going to be definitely that Urshifu right here trying to get his levels away, getting online real fast. We can actually have the power spike and coming into the lanes. And this time, looking at top lane, things are looking quite hit out. Swine trying to make an escape right here. He's still a basic, trying to make a living.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He's gonna be fine. Oh, look at that rush, but still damage up is still insufficient. Swine trying to make an escape. It is coming driven into situation. And Swine is still more. Oh, unfortunately, he did not manage to actually get that shield from the goalpost. That is a tribute to Sutoshi going on top lane. A little bit too late for Urshifu, trying to actually make a commitment here. Tries to do something here, but gotta be careful.
They might be able to still get to this Rowlet, this Zerfic Gaming. You can see Dark is going to get cut right through Yang, forcing the eject button out of him. Team MYS putting on the pressure. That Barry is not going to save him. Yang tries to go for the second. Locked down by the Woodhammer, but I don't think Zerfic Gaming can stop Yang. Team MYS once more just putting immense pressure on this top side.
Well, it would look like as if Zerfic Gaming was having the edge earlier on, but here comes the comeback from Team MYS. Instead, here in game number 2. We are definitely looking forward to what the outcome will be here in this game number 2. Whether or not will this be the final game of the day, or will Zerfic Gaming manage to make it an equalizer here in the grand finals 1-1 and force a game number 3, or should I say the final game for the grand finals. And here we go. Look at that live streaming new stuff as well. So I'm guessing they managed to secure this in the hands of Team MYS. The Urshifu Mew combo at the central area, rotating back to the bottom lane together with the Slowbro. Oh, they have the CY online real quick after going to the central area.
And overall, right, for the side of Team MYS, once more, every time when you have the Mew, you always have some sort of security when you are trying to get the objectives. 35 seconds until the first set spawn. So far, Zerfic Gaming have been able to find decent responses to Team MYS's movement. Yang getting the snowball going early on. He's currently the highest level Pokemon in the entire game. But the good news for Zerfic Gaming, well, the silver lining is that they weren't punished as much as they did in kind of the first grand finals, the first set that's in the grand finals.
Yep, I totally agree. Traveler trying to make an escape right here, but unfortunately, Urshifu dashing forward and seals the deal on him, making it a takedown, siding towards Urshifu, tries to make an escape. And of course, it is going to be a raging steal, and this is going to be quite a buff for the team that manages to take it down. And we will see, it seems that both sides are ready to commit. Even the Mamoswine, the Piloswine is making its way towards the bottom path as well. It's a 5v5 situation. We'll see who manages to take down on this one. Oh, Woodhammer hitting it. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Apple following up from behind.
Yang straight to the back, looking for Ares and finds it already. Again, this Urshifu has the Unite move as well. Didn't unleash the second part of it, but it doesn't matter. Team MY is still getting full control of this Registeel. They even have Foxy to secure it with the Solar Beam. As always, this is just another day of light work for Team MYS when it comes to the Reggies. Zerfic Gaming trying to defend this first goal post, but rebounds with the pushback. And of course, the Talonflame Yemu going for the absolute dunk on Zerfic Gaming. Team MYS once more just playing these objectives perfectly.
Look at rebounds with that nice shove to the back with that Piloswine. It's not even a Mamoswine yet, but soon enough, this guy is going to be buffed up with additional stats. And this time, despite being low HP, still forcing through at the front. But got to be careful. Piloswine decides going from behind. That's going to be Visco. Rush come from behind. Solar Beam didn't manage to connect, but they're going to be making an escape here.
And they also lost the Delphox, right? The Yemu was able to get on top of him. Zerfic Gaming, they're now transitioning to the top side. You have the Altera, you have the Regieleki, but Yang is already there. And Froggy just constantly popping him up with the Moonlight. You also have the Gravity as well. So if you're fighting in this choke point, Team MYS will have some sort of utility to really slow you down and buy time. We talk about Spirit Shackle having a lot of poke, but this Moonlight is constantly keeping MYS healthy. The Woodhammer only getting onto one, and look at Yang again. His Unite move is back up online. This Delphox could not stay in the fight, and Yang single-handedly holding back the entirety of Zerfic Gaming. Finally gets taken down thanks to the Woodhammer, but Rebound just goes in with his own Unite move, disrupting Zerfic Gaming. Team MYS just constantly getting that lead to be bigger and bigger.
Yeah, very unfortunate Urshifu gets taken down. Of course, the Mamoswine used the Mamos Mash as well, but unfortunately didn't manage to actually take down anyone from Zerfic Gaming. And this time, it looks very bright for Team Zerfic Gaming to actually go for Regieleki, but it seems that they're going to be forced into a team white here, trying to make an escape. Unfortunately, the Talonflame managed to get for 2 knockout streak. Cliffable gets taken down, also tries to make his space, going to be Talonflame. And this time, and Blissey gets taken down.
This Talonflame is a big problem. Zerfic Gaming, they had the Decidueye and the Delphox. This Talonflame, remember, last pick from Team MYS. And every time Yang will go straight for the back. Zerfic Gaming have no way to stop it. Your slow beam is a very precious resource, but there's so many Pokemons on the side of Team MYS that you really want to lock down. Ideally, it feels like the Talonflame will be priority, but so far Zerfic Gaming have not been able to find an opening.
Yep, and of course, trying to actually catch up that Talonflame is not really an easy thing. Quite high mobility, being able to actually charge themselves as well. Mammoth Swine tried to charge him forward, unfortunately not being able to connect, and of course, still going for the chase here on this slow bro.
The slow beam.
The Unite here hitting on the Urshifu, stopping him in his tracks. Really good aim right there. Could have hit on anyone, but Urshifu gets big pin down, and they're gonna go for this Reggie steal. Anybody trying to go anything for it? Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be the Talonflame. They managed to secure the Reggie steal here for Team MYS. They're gonna move forward. Urshifu takes down on the slow bro, definitely with the Unseen Fist. And of course, moving forward, it's gonna be Urshifu. He still has the shield. Shield's already down. Tries to make an escape. It's gonna be Yang. And of course, a little bit cover from Mammoth Swine at the front line. Makes an escape.
And the entire time, Delphox was not able to be a part of it because he was busy dealing with the Regieleki on that top side. Team MYS once more, they force out this very early slow beam from that slow bro, and just another precious resources unfortunately expanded prematurely just to keep Yang under control, and now Yang in the midst of things, but they could not get rid of them. Rebox just showing up from the side, getting rid of this Blissey. No more NT for another 10 seconds, but Rebounds once more, a double for this Mammoth Swine. Foxy chips in for a third. Team MYS in the driver's seat, Flava.
Wow, Mammoth Swine doing wonders here for Team MYS. Rebounds showcasing one of his prime Pokemons being played in this match, and things are looking very bright for Team MYS, but things are not over yet for Zerfic Gaming. They're trying their level best to actually making it an equalizer here in game number 2 on this best of 3 series. There's still an opportunity for them to actually get this Rayquaza, which is going to merge in the next 5 more seconds. Of course, Moonlight here being used by Fable, trying to regenerate out for his teammates, and this is going to be the
Yang.
final time.
He's already at the back. They use a slow beam. They trap him, but can they get rid of Yang though? They can't. Yang once more gets away. Froggy's gonna run after him to top him back up. But Rayquaza down to half. Delphox already gone. MYS, they have the numbers advantage. Rebound straight right in. And just playing disruption, knocked up from afar. But can you break through the door of that Team MYS? They actually get the Rayquaza. Team MYS, they need to break the shields. Zerfic Gaming have a chance to force a third. NT, he's gonna lose that shield very quickly. Zerfic Gaming, they only score 42. Team MYS, we talk about that defense, Flava. They're gonna do it again. Shen has no points to score. NT has no shield.
Oh no, this might be it. It's gonna be a close one. 60 is being pointed out here, moving forward. Unfortunately, Mammoth Swine managed to actually take down that Decidueye here, and going off for the defense at the bottom path against this Mammoth Swine. Pushing forward.
They're taking all the points away.
Yep, they need this points to score. It's so close. There's still 55 seconds left for Zerfic Gaming to do something here to actually go in for a score. Remember, that's an advantage for Zerfic Gaming because they can still score at the bottom path, and it is still available, and it's close towards them.
Froggy already scored another 60. He snuck over to the top side. And Zerfic Gaming, less than 40 seconds left. They need more than 100 points for this. Husskkiee, he's looking for an opening, but the rest of Zerfic Gaming, they're heading boss side, just like you say, Flava. Shen has already been spotted, but if they can get Team MYS out of this bottom goal zone, then maybe Zerfic Gaming can get a couple of points in, but Yang has found the Decidueye. Flava, I think we are looking at Team MYS putting in the final touches, coming from the lower bracket after dropping the Zerfic Gaming on the top side. The Shen can't even get the 30 in. Team MYS force the reset in the lower bracket of the grand final. They force this repeat, and Team MYS in this long haul has completely done it once more, Flava. Another comeback from the brink of defeat. They are your APAC West Pro qualifiers champions.
Yes, correct. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Our champions, Team MYS. After getting knocked out from the upper bracket finals against Zerfic Gaming in a 1-2 score right up there, and after winning 2-1 against their opponents, No Lucario in lower bracket finals, forcing a reset in the grand finals in a 2-1 score, and of course winning 2-0 here at the grand finals reset. Team MYS is the #1 team here at the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series Asia Pacific West, winning himself not only a slot to the upcoming regionals together with their opponents Xeraphit Gaming and together with No Lucario, but also bringing back home a prize winnings of $7,000 US. What a play for Team MYS.
7,500 US dollars.
$500 US dollars. My
Yeah,
bad. I
yeah.
was hiding that $500.
Yeah, I found it, Flava. Can't hide
My
it.
bad. My bad.
Don't worry,
I thought I could get away with that.
Yeah, I thought so too, but apparently not. But overall, I mean, comeback stories are not foreign to Team MYS. We've seen it multiple times, even during ACL, even during the ACL group stage, leading up to the grand finals, and here at the April qualifiers for WCS. It is just a great closing, right? Great conclusion for Team MYS. They can take a bow, draw the curtains, and go to sleep happy tonight. But no credit is taken away from Xeraphit Gaming. I think they put up a fantastic job. We don't, at first, right, all of us were wondering, who are they? Just like you said, but here they are, definitely demanding respect from the rest of us, even though they only come in second, but we definitely will see them again
And
in
they
the
have
regionals.
definitely earned that respect as well. I believe that
Absolutely.
all the viewers are definitely going to be giving, everyone who's watching the games are going to be given the respect they deserve. Beyond getting second place, they are also the first team who actually made it to the finals after having that great win over at the upper bracket itself. They've shown exceptional plays throughout the whole tournament from the early stages. They played so many matches as well together with Team MYS. And I think that there's going to be a lot of people who's looking forward to see how well they actually play in the upcoming regionals, which is going to happen after we're done with all the qualifiers for April, May, as well as June.
Yeah, they have 2 months to prep for this, right?
2
We will
months.
see a different breed of Xeraphit Gaming for sure, and you know, maybe they will become one of the top 3 teams to make it to Yokohama. That is the ultimate goal. But again, right, props to both teams for giving us just a deserving grand finals show. Team MYS once more just able to make this recovery, and the defense from Team MYS is something that they are known for, and they showcased it once more in this final game. If not for Xeraphit Gaming, we probably won't see the best of Team MYS overall.
I agree.
They played 11 consecutive games.
11
consecutive games, not including the one that we didn't see on broadcast.
True, which is we start off early in the morning together with the upper bracket first round, as well as they're not playing in the lower bracket first round.
I think they
But
played like what, 16, 17
if you
games?
calculate that, and they even went for a full series as well for that one. So
And-
one, that's 3, 4. So 4 full series plus a 2-0 in the grand finals reset.
Yeah. And they also played, like, they had 2-1 against RRQ, right? And before
Yes.
that, I think they got 2-0. So almost 15, 16 games just in the top 8. We haven't included the group stage before the top
Exactly.
8. Definitely more than 20 games. I mean, absolutely amazing for Xeraphit Gaming and Team OS. And honestly, all the teams involved, they have played a gruesome amount of games today to get to this stage.
Quite
Huge
a grind.
props.
Quite a grind. I'm not.
Quite a grind?
Right. It's
It's a
crazy.
mammoth grind.
It's a crazy of a grind.
Oh, yes.
I would say. I think like not as an individual, if you were to play it, I mean like. This is not casual. You're playing with all your might.
Yeah, this is not like you lose 10 points if you lose. You know, you lose your spot to regionals. Like if I ever had, I would tip my hat to them. Full respect to all these teams.
Yep. All respect to all the teams here, and of course, congratulations. This is the roster for Team MYS, our champions. MYS, we have Rebounds, amazing members one play. We have Yang, of course. We're not gonna forget Yang for a while here. We're gonna remember him. Venusaur here, and then Decidueye. Okay, I'm gonna remember him as the Decidueye bait, and then the Venusaur plays, and then we have Night Mew Foxy. As usual, one of the best Mew players in the world. We have Froggy, exceptional playstyle, as well as together as Yimu. And they've definitely qualified and earned their spot at the regional playoffs here together with their friends from Team No Lucario, as well as Team
Xeraphit Gaming.
Xeraphit
Gaming.
3 teams.
And again, right, a big part of how Team MYS even got to the grand finals was Yang putting massive weight on both the Decidueye and Venusaur. And of course, wouldn't have happened without the rest of the team supporting him. And this is what we talk about, right? These individual player moments that really solidify themselves in a tough competition. As one of the shining stars, I think Yang has definitely stolen some of those spotlights today. The only person who got a penta in the entire qualifiers with a Decidueye, saving a game in the lower bracket with the Decidueye again, and a Venusaur. But overall, I think it's a fantastic day for Team MYS. But before we let them go, we gotta talk to the captain, Rebongs, who has had definitely a tiring day, but we want to share this moment with them in just a bit.
I feel bad because they thought they were done, and then they were like, "Hey, they have actually a segment for big champions." And of course, we're joined in by Rebongs from Team MYS. Rebongs, are you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can definitely hear
you.
everyone who's watching the live stream. Everyone can definitely hear you. And of course, let me start off with the first question. Rebongs, you've played so many matches today. We have no clue how many in total you played. Now, be honest with us. How does it feel to have become the winner and champion here for Asia Pacific West after struggling, dropping from upper bracket, playing through lower bracket, and, reset and then winning over your opponents? Share with us.
I think we've been playing the whole day. I don't know how many hours, but even when we won, right, it was like a 2-1 since the round robin all the way to the playoffs. Even in the lower bracket, it's just a Team NYS thing, and I'm just so happy that my team is able to reset after every game, and they are actually able to just focus on one game at one time. I mean.
Yeah, I can only imagine, right, the endurance run that you guys have to go through. But there's one thing I really want to ask you about, right? We did talk, we did manage to have some time to talk during ACL, right? How you guys, the dynamics of the team. But one thing that I think at this point is not foreign to the squad is how you guys always manage to reset, recover, adapt, and all these miraculous defenses and comebacks that you put up in these games. What is kind of the communication in these very intense moments? How do you guys relay those info to mount these seemingly, miraculous defenses?
I think I would say one of the main thing is, the game is not over until it's over, until the very last second. So, as much as you want to say about what just happened, just put it to the end. After the game, then we'll talk about it. Then it's also, I think, a huge part is because of my teammates, right? They're really amazing because, when I just tell them to, okay guys, just reset and listen, we have to do this, right? They'll just listen. There's no we don't take anything personally. So that's why we learn very fast. And in every game, we are able to reset and just come back, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very professional mindset to actually have, which is definitely very much needed in a professional Pokémon UNITE team, definitely. And totally kudos to you and your team for playing so well. But of course, I want to ask a question here. I think that I want to question on your draft here, right? So I think that a lot of people have been talking about you guys playing Decidueye, insane amount of Decidueyes playing for Yang. So share with us that thought process, because you guys played Decidueye for him the whole time, and then at one point you were like, hey, you know what? We're gonna stop the Decidueye, and then we go in with the Venusaur play for him, and then it worked out well for you guys. So share with us, what were your thought process during the whole time?
I think for the Danelie thing, right, it's been a meme for us throughout our whole training for the past month. When he take Danelie, when you pick Danelie, right, they make the noise So Yang will just get Danelie out, and then he just and then it's been just a thing, and then slowly we improvised, and yeah, I guess it's we don't know how we managed to make it kind of a meta, but after playing so many games, we actually managed to pull it off with the double beams, I guess. No, the Danelie arrow and yeah.
Was it difficult to adjust, right? Because I want to just quickly get your input, right? From ACL until now, obviously there's been a bit of a shift in the meta. When you look at different regions, they have their own archetype of compositions. Did you guys take any inspiration, or did you just normally stuck to what you guys were comfortable with? Obviously, we still see a lot of the Mew, a lot of the Mamoswine that other teams don't really go for, but we also saw a bit of the Decidueye, we saw the Talonflame, the Dodrio come out as well. So what is the process that you guys go through to make that decision in the draft?
Yeah, actually we are not 100% confident in every characters. For example, Talonflame or Machamp. You don't see us pulling it out every time. But yeah, from ACL, I would say that. Sorry, it's been 12 hours. My mind is going blank.
It's okay. We understand.
From ACL, I guess. Inspiration for Danelie, right? Actually, we just decided. Yang decided that it would be fun to play Danelie, a throw pick, but we ended up just going with it all the way. And then through the qualifiers yesterday and today, we actually just decided to go all the way with it.
So
Yeah.
you your way to becoming
Yeah.
the champions.
And then knock, 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 knock.
Knock, knock. Final one before we send you off. It's been a long day. Now you guys don't have to worry about the rest of the qualifiers. It's about the regional ones, right? That's coming in almost 2 months. But before we talk, we don't want to talk about regionals. We want to talk about how are you guys going to reset that mindset, kind of celebrate this small victory before prepping for the rest of the qualifiers.
For us, right, I'm pretty sure we're gonna just take a break for a day or two at least, because it's really been a very long grind for us since ACL, especially even before ACL, like all the way. Yeah, and after these few breaks, I think winning like this, it's not the safest way, because we've been through the lower brackets. We've had so many 2-1 games. We really have to think it through, why are we actually doing this? Even though it's like a Team MYS thing, but it's never safe to get like a 1-1, then you have to fight for the last game. So yeah, I think that will be one of our main focus going into the regionals. Yeah, and then we'll see how from there.
Yeah. Well, that's an amazing response. And of course, Rebongs, before we send you off, we just want to say congratulations once again to you and your teammates for becoming the champions. We understand that you'll be playing long hours of game throughout the whole day, and we believe everyone who's tuning into this live stream here believe that you guys deserve a long rest after such an amazing showcase of performance throughout the whole, not just today, but also in the previous days as well when you're fighting throughout the whole qualifier. So congratulations once again, and thank you so much, for playing so well in this qualifier. Thank you.
Thanks for all the support, and it's good to see you guys again.
All
and all the
right.
casters
Likewise.
again.
Yeah, likewise. Of course, it is quite refreshing to actually hear from Rebongs. Last time he was actually here together with us, we did manage to actually meet him up close and personal, and definitely a great guy. And congratulations once again, not only to Team MYS. Once again, we want to say congratulations together with Zavers as well as No Lucario for actually qualifying for the next round itself. We bid them all the best in the upcoming regional that will happen once we conclude all our qualifiers for the upcoming May, which will determine another 3 teams that will qualify, as well as another 2 teams in June. Of course, before we sign off on this one, let us have a show of the bracket that we have gone throughout the whole day right here. It has been a very long day. We start off our day with an upper bracket first round here. Look at that. We start off with No Lucario winning us against Game, and then we can see Zarfik Gaming having that 2-0 win. Really good start of the day, and of course dropping down No Lucario to lower bracket by winning 2-1 over them, and of course winning upper bracket finals, making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, so Team MOS in this top 8 alone played 17 games, Flava.
17 games,
not
yes.
including yesterday, and not including the group stage early on. This is just, again, mad respect to is in war of attrition at one point. But Zarfik Gaming also had a 1-2-0, but afterwards it was just 2-1 against No Lucario, Team MYS again, and finally whiting out against Team MYS in the grand finals reset. I think it has been a very fruitful day for all of these teams. We had to bid goodbye to 4 teams, but they still will have a chance next month in the May qualifiers, and we do hope to see them again. KRT, RGM, Game, and EVO's Leviathan. But we're gonna put them aside because I'm pretty sure they will make a comeback. We're gonna focus on the teams that do make it through, that did make it through. Team MYS, the champions for the April qualifiers. We have Rebongs, Yang, Nightmare Foxy, Froggy, and Yemu. Second place, Zarfik Gaming, Blaze, DL, NT, Dark HT, Husskkiee, and Aries. And last but not least, No Lucario, Ice, Ice, KST, Wraith, Death, and Solo.
Dev! Oh yeah, so that's Dev.
Nice try.
Anyways, I mean, I believe that we've had the opportunity to actually meet up with Team MYS before. Can't wait to actually get to know more about Zarfik Gaming together with No Lucario. They played exceptionally well. I do want to applaud No Lucario as well because they did drop from the upper bracket early on compared to Team MYS, and they've crawled. They managed to actually perform really well. Unfortunately, they did lose out against Team MYS, but they put quite a great performance for us all, and they deserve mad respect as well together with Zarfik Gaming. We're definitely going to see more of them. It's very unfortunate that we're not going to be able to actually see any of these 3 teams being featured in the upcoming Asia Pacific West for May as well as June, as they've already made it to the next round itself. So for those who are tuning in, don't worry so much because we're still going to be witnessing more teams. Probably we're going to be served with some surprising other teams who's going to be featured in the May and June as well. So there's going to be quite a bit of things coming for you here from Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, we might not be seeing those three, but it means there's more space for more teams to come up, right? And we'll always see some returning teams like, RRQ and the teams that didn't make it today. But of course, if you guys want to get a taste of how competitive Pokemon Unite is like, don't worry, we have the opportunity for you to kind of be a part and join this as well. This is the Pokemon Unite Challenge Day, which will be happening on May 6th. It is Saturday. We are going to be playing in a Swiss-style format, all best of ones, up to 4 rounds, and it's held in your respective supported language, right? You have Japanese and English. You can join as a solo player, or as a duo, or as a trio. And we have both AM sessions and PM sessions to cater to your comfortable times. And if you go for the AM session, you will have Japanese and English language playing together. But if you join the PM session, you have one just for Japanese and one for English. But do take note that all these times stated are all JST, Japan Standard Time. So do take note of that. And we want to see you being a part of competitive Pokemon Unite.
Yep, with hopes that probably we can actually see each other there as well for the Pokemon Unite Challenge Day. And it's quite an interesting format where even as an individual, if you don't have a team of your own, you're able to join and you'll be partnered up with other people who's also joining in either as a duo or as a single. You team up together, and more fun when you get to meet other players, become friends with hopes, and probably you guys can enter into the competitive scene together as well.
Yeah, you might see Flava there. Now, Flava might be playing. Like,
here's the thing. Why are you saying only me? Like, are you not going to be there?
And me. I heard Flava plays a lot of the Decidueye, so if you see a Decidueye play, I think it's going to be Flava. But we are excited to see you guys be a part of the Pokemon Unite community. I mean, without you guys, this wouldn't have been a possibility. But
that is so true.
It's been an amazing day, Flava. I think the players definitely deserve a rest, but we are also going to sign off for now. And on behalf of our friend Danelie, who has also been an amazing part of this broadcast and the production team behind the scenes as well, we're going to bid you guys good night. But remember, next month we have the May qualifiers. You will see 3 of us again commentating more Pokemon Unite actions. But for now, take care, have a good night, and win some games in ranked. Goodbye.
Eject
just
as well.
eject buttons forward.
Whoa.
And it's actually the Espeon that steals the objective away. Necro now just hits the back line. And it's 4 KOs in a row for RRQ. Husskkiee, he's going to be the 5th.
This is on this slow bro. It's not amnesia, but doesn't really matter though. 1 for 1.
Big
Big
surf.
surf from that Mew, but no Krum actually able to get out of there. But he's being chased by Husskkiee. He gets clipped from the Hyper Voice.
And Trixie, he does have enough damage, but not sufficient to get the rest of the KO. Rav tries to steal it with the trap. And KRT just losing members left, right, and center. Solo barely hang on by a thread. Even uses the Unite move because why not? No Lucario wing. Suddenly just get punted away like a football.
Solo.
KRT just runs straight in. Can they get rid of this Venusaur? The Buzzwole straight to the back. But Venusaur is already gone to Comfy. Now sticking onto a separate member, but it seems like KRT might not be able to hold the fort. This Buzzwole punting the Blissey away. But this Water Bear now is going to pop that Unite move and go for the 1-2 punch and gets an instant big crit on the Dojo, and he's still going. He is still dishing out that output, and there's now no one to stop him. This Water Bear with the liquidation and the Surging Strike. Too big of a threat, and 4 go down.
The Forest going into the backlines. Gatling Gold being used in the bushes. No one's going onto the Cram. And MYS are completely wiped. They lose the Regieleki, and that's going to be a big there. He cannot easily get it. And
He got hit with the Unite! Urshifu gets taken down instead! Slowbro doing his thing right here. Really good pump, and that's going to be a 3 KO swing. 4 KO swing, doing one. This is the one. This is one Friday show, and it is going to be a clean 5 takedowns in and takedown on this Rayquaza here.
Fireworks?
Fireworks is actually sped out.
Slowbro
Holding on the side there. Unfortunately, that guy did not manage to happen well. Come from Seraphine Gaming, this might be it.
2 down, Delphox is out. Oh no, Husskkiee, he's actually trying to stop the attackers, but can Seraphine get the steal? They do! Oh, Seraphine, they were able to get it with the gun. He's trying to stop them from going onto the goal zone, but this Regieleki is just inches away from walking on top of that goal zone. They're trying to stay on the goal zone. I don't know if the Regieleki can get on. They're trying to push them off. Triple Trample. Not being used. They're desperately trying to remove no Lucario from the goal zone, and it does go in. These points will be scored. The experience, calm down. We're not even looking at the back line. We don't know what's happening, but it looks like might be Foxy being caught out there by Wraith in the front line zone. The team is grouped up. And look at the Urshifu trying to find the bush. He's looking for the knock. Look, he has found the owl. 12. Can he take down this Persky Decidueye? And yet again, he will, but it's 2 for 2. Unite move will also be buffed as well, going onto ice. This Slowbro trying to back up. This is such a scary moment with the attack buff.
Oh, wow.
After the Unite, Death goes down. Oh my god! There's only 2 Pokemon.
The Giga Drain!
He's still surviving through and not being able to accomplish anything yet. There's a Fire Voice also to make Spectre there. Trevor managed to get out.
The Giga Drain!
It's still not enough right here. And of course, back into that bottom path. And meanwhile, while waiting for that, they are going to try to go for an attempt. And of course, we still have it hitting onto
Woodhammer.
Woodhammer hitting into it. The stun is there, but there's no follow-up from behind. Unfortunately, we see this attack from Husskkiee from behind. Is it going to be damage sufficient?
And it's going to be Xeraphit Gaming that takes that objective. It could be a full wipe on.
Of course, it's shoving
Oh, they caught it!
Shoving into the back again. Slowbro, once again. You're tanking, you're not that tanking. And it's going to be a Sidor takedown as well. Down to 3, it's a 5v3 situation. What can they do? They managed to take down the PC. No, not yet. It's still
The
surviving.
knock-knock.
It's going to be a knockdown. Damage output still insufficient out. It is going to be a 5v3 situation. Oh,
Shows up, has the
Here
block.
comes a big shield, but not pushing out anyone here. Snorlax goes
Heavy
to make
slap.
them, hitting up on Dream. Unfortunately, some follow from behind. Incense Cider slicing and dicing, hitting off on Daniel Trio. Magic Atom, and this time it is going to be the Urshifu getting taken out himself. Solar being hit on multiple units. Damage hour still insufficient, and this time going for the chase on an
Unleash the second part of it, but it doesn't matter. Team MY is still getting full control of this Registeel. They even have Foxy to secure it with the Solar Beam. As always, this is just another day of light work for Team MYS when it comes to the Regis. Xeraphit Gaming trying to defend this first goal post, but Rebounds with the pushback. And of course, the Talonflame Yemu going for it. Froggy's gonna run after him to top him back up. But Rayquaza down to half. Delphox already gone. MYS, they have the numbers advantage. Rebound straight right in. And just playing Disruption, knocked off from afar. But can you break through the door of that Team MYS? They actually got the Rayquaza! Team MYS, they need to break the shields. They're